Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 274, Temperance's Identity. Through the towering body of the naive son, the hangman Alger discreetly observed Mr. Temperance, who had just joined the tarot club. Unlike Audrey, who was happy to see new members join, Alger's attitude toward new members was more cautious. He scrutinized the other party with his eyes, trying hard to find distinguishing features from that blurred silhouette. Male, can discern black hair and blue eyes, blood-red robe. Red robe. Alger suddenly felt something was off. Temperance's Loanese was very standard, it could basically be confirmed he was Loanese. A Loaneseman dressed so brightly. It's worth mentioning that Loan society's customs were still relatively conservative. Setting aside lower-class residents who had no choice in their dress, middle and upper-class men's clothing was generally more formal, with colors mainly in stable tones like black, white, gray, and yellow. An outfit like the other parties would definitely stand out on the street, attracting everyone's attention. Unless this red robe was related to Temperance's own Beyonder pathway, and he was already accustomed to dressing this way. Not only that, Alger also sensed a certain ominous aura from that crimson robe, as if he could smell a heavy scent of blood through the mist. All these details, combined with his own mysticism knowledge, couldn't help but make him associate it with a certain dangerous and mad Beyonder pathway, Secrets Suppliant. Could it be that Temperance is actually a Rose Bishop? Alger was shocked and astonished. The Beyonders of this pathway were all madmen who fanatically believed in the true creator. Had Mr. Fool actually recruited such a dangerous element into the tarot club? Just then, just as Audrey provided Mr. Fool with new pages of Roselle's diary. Alger keenly noticed that the new member had a slight reaction upon hearing Roselle's diary, as if surprised. He also knows about Roselle's diary. Alger speculated internally. It seems he also has peculiar secrets. Mr. Fool definitely wouldn't randomly pick a Rose Bishop who fanatically believes in the true creator to bring here. I need to continue observing. Besides the perceptive justice and the cautious hangman, as well as the world impersonated by Klein, the other two members of the tarot club were also looking at Silas. Of course, their purposes weren't as intense. Mr. Temperance looks quite young. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? The magician first looked at the gentleman across from her, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity arise in her heart. She tried hard to search her memory, wanting to figure out the source of this familiarity. Unfortunately, she had stayed up too late last night, and her brain really wasn't working well, so she had to give up. As for the son Derek, he simply looked Silas over briefly out of curiosity. One after another, they're all looking at me. Well, this is something every newcomer must go through. Silas naturally noticed the other members' occasional glances, but rather than minding these, he was more focused on the exchange between Miss Justice and Mr. Fool at the head of the long table. Mr. Fool, I am deeply grateful for the protection you previously provided me. For this, I will search for at least 10 pages of Roselle's diary and offer them to you. Additionally, I still owe your blessed £2,000, please ask him to wait a bit longer. When Audrey had previously undergone the Psychology Alchemist's review, she had specifically prayed to the Fool for an angel to descend and provide protection, preventing them from discovering her issues. She deliberately made these matters clear in front of Silas in order to guide the newcomer more quickly. Of course, she didn't directly expose her relationship with the Psychology Alchemists, only briefly mentioning that she had prayed for protection due to a certain matter. Miss Justice is reminding me that I can exchange Roselle's diary for the Fool's help. Silas immediately understood. Indeed, the Fool is deliberately collecting Roselle's diary, but what is his purpose in collecting it? As a transmigrator, what valuable knowledge does Roselle possess that would be worth a hidden deity sending people to search for? Silas decided that from now on, he really needed to start seriously searching for Roselle's diary. You may begin. As he pondered secretly, Mr. Fool above made a move. He put down the parchment, as if he had already finished reading Roselle's diary, and said to everyone with a light chuckle. All about Roselle's romantic encounters when he was young, completely worthless. Behind the grey fog, Klein complained internally. Begin. Begin what? Silas thought, somewhat confused. Then he discovered that with these words, the members who had been holding their breath and waiting quietly began to move. Like students in a classroom hearing the teacher say class dismissed, though not to the point of being presumptuous in word or deed, the atmosphere was noticeably more relaxed. The hangman Alger had originally planned to continue seeking to purchase the potion formula for Sequence 6 Wind Blessed of the Sailor pathway at this gathering. However, the appearance of the new member made him change his mind, deciding to first hide his intelligence. However, though he had good intentions, Miss Magician across from him didn't cooperate. Mr. Hangman, is there news about the blood of the deep-sea marlin I wanted? Furs asked impatiently. I remember you said before that you saw it at the pirate conference. Deep-sea marlin blood was one of the main ingredients for the Trickmaster potion of Sequence 8 in the Apprentice Pathway. Alger clearly felt the gaze Silas cast over, his mouth twitching slightly in secret, then said coldly, there's news. Give me 350 pounds and it's yours. Ah. Furs was stunned. But you said before it was only 320 pounds. Why did the price increase? The other party raised the price at the last minute. I couldn't help it either. Alger said. Actually, the one who raised the price at the last minute was him, as a bit of compensation for Furs leaking his secret. Fine, deal. Furs said through gritted teeth. After the gathering ends, I'll give you the money through sacrificing to the fool. The Hanged Man is a pirate. Silas thought. He didn't rush to seek the Black Knight potion formula, but continued to observe the trading process of others at the gathering. Help me keep an eye out for the mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, the characteristic of a human-skin shadow, and the hair of a deep-sea naga. At the far end of the long table, directly facing Mr. Fool, the world said in a gloomy voice. Klein hadn't finished digesting the magician potion yet, but to prepare for a rainy day, he had already begun planning ahead. After all, Sequence 6 materials weren't easy to find anymore and required early attention. Thousand-faced hunter. I think I've seen its fossil. Justice Audrey said thoughtfully. Let me go back and confirm. That fossil was in Duke Negan's treasury. Good. Klein manipulated the world to nod slowly, noncommittally, and noticed Silas was looking over. I suppose I have intelligence on human skin shadows. He said. Chapter 274, 275, he's a shepherd. You have information on Wraith. Where is it? Klein hadn't expected Silas to give him such a pleasant surprise. He manipulated the world puppet to press further. In a fourth epic noble mausoleum, Silas answered. Someone discovered traces of Wraith activity around the outer perimeter of the tomb and confirmed there's a colony of them inside. The fourth epic mausoleum he mentioned was naturally Amon's tomb. At the Queen's gathering, that Sequence 5 Beyonder named Sharon had told him the relevant details. A fourth epic noble mausoleum. Klein was startled, instinctively sensing danger from this, but still asked, what compensation do I need to provide to obtain detailed information about it? No compensation needed, because I don't know the details right now either. Silas spread his hands. The person who gave me the information has temporarily gone missing. After the Queen left, Sharon had lost contact with him. Before that, she had told him through the Queen that the tomb exploration had been cancelled. He still didn't know what had happened. Then I hope you can establish contact with them soon. He saw that gloomy world fall silent for a moment before slowly speaking, as if somewhat speechless about his response. What's the problem? Weren't you the one who asked me to keep an eye out for it? Naturally I can notify you when there's news. Silas thought to himself. Having watched the exchange between the two, he had roughly familiarized himself with the entire process. One simply needed to announce their requirements, and if other people had leads, they would naturally respond. However, based on his observations, the members of this tarot club didn't seem particularly strong. His own requests probably couldn't be satisfied. But he might as well try. So Silas looked around and spoke aloud. I need the Black Knight potion formula. Price negotiable. After he finished speaking, a brief silence fell over the grey fog. Black Knight, never heard of it. Magician, first thought with some confusion. In her several years as a Beyonder, she hadn't encountered such a title. She looked up and around. Most of the members also seemed bewildered. Only, the son, reacted differently. He suddenly jerked his head around to look at Silas. He seems very surprised, very frightened. Is there something wrong with that Black Knight potion? Furs couldn't help but speak up. Sorry, I don't know what Black Knight is. May I ask, which sequence is this? Secrets Suppliant Pathway, Sequence 4. Silas answered flatly. His tone was calm, but this sentence was like a bomb exploding in everyone's hearts, creating violent shockwaves. Sequence 4. Demigod. Even in the powerful Orthodox churches, such a rank was enough to be considered high level. The corresponding potions and formulas were classified secrets that couldn't be leaked. And this newly joined, Temperance, had so casually and openly sought to purchase a Sequence 4 potion formula here. Wasn't he overestimating them a bit too much? On both sides of the long table, everyone immediately broke into an uproar, reacting differently. So he really is from the Secrets Suppliant Pathway. After a few seconds of shock, the hangman, Alger, almost immediately regained his composure and made his judgment. Moreover, the other party wasn't a Sequence 6 Rose Bishop, but a higher Sequence 5 Shepherd. You had to understand, among the current Tarot Club members, the highest was only Sequence 7. They were still scheming to advance to Sequence 6, yet this newly joined, Temperance, had already begun trying to access the realm of demigods. May I ask who you're collecting the Black Knight potion for? Alger carefully chose his words, cautiously confirming. For myself, of course. Silas answered frankly. You're a shepherd. Before Alger could think of what to say next, the son, Derek beside him could no longer contain himself and cried out in shock. You couldn't blame Derek for such a strong reaction. He had recently just experienced a disaster brought by the true creator. His friend had been corrupted while exploring a certain evil god's temple and had become a fanatical believer of this evil god. If not for Mr. Fool's help, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This had left the son, Derek, with deep psychological trauma regarding this evil god and his followers. Mr. Fool. Derek turned his head, calling toward the head of the long table. He's a shepherd. Shepherds were all believers of that evil god. Allowing such a dangerous existence to ascend here was a threat to everyone. However, the two ladies across from him had different views. Black hair, blue eyes, Secrets Suppliant pathway. Magician, Furs and Justice, Audrey, after their initial surprise, gradually came to a realization. Coincidentally, they both matched the familiarity they felt from him with a certain person they knew in reality. Kafka Anderson. This person was Mr. Fool's blessed, and had nothing to do with the true creator. First thought to herself. Mr. Anderson actually joined our tarot club too, and he's even a powerful Sequence 5 beyonder. Audrey had already met Silas before and had some trust and understanding of him. Having such a reliable and powerful acquaintance join her organization gave her a strong sense of security. Our tarot club is getting better and better, she thought joyfully. The two ladies, who knew part of the inside story but also misunderstood part of it, each had their own thoughts. Beyond their shock, they didn't seem as frightened. Don't worry, I'm not a believer of the true creator. If I worshipped an evil god, do you think I could hide it from Mr. Fool? Since he has accepted me, that already proves I'm safe. Silas said, not particularly concerned about everyone's shock. Hearing his explanation, everyone couldn't help but look simultaneously toward that lofty figure shrouded in grey fog at the head of the long table. This guy Silas, how did he just self-expose like that right off the bat? Is he that brave? Klein, bathed in everyone's gazes, complained internally. But outwardly, he still maintained the necessary mysteriousness, slowly nodding and chuckling lightly. His situation is rather special. He doesn't worship the fallen creator. Mr. Fool's voice echoed above the grey fog. With his assurance, everyone felt somewhat more at ease, but still maintained their guard against Silas. How about this? I'll prove myself using the fastest method. Seeing this, Silas spoke impatiently. I curse the true creator. May he be dragged down from his divine throne and completely fall. Several people broke into another uproar. This time, even the originally calm, Justice, and Magician, felt somewhat unsettled. He actually directly cursed a deity. Even the best disguised evil god believer could absolutely never utter such blasphemous words toward the existence they worshipped. With that one sentence, all suspicion about him completely vanished. I apologize, Mr. Temperance. The son stammered an apology, saying rather awkwardly, I just recently experienced something related to the fallen creator and got a bit sensitive. No problem. Silas said flatly. Not only do I not worship that evil god, on the contrary, I hate him to the bone. I will kill all his believers and drag him down from that damned cross, personally delivering the most intense and vicious blasphemy. His voice was soft, but the hatred and madness in his tone overflowed, making everyone somewhat uneasy. So, does anyone have the Black Knight formula? After venting slightly, Silas returned to his previous calm appearance and asked again. The transition between the two states was so smooth, as if his very personality had switched. Everyone fell into silence. Among them, the highest rank was only Sequence 7. How could they possibly have access to a Sequence 4 potion formula? In the strange quiet atmosphere, the son, Derek hesitantly spoke. I might have a lead. Chapter 275, 276, just cleared out an Aurora Order base, that's all. You have the Black Knight formula. Silas hadn't held much hope, but unexpectedly, that tall young man codenamed, the son, gave him a pleasant surprise. It's not that I have it, The son seemed slightly hesitant. If there's any problem, just say it directly. Silas spoke straightforwardly. Actually, this formula belongs to an elder in our city of Silver. The son said. She's a Sequence 5 shepherd. This was actually a topic he had planned to share during the free exchange segment. Elder Lovia, suspected of having converted to worship the true creator, had been released from the bottom of the round tower where she'd been confined. First, because after 7 days, they confirmed she hadn't lost control. Second, because she had contributed a sequence 4 potion formula to the City of Silver. It was a Black Knight potion formula, which happened to belong to her pathway. According to her, it was discovered by accident. A shepherd. Silas's tone grew slightly colder. Is she a believer of the true creator? She should be. The son, Derek said. I see. Silas thought for a moment, then asked, where is your City of Silver? Since she was someone who worshipped the true creator, that made things simple. He could just kill her directly and take the formula. However, with his current geographical knowledge, he hadn't heard of the City of Silver, much less knew where it was. I'm sorry, you probably can't reach the area where our City of Silver is located. The son, Derek said sincerely. Can't reach it. Why not? Silas couldn't help asking. Because the City of Silver is located in the forsaken land of the gods. The hanged man, Alger beside him added in a low voice. Forsaken land of the gods. Roselle's diary seems to have mentioned it. Silas recalled briefly, remembering that the 3 diary pages preserved by the Blackthorn Security Company had mentioned this designation, but he didn't know more detailed information. From what they were saying, it was a place that couldn't connect with this world. Could it really be as the literal description suggested, that land had been abandoned by the gods? Yet Mr. Fool could pull people from such a place onto the grey fog. This, the sun's origins are quite peculiar. As expected, the Tarot Club members aren't so simple. Although their sequences are low, perhaps each person has their own special qualities. Silas pondered silently without continuing to question. The Tarot Club briefly fell into quiet. Aside from Magician and World, who had already requested materials, the others temporarily had no intention of purchasing formulas or materials. The Sun was preoccupied, the Hanged Man maintained his caution, and Justice had already joined the Psychology Alchemists and could obtain related formulas and potions from there. By the way, we can also sell things here, right? After a moment of silence, Silas raised his head again. Yes, Mr. Temperance. Do you have something to sell? Justice, Audrey, with a strong sense of ownership, answered his question and asked with a smile. As it happens, I have a batch of Beyonder characteristics to sell. Silas said. Purchasing the Sequence 4 potion and main materials would definitely cost an enormous amount. Although he already had £8,000 in cash, it was still far from enough. He planned to sell some materials and characteristics he didn't need, and selling these items locally in Backlund would be too conspicuous and easily attract excessive attention. Audrey's smile froze for a moment. A batch. She tilted her head, repeating the word confusedly in her mind. Since when could precious materials like Beyonder characteristics be described with a word like batch? Mr. Temperance, may I ask what Beyonder characteristics you have? She asked instinctively. Sequence 6, 1 Arbiter and 1 Devil Beyonder characteristic each, 2 Rose Bishop Beyonder characteristics. And. Silas recalled, then continued, also, 1 Sequence 7 Psychiatrist Beyonder characteristic, 4 Shadow Ascetic characteristics, 6 Sequence 8 Listener characteristics, and over a dozen Sequence 9 Secrets Suppliant characteristics. The Psychiatrist Beyonder characteristic came from the Shattered Mirror, the Arbiter from Eros, and the Devil from a sheep shepherded by Mr. A, the one that overlapped with his own. As for the complete set of Secret Suppliant Pathway Beyonder characteristics, they naturally came from the selfless contributions of the Aurora Order members in Backlund. Silas calculated his inventory as he spoke. Focused on his accounting, he didn't notice that as he listed the items, the grey fog gradually fell into deathly silence. This is way too much. Where did Temperance get so many Beyonder characteristics? For a moment, everyone fell into a certain bewilderment, unable to speak. Even Klein, who was quite familiar with Silas, was somewhat surprised. He had only known that Silas had killed quite a few Beyonders and obtained quite a lot of things, but when these were actually put into concrete numbers, it felt unreal. Among everyone, the Hanged Man, Alger was the first to notice the issue. Why are there so many Secret Suppliant Pathway Beyonder characteristics? And from top to bottom, nearly half the sequence is represented. I noticed you have many Secret Suppliant Pathway characteristics. He spoke up. After observing in secret, Alger had somewhat understood this Mr. Temperance's temperament and knew the other party didn't like beating around the bush, so he asked directly. Oh, nothing much. I raided an Aurora Order base and killed all their members. Silas said nonchalantly, as if discussing something as natural as eating a meal or drinking water. So all the Secret Suppliant-related Beyonder characteristics were extracted from Aurora Order members. You should know the relationship between potions and characteristics, right? They can basically be equated to 2 main materials for potions of the corresponding sequence. Sensing that the other members had all gone rather quiet, he added this explanation. We know. Mr. Fool has already taught us. Audrey nodded woodenly. This new member had already brought everyone too many shocks. She was feeling somewhat numb. Good to know. So, does anyone want to buy them? Silas looked around and asked. I won't mark up the price. I'll go by market rates. He had roughly calculated that if he sold everything, the total would be around £26,000. Of course, it wouldn't be so easy to sell everything. Sure enough, just as Silas expected, beyond their shock, none of them actively offered to buy. Although Sequence 6 and Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristics are very valuable, I have no use for them if I buy them. Justice, Audrey thought with some regret. At this moment, she suddenly heard the Hanged Man speak. You spoke too quickly just now. What exactly are all the characteristics? Can you make a list? Sure. Silas nodded, then froze for a moment looking at the table in front of him. No paper or pen. You just need to imagine paper and express the thoughts in your mind, and you can materialize the corresponding items and descriptions. Alger reminded him. Truly worthy of being Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. Silas readily complied and quickly materialized the list of characteristics, passing it to Alger. Chapter 276, 277, Mr. A is already dead. Mr. Temperance, could you give me a copy of the list too? I'd also like to take a look. Justice, Audrey couldn't help asking. Of course. Silas materialized the list again. He simply made one for everyone, sending it to all present except the fool. The list not only had the corresponding sequences and potion names, but also descriptions of their abilities. Actually, all this intelligence together could probably sell for £100 or £200, but compared to his big sale, it wasn't worth mentioning. An arbiter who can issue prohibitive commands, a rose bishop with formidable flesh recovery abilities, the terrifying devil, a shadow ascetic who can manipulate shadows, and a psychiatrist from my own pathway. Justice, Audrey looked at the relevant descriptions on the list, her heart surging with excitement. If only I could possess all these abilities. For a moment, she even felt a bit envious of shepherds. Because shepherds could freely choose from various abilities, constructing the combination most suitable for themselves. However, the shepherd sequence was truly too dangerous. At most, she could only think about it. I have channels on my end and can try to help you sell some of the characteristics. The Hanged Man, Alger put down the list and said, however, I need to take a 10% commission. That's fine. Silas nodded, accepting his terms. Additionally, I have another proposal. I know a craftsman who can be hired to make the corresponding characteristics into Beyonder items. Alger continued. In that case, the item's utility value and price would both increase. Besides serving as main materials for potions, characteristics could also fuse with items to spontaneously manifest abilities. Of course, generally such items had rather severe negative effects. There was a pathway of Beyonders called Craftsman, the sequence Roselle belonged to. Craftsmen could use their abilities to process Beyonder characteristics, making them into Beyonder items with better effects and smaller side effects. Hearing he could make more money, Silas was naturally willing. In that case, how do you plan to split it? Silas asked. He had already figured out that this, the Hanged Man, was quite shrewd, and everything he did had a purpose. He definitely wouldn't be helping him earn more money purely out of kindness. Aside from the fee paid to the craftsman, my commission percentage would increase to 1/8. Alger met his gaze, working hard to maintain his calm as he spoke. Actually, facing a sequence 5, he was somewhat nervous, worried that the commission percentage he proposed was too high and would draw the other party's dissatisfaction. After all, this was a shepherd who had just killed all the Aurora Order members at a base. Those Beyonder characteristics might still have blood on them. But Alger had to do this. Because he needed money. To advance to Wind Blessed, he needed over £3,000, which wasn't an amount a pirate captain who was also a storm church deacon could easily save up. To become stronger, he had to think of every way to get money. So Alger tensed his nerves, paying attention to that shepherd, Temperance's reaction. In his high state of tension, he saw the other party nod slightly and say, acceptable. Only then did he relax a bit. Moreover, I think both methods can proceed simultaneously. Lower value characteristics can be sold directly, while higher value characteristics, with their greater markup after processing, are suitable for making into Beyonder items. Silas added. He was even thinking that perhaps he could keep a few Beyonder items with good effects. Please wait a moment, Mr. Temperance and Mr. the Hanged Man. At this time, Justice, Audrey suddenly said, I think perhaps I could pre-order a few Beyonder items made from these characteristics. She had just been envying the abilities these characteristics brought, and in the blink of an eye, these abilities might actually become available to her. How could she not rush to speak up and buy them? Although she didn't have enough cash and still owed Mr. Fool's blessed £2,000, she could directly ask her parents, treating it as buying some good things for them. I want them too. Beside her, Magician first showed poor and envious eyes. I'm also somewhat interested. At the other end of the long table, the gloomy World also chimed in. Then how about this, the Beyonder items that are made will be brought here first, for everyone to choose from as a priority. If no one is interested, then I'll sell them to others. The hanged man, Alger said. His words won unanimous approval from everyone. After Silas finished selling his goods and no one else intended to continue trading, the gathering moved to the third part. Free exchange then. The fool at the head said flatly. Recently in Backlund, some things have happened. Justice, Audrey took the initiative to speak. The local Aurora Order's divine envoy, Mr. A, issued a bounty seeking Mr. Fool and his believers. That is indeed the case. Magician, Furs also added a comment. The Aurora Order had a conflict with Mr. Fool's blessed. Alger had some guesses in his mind but didn't dare directly ask the fool at the head of the table. Mr. Fool hasn't even mentioned it to us. He seems to not care about it at all. There's no need to worry about that matter anymore. Then he heard Silas say coldly, Mr. A is already dead. Alger froze for a moment, then looked at him. You said before you cleared out an Aurora Order base. That was the Aurora Order in Backlund. Silas answered. Then Mr. A, I killed him. But I heard Mr. A was very strong. Furs couldn't help asking. He was just a shepherd like me. He had the true Creator's revelations, I had Mr. Fool's blessing. Besides, since he's already been killed, what's there to explain? Silas's tone grew increasingly cold. Madness and pain flashed through the depths of his eyes, as if he was recalling that dark afternoon. That black snowfall, and the figure that completely disappeared from that day on. Cecilia had died for him, and his heart was forever left with an empty space because of it. Like a bottle with a broken bottom, it could never be filled again. His emotions seemed to transmit through the thick gray fog to the others present, making them stop asking questions. I don't have much to say on my end. Furs, the stay-at-home couch potato, had no news to share. The topic quickly turned to the gentleman's side. Elder Lovia, she's been released. The son said with worry. He recounted what had happened last week, how that Shepherd Pathway Elder Lovia had exchanged a Sequence 4 formula for the Council of Six forgiveness and successfully left the Round Tower. So the forsaken land of the gods is like that. During their conversation, Silas roughly understood the situation in the forsaken land of the gods and what, the son, had previously experienced. He formed a deep impression of that world forever shrouded in darkness and lightning. Don't question it. Your chief's approach is correct. The hanged man, Alger said. In a situation where things are unclear, allowing both forces to exist and maintain balance is the most appropriate method. But the true creator is an evil god. The son, Derek couldn't help saying. What a coincidence. Lovia's side views us the same way. Silas thought to himself. Chapter 277, 278, The Beginning of Acting. However, this way, you're actually safer. The hanged man, Alger looked at the son, and said in a deep voice, to your chief, you and Lovia now represent two different forces. Both are dangerous, and both might bring new hope to the City of Silver. I'm guessing that from now on, he'll try his best to ensure your safety. Even if you show some abnormalities, he'll ignore them. I see. The son breathed a sigh of relief, but soon felt somewhat helpless. He wanted to work hard to save the City of Silver, but his sincerity couldn't receive pure recognition. After all, the chief had to make the most reasonable decisions. After this, the hanged man shared some news from the sea, and everyone taught the son some Hermes. Seeing that the time was about right, the fool at the head spoke, let's end it here for today. By your will. Everyone immediately stood and bowed. By your will. Silas, the new member, was a second slow, standing up only after seeing the others' movements. The next second, crimson light surged from the void, enveloping each member present and sending them back to reality. Only Klein remained above the gray fog, along with the world puppet across from him. He stared for a long time at the strange pattern behind the high-backed chair where Silas had been, falling into silence. East Borough, number 9 St. Martin Street, Silas's current residence. Silas, who had been sitting still in wait, suddenly felt his body tremble slightly. Crimson light seemed to surge before his eyes. Immediately after, he seemed to see another illusory version of himself appearing in the light. The gathering ended. Buzz. Before he could react, that illusory figure suddenly shattered, transforming into pure streams of consciousness that flooded into his brain, displaying scene after scene and dialogue in his mind. These are the experiences the virtual personality had above the gray fog. The 5 members' code names and characteristics, the lead on the Black Knight formula, the forsaken land of the gods, the City of Silver, there's a way to sell the Beyonder characteristics. Silas absorbed the memories, feeling as if he had personally gone to the gray fog and experienced it all himself. The decisions made by the virtual personality and its words and actions above the gray fog were completely consistent with his own. If his true self had gone up, he would have basically done the same things. However, why did this personality suddenly collapse the instant it returned to reality? What's going on? Silas instinctively looked toward the illusory figure beside him, discovering that red-haired, golden-eyed woman was playing with the cat, waving her transparent finger in front of the little black cat. Meow. The little black cat had been well fed for several days, and its messy fur had become much smoother. It raised its tiny tail, crouching on the ground solemnly, its head turning constantly following the finger. What is it? Em sensed his gaze and turned her head to ask. Squeak. The little black cat seized the opportunity. Its hind legs kicked hard against the floor, its claws scraping out sounds as it pounced toward Em's right hand. Meow. It naturally pounced at nothing, then raised its head in confusion. Why did my virtual personality collapse? Silas asked. Because it lacks a body to anchor to. After its spirituality was consumed above the gray fog, it naturally couldn't maintain itself upon returning to reality. Em answered matter-of-factly. I designed it this way originally to prevent conflicts between personalities that would make you even more insane. So that's how it is. That saves a lot of trouble. Silas nodded. After confirming Silas was fine, Em turned her head again to play with the cat. She used observer pathway abilities to imprint her projection in the cat's mind, which allowed the image that originally existed only in Silas's hallucinations to become visible to the cat as well. Seeing how absorbed she was in playing with the cat, Silas didn't bother her. Instead, he lowered his head to reflect on what had just happened above the gray fog. First, Mr. Fool was truly unfathomable, actually able to pull people from the forsaken land of the gods onto the gray fog and establish contact. Silas guessed that all the members in this gathering he hosted might have some special qualities worthy of a deity's attention. He was even willing to provide help to Tarot Club members, with the compensation being merely some of Roselle's diary entries. Speaking of which, Mr. Fool once sent down 3 angels to help me dispel the true creator's will. Shouldn't I give him compensation? Silas suddenly thought. Definitely should. Although the other party hadn't actively mentioned it, one's attitude toward a deity must be respectful. Not knowing compensation was needed before was one thing, but now that he knew, if he still played dumb, that would be an attitude problem. Anyway, I have that stack of Roselle diary entries Klein gave me, filled with very valuable information. I can just take a portion from there and hand it over to Mr. Fool. He muttered to himself. As for the Black Knight potion formula, that was even more troublesome. That Lovia clearly wouldn't help the son, who was opposed to her. To obtain the formula, he might need to expend considerable effort. However, I haven't even started digesting my shepherd potion yet, so this matter isn't urgent. I can slowly find a way during this time. Thinking about these things, Silas stood up from the sofa. He was going to begin acting as a shepherd. Eastborough, Ramen Gang headquarters, in gang leader Charles's office. How many members does your gang have in total? Silas asked. Nominally 600, but those who truly listen to me completely number only about 100. Charles answered honestly. He felt vaguely strange in his heart, not knowing why he had revealed all the gang's secrets without any concealment. But when facing Silas's vertical pupils flashing with golden light, this doubt was quickly cast aside. How much territory and population do you control? Silas continued asking. Our ramen gang mainly controls 3 docks and 6 or 7 blocks. Dock workers, bar owners, thieves, streetwalkers, they all have to pay the ramen gang to do business in our territory. Charles answered proudly. We haven't counted the permanent residents, but there must be several thousand, right? Collecting protection money, very classic. Silas glanced at Charles flatly without making judgment. Have you found the person I wanted? He asked again. Found him. Hey, you there, bring him up. Following Charles's shout, a man wearing ragged worker's clothes was roughly pushed into the office. His face and hands were stained with dirt, his body hunched, looking utterly miserable. This is the guy. He used to work at a ranch in East Chester County. Charles said. Sirs. The man spoke miserably to them, removing his hat in salute and revealing graying hair. Don't call me, never mind. What's your name? Silas sized up this old man and asked. My name is Nick, sir. Nick, did you used to work as a shepherd? Huh. Silas's question made the old man named Nick raise his head in confusion. Chapter 278, 279, The Key to Acting as a Shepherd. Sir, I did indeed work as a shepherd before, at a ranch in East Chester County. The old man Nick answered humbly. When mentioning the past, he didn't look happy at all. How large was the flock you shepherded? More than 50. When shepherding, what did you mainly do? Nick didn't dare answer any more. He just looked at Silas with confusion and fear. He didn't know what this gentleman in fine clothes wanted, asking a lowly person like him about his daily work. He worried that if he said the wrong thing, he would make the other party unhappy. Answer. Are your ears broken? Charles beside him said with displeasure. His words successfully made the other party even more frightened. Silas looked at him calmly. He immediately shut his mouth and left the office with his head lowered. All right, don't worry. I mean you no harm. I'm just curious about the livestock industry. Silas said to Nick, using a bit of the observer pathways, psychological suggestion, in his voice. This quickly calmed the other party down. The potion's name was the key to digestion, so he simply found someone with shepherding experience and asked about his insights. After being soothed, the much more relaxed Nick, under Silas's prompting, began to describe his specific work as requested, letting the flock out in the morning, guiding the flock to places with fresh pasture, following and protecting them along the way. Until dusk, he had to bring the flock back before dark and watch over them. This cycle repeated day after day. Additionally, he had to pay attention to grass growth conditions, climate and seasons, beast attacks, and so on. As Silas listened, he extracted key information from it. Having a flock, feeding, protecting, guiding. He was thoughtful. If he applied these to acting, he should first establish a flock with sufficient numbers, that is, believers, then through continuous shepherding, gradually expand this flock. Thank you for your help. Silas said to Nick, feeling somewhat inspired. As thanks, he pulled out a 2 soli note and handed it to him. Thank you, kind sir. Nick accepted the note with profuse thanks, his expression excited. By the way. Before he left, Silas asked with slight curiosity, since you were working as a shepherd before, why did you leave Eastchester County and come to Backlund to make a living? With the Industrial Revolution led by Roselle, various industries had developed rapidly, including the textile industry that needed wool. By rights, his work should have improved accordingly. Why would he come to Backlund? Hearing this, Nick hesitated, then said with a bitter smile, I was originally managing a ranch for a viscount. A few years ago, there were more textile factories in Backlund. The Viscount wanted to take advantage and make a fortune, insisting on expanding the flock size. As a result, the pasture was overgrazed and became barren. The Viscount naturally wouldn't think he was at fault. He believed it was all because I, a lowly servant, didn't take good care of the flock that caused the problem. So the Lord had his men beat me up and drove me out of the ranch. I used my savings to heal my injuries, wandered all the way to Backlund, and have been barely scraping by ever since. After he finished speaking, he bowed to the silent Silas, then put the note in his pocket. Through his clothes, he clutched the pocket tightly with his hand and left with his head down. Northborough, St. Samuel's Cathedral. A group of people wearing black trench coats and red gloves slowly walked into the underground area. The man in the lead looked to be in his 40s, with soft facial features and slightly long hair at his temples. He wore a distinctive hat on his head, and his black cane was inlaid with gold. He looked somewhat ostentatious, which didn't match his steady appearance. Finally back. Behind the man, Leonard in the crowd let out a long sigh of relief. His words resonated with quite a few team members. This was a Red Gloves squad specializing in handling dangerous affairs, just returned from arduous fieldwork. All right, mission complete. Everyone is dismissed to rest. The leading man said with a smile to his team members. Yes, Captain Soest. The Red Gloves saluted. They left in 2s and 3s, some to rest, others to go out for entertainment. Leonard declined his teammate's invitation, making an excuse that he was very tired, then walked alone toward the restroom. His hand seemed casually inserted in his pocket as he walked forward in a leisurely manner. Actually, inside his pocket, his hand was clutching a peculiar badge. Old man, are you really going there? He lowered his voice, as if talking to himself. That place is related to your enemy. Be careful he doesn't follow the trail to find us. Immediately after, Leonard tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something, but didn't seem very convinced, curling his lip. TCH, don't run off yourself and leave me to get caught. He said in a low voice, turning a corner. He unexpectedly saw a familiar and beautiful figure across the corridor. It was a young woman in a purple robe, wearing mysterious makeup. Ms. Daly. Leonard said with surprise and astonishment, immediately stuffing the badge deeper into his pocket. Why are you in Backlund? Long time no see, Leonard. Daly smiled at him. I just went to see old Neil. I heard your squad just completed a mission and returned, so I came to see you. How are you doing? I'm all right, I guess. Hearing her ask this, Leonard couldn't help but smile bitterly, then said, Red Gloves is even harder and more dangerous than I imagined. But even so, he had no plans to leave. Because what he needed to do wasn't finished yet. Is that so? Daly's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she smiled. It's okay. I'll be joining you soon and might be able to share some of the burden. Leonard froze. She's joining the Red Gloves too. Ms. Daly, aren't you a captain at Port and Matt? If you come to Backlund, what about there? He asked urgently. It's been several months already. The situation at Port Enmat has basically stabilized. Daly answered, her voice slightly low. I've applied to the Holy Cathedral. They'll send an experienced Nighthawk captain to replace me. It was clear her attitude was very determined. She had already arranged various matters and was just waiting for approval. But. Leonard's head was somewhat muddled. He opened his mouth. This is too dangerous. If the captain were still here, he definitely wouldn't want Miss Daly to make such a choice either. But Daly just looked at him calmly. Leonard, just like you, I also have reasons to stay here. Leonard was at a loss for words. He knew what she was referring to. Let's not talk about that. Leonard, do you know? Recently in Backlund, there's been a new incident. Seeing this, Daly smiled and changed the topic. Apparently, it involves a mysterious existence called the Fool. Chapter 279, 280, Preaching. Sray for the late posts. East Borough, a certain street. Excuse me, sir, may I have a moment of your time? I'd like to introduce you to my most devout faith, the ultimate salvation, the Creator who made all things. What? You talking to me? Old Kohler turned around in surprise, looking at the person who had initiated conversation with him. Yes, sir. Behind him stood a middle-aged man. Hearing Old Kohler's question, he smiled and replied, interested in learning more. Perhaps faith in divinity could free you from life's suffering. Actually, I'm doing pretty well right now. Old Kohler thought to himself. He had to thank Detective Moriarty for everything. That generous and compassionate gentleman had hired him as an informant, giving him a stable source of income. In return, he needed to find valuable information for the detective. It was precisely for this reason that Old Kohler was wandering the streets of East Borough in broad daylight on a workday. That middle-aged man probably mistook him for someone who hadn't found work and was feeling dejected, making him suitable for missionary work. Right, valuable intelligence. He suddenly became alert. The deity you're referring to, it's not one of the 7 gods. Of course not. It's that great existence at the source, the Creator who made all things. The middle-aged man answered. As I thought. Old Kohler had recently heard rumors that someone was spreading doctrine in East Borough, and the target of worship directly pointed to that being in mythology who created everything and transformed into all things. I wonder if Detective Moriarty would be interested. He hesitated, then asked, what do you want to tell me? It's like this. The people on this land each worship one of the 7 gods. Actually, this is wrong, incomplete. Seeing the other party interested, the man couldn't help but show a smile on his face. Old Kohler was startled, feeling something was off. The middle-aged man smiled too happily. This kind of smile was completely out of place in East Borough. But before he could think more carefully, the other party's subsequent words followed closely. So why not directly worship the Creator who made everything, including the 7 gods? He hasn't disappeared but has divided into us, hidden in the deepest part of each person's body. As long as we pray to the great Creator, he will grant us salvation. Not only will we enter his divine kingdom after death, but life before death will also become better. We'll get less arduous work, and every day we can eat cream and meat. The men used easy-to-understand language to show Old Kohler a beautiful prospect. Could such good things really happen? Old Kohler didn't dare believe it, but to gather intelligence, he just nodded perfunctorily, cooperating with the other party. All right, I've covered some basic things. I won't waste any more of your time. The man reluctantly stopped his preaching, then smiled at Old Kohler. We'll be holding missionary activities at number 2 Lewis Street tonight and will provide a free dinner for participants. If you're interested, feel free to come by. With that, he nodded in courtesy and left directly. Old Kohler saw the middle-aged man walk forward a few steps, then stop another pedestrian and continue preaching. That passerby refused without courtesy, but he wasn't discouraged and actively looked for the next missionary target. His face was always filled with a happy smile. Perhaps to help Detective Moriarty obtain intelligence, or perhaps lured by the free dinner, that evening Old Kohler really did go to number 2 Lewis Street. If anything feels wrong, run immediately. He reminded himself, walking into this unremarkable house along with several others in 2s and 3s. Good evening. Inside the house was a spacious area. Several hooded figures stood on a rather high platform. The leading black-robed figure welcomed the visitors with a gentle voice. Several candles emitted dim yellow light, faintly illuminating the people in front. Their faces emerged from the darkness. Those faces were dirty and gaunt, showing exhaustion, numbness, and confusion. Like a flock of lost lambs. The black-robed figure slowly turned his head. Though his face couldn't be seen clearly, one could feel his gaze sweeping over the people below the stage one by one. The Lord has sent us to save you, he said, his voice vibrating the air. Those of you who have heard the Lord's teachings are blessed, are without sin. So many people came. Old Kohler thought to himself. He didn't listen to the preaching above but secretly observed the room. Following the investigation techniques Detective Moriarty taught him, observing the details inside the room. After all, he wasn't here to listen to sermons but to gather information as an informant. The lighting is so dim, and I don't see any cooking pots or places to store food. This doesn't look like there are any separate rooms either. Old Kohler was slightly confused. They said they'd provide food for participants, yet nothing was prepared. Even if the preaching was very successful, wouldn't this cause dissatisfaction? Thinking this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Why has it become so quiet? There were clearly so many people in the room. Until just now, there was the buzz of conversation, but now only the words of the person on stage could be heard. What's going on? Old Kohler looked at the person beside him, discovering they were staring at the stage with rapt attention, their eyes showing fanaticism. He remembered that before coming in, this person still had a worried and miserable expression, but now, their face was occupied by a joyful smile, their body trembling constantly. Not just them. The people below the stage were basically all dominated by similar emotions, all their attention attracted by the black-robed figure's words and actions. Old Kohler, remaining clear-eyed in the middle of the crowd, had become the anomaly instead. Low murmurs gradually arose, as if echoing in the shadows within each person's body. Something's wrong. Old Kohler was frightened and instinctively covered his ears. He guessed that perhaps these people had become strange because of that preaching, since only he hadn't seriously listened to what was being said above. He really wanted to run, but at this moment, fanatical people blocked him in front and behind. He didn't dare make too drastic movements that would lead to his discovery. He could only cover his ears first, barely holding on, then try to slowly retreat. But that strange murmuring grew louder, easily penetrating Old Kohler's hands, covering his ears and echoing in his mind. Old Kohler felt his head gradually becoming confused, as if his will was slowly melting. Taking its place was a strong faith toward some great existence. As if his will was the standard for everything. Under his gaze, he would obtain eternal happiness and peace of mind. The Lord's will shall be done on earth, until it echoes in the flesh and blood of every person. Sensing the emotional resonance from the people below, the black-robed man's voice grew more excited. He will eventually return. He won't return. At this moment, a calm voice suddenly interrupted his prayer. Chapter 281, Establishing the Flock. Silas emerged from the shadows, looking at the several Aurora Order members on the stage. Endless, like cockroaches. Although the high-level Beyonders of the Aurora Order's Beckland headquarters had been completely wiped out, dealing with the countless followers beneath them was even more troublesome. They weren't necessarily Beyonders, but their faith in the true Creator was equally fanatical. The first step of revenge was to uproot the Aurora Order's forces in Beckland from top to bottom, leaving no one behind. Blasphemy. The black-robed man wasn't frightened by Silas's sudden appearance. On the contrary, his anger stemmed from the disrespect in Silas's words. The Lord will return. Not happening. I've made sure of that. Silas said coolly, waving his hand. The shadow beneath the men moved accordingly, as if it had gained a life of its own, rapidly climbing up his body. He'll meet the same fate as you worthless trash, which is to say, killed by me. Whoosh. The shadow covered his body, thick and heavy. His struggles seemed insignificant, merely limbs protruding and flailing against the outside of the bag. The other believers on stage suffered the same treatment, until flesh and shadow completely merged, dissolving into pools of pitch-black liquid on the stage. What the hell is this? In the crowd below, Old Kohler was dumbfounded, his legs shaking uncontrollably. First, so many people were inexplicably entranced, then the terrifying black-robed man was easily killed by this strange guy in a red robe before he could even finish a sentence. This is too bizarre. Where have I ended up? Is this still Beckland? At that moment, he noticed that after the red-robed man had finished cleaning up the stage, he turned his gaze below. His heart immediately jumped. So many people. Silas thought to himself, making eye contact with the crowd below. These people had originally been immersed in fanaticism, but were awakened by his sudden appearance and killing, appearing anxious and uneasy. Good, none have completely fallen and twisted, only slightly affected. He swept through the crowd with his extremely high spirituality, confirming there were no dangerous elements left behind. Everyone look at me. Silas shouted loudly, his voice carrying undeniable authority. Everyone, including Old Kohler, involuntarily obeyed the command, raising their heads to meet a pair of eyes glowing with golden light. Forget what happened tonight. Never recall it again. Silas used his spectator pathway abilities, hypnotizing everyone present and modifying their memories. The expressions on people's faces quickly became blank. The ability had taken effect. Silas thought for another moment. Among you, is there anyone who's hit rock bottom with no way to survive? Raise your right hand so I can see. He asked. Behind the crowd, some people raised their hands, probably accounting for about 1/6 of the group, around a dozen people. Good. These people stay. Everyone else can go. Silas said. The crowd quietly obeyed. Long after Old Kohler and the others left the room, they suddenly regained clarity, but couldn't recall what had just happened. As for those who remained in the room, they also felt as if waking from a dream, having lost many memories. Inside the room, the dozen or so people looked at each other. All right, don't be afraid. Your lives are already miserable anyway, with no way left to survive. Silas looked at those who remained. Rather than comforting them, he spoke concisely. I'm giving you a chance. Come with me, and I can give you a way to live, with food and shelter. Of course, if you're unwilling, you can leave. I won't force you. The crowd stirred slightly. Esteemed sir, may I ask what you want us to do? An older-looking man among them mustered the courage to ask. In return, you must accept my Lord's gospel and become his believers. Silas said. To play the role of a shepherd, he was preparing to build his own flock, gathering some believers. Unlike the Aurora Order, he wasn't pulling people in indiscriminately without purpose, nor did he plan to use them as cannon fodder. Once the role-playing was complete, he would let them leave, at most giving them some compensation. As he expected, these people with no way out quickly accepted his conditions and followed him away from there, heading to the Riemann gang's headquarters. Another batch of people. Arrange their food and lodging. He said to Charles, who immediately showed a bitter face but couldn't bring himself to refuse. Similar situations had occurred several times already. Silas would bring people over, then demand that Charles provide food and lodging. He had no psychological burden doing this, because Charles's money and territory were also seized from others. Mr. Anderson, if more people come, I really won't be able to arrange things. Charles complained. Don't you have connections with several apartment building owners? Have them lower their prices. Silas said casually. That won't work anymore. That street isn't under our control currently. Charles said helplessly. The Zimong gang has come back. They have a new boss, and they've been fiercely competing with us for territory recently. I see. Silas glanced at him. He naturally heard the implication in the other's words. This was a request for him to act, to clear out the Zimong gang. Honestly, the reason was indeed sufficient. Without that street's territory, his flock would truly have nowhere to settle. All right then, let me see what's going on. Silas said. He seemed to recall that the Zimong gang had backing from other forces. Now that they'd suddenly grown strong, could it mean that force was active again? Beckland, Queen's District. We're very dissatisfied with your friend's breach of contract. Audrey, psychology instructor, Island, also a representative of the psychology alchemists, said this to her. I'm very sorry. Audrey could only apologize. That person encountered some urgent matter that day and really couldn't make it to the appointed location on time. Originally, as an intermediary, she had scheduled an expert from the psychology alchemists to treat Silas for his mental issues. However, Silas was attacked by Mr. A on the way there. By the time the battle ended, everything was already too late, and he was in no mood for treatment. Of course, he didn't tell Audrey these details, only saying he encountered some circumstances that prevented him from making it. As compensation, they didn't need to return the advance payment. Mr. Anderson had urgent business that day, then joined the Tarot Club within a week. Did something happen on that day? Audrey wondered with some speculation. At the end of the day, she was quite welcoming of Silas joining the Tarot Club. Because, after all, he was a Sequence 5, and one of the strongest batch of Sequence 5s, a shepherd. Having such an unfathomable beyonder join their organization gave her a strong sense of security. Although Mr. Fool was more powerful, one couldn't trouble a deity with everything, right? Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 281, 282, Shaping a Deity. What Audrey didn't know was that at the very moment she was communicating with the psychology alchemists, above the grey fog, the fool she had mentioned was receiving a sacrifice from Temperance, Silas. Seated in his high-backed chair, Klein extended his spirituality, reaching out to touch the hazy door before him. Clang. The door suddenly burst open, revealing the real world within. Klein's gaze passed through the door. He saw a simple altar, and standing behind it was the officiant of the ceremony. Not Silas, but an unfamiliar man. The man's eyes flickered with golden light as he raised two spirituality-rich materials and a stack of pages with both hands. Not Silas. Oh right, he can't directly invoke my name. Klein pondered this. As his thoughts shifted, an invisible force passed through the door, bringing the offered items above the grey fog. 1 Sequence 7 Psychiatrist characteristic, 1 Sequence 6 Arbiter characteristic. Silas still couldn't fully trust the hangman Alger, so he was giving him a small portion first to test things out, to see if it could be sold. This one's worth £1,500, this one £3,000. Klein felt like the two characteristics were practically radiating the glow of gold coins. He then looked at the stack of pages, only to discover they were Roselle's diary entries, and the handwriting looked somewhat familiar, like his own. Wait, isn't this the diary I gave him? Round and round it goes, and it's back again. Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Respected, the fool, please transfer the two characteristics to the hanged man. As for these 10 pages of Roselle's diary, they are my thanks for your assistance in saving me back then. Behind the men stood Silas. As Silas's mouth opened and closed, the men spoke in tandem. Additionally, to digest my potion, I will be engaging in missionary role-playing. May I ask, do you need me to spread your glory among the believers? Since he was going to preach, he naturally needed a deity to have faith in. Silas didn't plan to pray to the 7 gods, and besides, his current self was somewhat connected to the fool. So he thought perhaps he could use the fool for his role-playing. Help me preach. Klein froze for a moment, then couldn't help but picture this scene, his acquaintance and colleague, earnestly introducing the great fool to everyone, guiding them to praise the fool. Hiss. His scalp tingled involuntarily, and a mixture of embarrassment and shame welled up in his heart. Better not. Besides, the Aurora Order people are still looking for me. It would be too easy to expose myself. With this thought, Klein maintained his profound persona, smiled faintly, and said, "That won't be necessary. Now is not the time." With that, he didn't give Silas a chance to ask again and immediately closed the sacrificial door. The 3 items Silas had sacrificed lay on the long table. Klein first tossed the diary he had written himself into the pile of miscellaneous items behind him, covering it with grey fog. Then he picked up the 2 Beyonder characteristics and immediately communicated with the star corresponding to the hanged man Alger. Temperance has completed the transaction. Prepare to receive the items. This entire series of actions was swift and rapid, almost as if trying to cast certain embarrassing matters behind him. I need to finish these things quickly. Detective Isengard Stanton invited me to his home to discuss the case, and I can't be late. As if making excuses, Klein said to himself inwardly. The fool actually refused. After ending the sacrificial ceremony, Silas frowned and murmured in a low voice. He had originally thought that preaching in the fool's name would allow him to oppose the true creator while also pleasing this deity. Unexpectedly, he had refused him, and the reason given was not the right time. What opportunity is the fool waiting for? Will some tremendous change occur in the future world? Silas pondered, but quickly gave up on this question as it was far too high level. After all, he had more pressing matters to consider right now. Can't spread the 7 gods' faith, making them believe in evil gods would be purely harmful, and the most suitable option, the fool, won't accept. Silas contemplated. Use a neutral mysterious existence as a front. That won't work either. They're only neutral, not harmless. If I provoke them, there'll be trouble. After thinking it over from every angle, he simply decided to forge a false deity. In the world he had transmigrated from, deities were all shaped by people themselves. Now, he was prepared to learn from that old tradition. The advantage of this was that he could fabricate holy words at will without worrying about violating a deity's will. The deity's name. I'll just call it the Lord. No need to deliberately invent a name. This way, I can even compete with the true creator for the title, annoying him even a little bit. Thinking this way, Silas gradually made up his mind. He waved his hand, and the golden light in the gang member officiating the sacrificial ceremony immediately dimmed, and he regained consciousness. What was I just doing? He saw the altar before him and felt the mental fatigue from spiritual consumption, speaking in confusion. Clean things up, then forget everything that just happened. Silas told him, and he immediately cast aside his earlier doubts and began diligently tidying up the altar. The ability to manipulate hearts really is too convenient to the point of being somewhat terrifying. He thought with some emotion, walking out the warehouse door. At this moment, a group of people stood outside, numbering around 100. Most were middle-aged and elderly men, with a few children and women mixed in. They all appeared ragged, frail, and weary. Several Reman gang thugs maintained order on the periphery, keeping them compliant while also making them extremely nervous. These were the flock Silas had just recently created, not only insufficient in number but also poor in quality. Anyway, I'll start with a prototype, then slowly adjust based on the feedback from role-playing. He thought to himself, his gaze lingering for a moment on this group of uneasy, cowering people. I have received the Lord's decree. Silas said to them, his voice not loud, yet echoing in everyone's ears. The Lord has seen the suffering of lost lambs and has sent me to save you. The crowd didn't have much reaction. For those struggling on the survival line, faith was no longer something particularly important. Seeing this, Silas couldn't help but smile inwardly. Of course, the Lord is gentle and magnanimous. He doesn't mind if the lambs survive first, then listen to his teachings. As he spoke, he nodded slightly to the gang members, and several people carried out 2 large barrels from the warehouse behind them. These 2 barrels steamed in the cold outdoors, emitting an enticing aroma. Inside was hot turnip and potato stew, with a few scattered meat pieces, freshly made. Others brought over several baskets of black bread. This bread was coarse and hard, its only purpose being to fill stomachs. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to the food, their throats bobbing, eyes glazed. If not for the fierce-looking men standing nearby, they might have rushed forward. Form a line and come receive it. After you've eaten your fill, we'll discuss the Lord's glory. Silas smiled. Under the gang members' direction, the crowd obediently formed a line, like docile lambs. Watching this scene, Silas immediately felt that the shepherd potion within him showed signs of loosening. Chapter 283, Klein faces crisis. The potato stew was soft, mushy, and piping hot. Each person received only 1 bowl, along with a loaf and a half of black bread. It wasn't that Silas lacked the money, the main reason was that these people had starved for too long. Letting them eat too much too suddenly could kill them. Fortunately, there was plenty of hot water, so at least they wouldn't choke on the bread. Even so, Silas saw several people straining their necks, desperately swallowing the bread, then immediately running forward to beg for more food, only to be cursed at and sent back by gang members who had received orders. A few minutes later, even the slowest eaters had finished their portions. Now, facing Silas, they appeared less guarded and showed more gratitude in their expressions. What Silas didn't know was that he'd actually given them quite a lot. For these wanderers, there were only 2 places where they could receive relief. One was the government-run poorhouse, which required waiting in line for a spot. Once inside, they had to perform heavy labor, smashing stones, picking useful fibers from hemp rope, and so on. After working so hard all day, all they received was a bowl of watery vegetable soup and a few slices of bread, nowhere near enough to compensate for the physical labor expended. Experienced wanderers all knew that going to such places was basically a slow death. The other place came from the churches. While the churches wouldn't force people to work, due to organizational limitations, they didn't provide much relief, nor was it available every day. Not only that, but receiving relief came with faith-based restrictions. For non-believers of their church, you either converted or went to the back of the line. Worth mentioning was that among the 3 major churches, the Evernight Goddess Church conducted relief most frequently, while the Steam Church focused on teaching wanderers skills. As for the Storm Church, they didn't provide relief to males, because according to their doctrine, men who couldn't support their families were considered useless trash. Among you, can anyone read? Silas asked the crowd. People looked at him with bewildered expressions. Only a few raised their hands, including an elderly woman. Almost forgot, even in Beckland, those who can read are the minority. Silas thought to himself, then asked, anyone with a trade? Anyone who's worked as a laborer? This time more hands went up, scattered throughout, about 30 or so people. Silas noticed that those raising their hands were mostly middle-aged and older men, and several had missing fingers. All right, then next. After that, he continued questioning them, getting a general understanding of these people's situations. The workers had become wanderers basically due to old age and disability. Factories were unwilling to hire deadweight. Those few who could read were all bankrupt middle-class folks, and the handful of children were basically orphans, surviving by stealing and begging. Good, that's all for now. Go rest. He said to everyone. Return to the lodgings we've arranged for you. The crowd stirred again. Respected sir, missionary sir. A seemingly clever man boldly asked, aren't you going to spread the gospel of the divine to us? His words were thick with a rural accent and his vocabulary was crude, but his general meaning was clear. You brought us here, gave us a meal, and now we can just go rest. You don't need us to listen to endless sermons or labor all day. The treatment Silas was offering was so good it left them at a loss. Your bodies are too weak right now. Silas said flatly. Even if I spread the gospel to you, the effect would be poor. Better to let you recuperate first. That way you can better bask in the Lord's radiance. Hearing him say this, the crowd's expressions and reactions varied, but eventually they all left under the direction of the Riemann gang members, returning to the temporary lodgings prepared for them. Silas looked to the side. Mr. Anderson. The gang leader Charles, noticing his gaze, immediately walked over and said respectfully. In the depths of his eyes, a golden glow flashed briefly. Not just him, most of the useful people in the gang had already been hypnotized or influenced by Silas, and basically wouldn't go against his will. Otherwise, tedious work like coordinating crowd movements wouldn't be something they'd willingly do. What's the deal with the Zemong gang you mentioned earlier? Silas asked. It's like this, those barbaric Highlanders got a new boss and added some muscle. Recently they've started competing with us for territory. Hearing him ask about this, Charles immediately perked up. We were caught off guard and lost 2 streets, and several of our brothers got hurt. The Zemong gang, that's the gang that used to have backing from the Intis ambassador, right? Silas thought pensively. Previously, when the Intis ambassador was assassinated by Mr. A and their boss also went missing, the gang had fallen into chaos and been taken advantage of by other gangs who seized a lot of their territory. The manuscript Silas had sold to the Queen was also grabbed during that time. Now, with the Zemong gang making a comeback, it meant Intis forces had regained control of them. Certain people were trying to take control of the current situation. Are you still fighting them now? We fought for a few days. After we withdrew from the territory we'd previously seized, they didn't chase us further. Charles said. Taking back the territory they previously owned, then not blindly expanding, quite rational. Silas thought. However, who told them to interfere with my role-playing? Especially after the recent digestion feedback, which let him know his current decision to build a flock was correct. Therefore, those obstructing him seemed to become even more unforgivable. Do you know where their headquarters is? Do you have any photos or portraits of their leader or anything like that? Silas decided to handle this matter. With his current strength, even if the Intis ambassador's side had sequence 5 powerhouses, he could at least give it a shot. Maybe he could even get more suitable Beyonder souls to herd in the process. Right away, I'll go now. Charles was overjoyed. He naturally didn't know what Silas was planning, but since this powerful Beyonder was willing to get involved, it was definitely good for their gang. A bit later, Hillston District, in a somewhat aged house. This was the home of the famous Detective Isengard Stanton. However, at this moment, the house was completely empty, with no sign of the great detective. If someone were to look into the living room right now, they would discover an extremely bloody scene. A young man, dismembered, lay by the door, teacups scattered on the carpet, a tray stained with blood. On the floor of the living room, bloodstains were similarly everywhere, as if a great battle had taken place, but no bodies remained. The only person standing was Klein, who had been invited to visit Isengard Stanton. He was extremely tense and on guard, seemingly wary of a mysterious killer who could strike from anywhere. He was so vigilant, so completely focused, until the police burst through the door and he seemed to wake from a dream. Chapter 283, 284, Out of Control Divination. Backlund, Eastborough, in a house belonging to the Zemong party. Mr. Gabriel. A man dressed in workers' overalls spoke up. 3 days have passed. I think we can proceed with our operation. The man's appearance showed clear southern continent highland characteristics, dark skin and deep-set eyes. Though dressed like a worker, he exuded an undisguised aura of ferocity. He also seemed unfamiliar with the northern continent's language, his intis coming out stiff and wooden. No need to rush. Opposite him, the man who had been savoring his coffee immediately frowned and replied with casual dismissiveness. What a vulgar barbarian. Our beautiful, elegant language being used by him is practically a desecration. The man named Gabriel thought to himself. But His Excellency the Ambassador said. Stop. Just speak to me in Loanese. The Highlandman was interrupted by Gabriel. A flash of displeasure crossed his eyes, but he still switched to equally awkwardly accented Loanese. His Excellency the Ambassador said he's only giving us 1 month. We don't have much time. Sing, are you taking me for a fool? Gabriel raised his head and glanced at this greedy, cunning Highlander. What His Excellency said was for you to regain control of the Zemong party and become one of Backlund's underground forces. He didn't require you to occupy much territory. You're rushing to act now purely to expand your own power. Don't think I haven't noticed. Sing, I'm warning you. His Excellency can grant you potions and make you a Beyonder to control the Zemong party, but he can also kick you out at any time and take back the characteristics. Don't try to play games with us. It won't benefit you. As if struck by his words, Sing, the new boss of the Zemong party sitting across from him, settled down somewhat. How troublesome. Seeing this, Gabriel sighed inwardly, feeling quite emotional. Life was unpredictable. He should have been in the sun-drenched, passionate land of the sun having heart-to-heart talks with young ladies, not in cold, gloomy, fog-shrouded Backlund playing political games with a stinking man. The ambassador, it was all the fault of the new Intis ambassador to Lone, who had brought him to Backlund with a single transfer order. His main task now was to assist the savage, cunning Highlander in regaining control of the Zemong party, making this gang once again a lower-level organization for Intis intelligence services. In short, not a pleasant job. Mr. Gabriel, even if you won't allow us to take action, surely you can at least use your abilities to analyze the situation. After staying quiet for barely a moment, Singh spoke again. I believe our interests are aligned. If my power expands, His Excellency the Ambassador will recognize your achievements and give you a higher evaluation, won't he? This time, Gabriel hesitated slightly. The ambassador did mention that if I produce results, I can return home early. Fine. He ultimately agreed, taking out a pendulum from his coat pocket, a pure silver chain with a transparent blue gem hanging below. Seeing his action, Singh tactfully retrieved a pile of items from the safe, intelligence and materials on that gang, as well as some personal belongings. What do you want to know? Gabriel took the items and placed them on the table, simultaneously taking out paper and pen. As a Sequence 9 seer, he could divine through mystical connections to obtain unknown information. It was precisely with his assistance, along with the combat prowess of Singh who had also consumed the Sequence 9 Hunter potion, that the Zemong party had been able to rise again in such a short time and become a respectable underground force in the East Borough once more. Please divine the personnel arrangements of the Remand gang for me. Singh quickly said. Based on personnel distribution, corresponding attack plans could be formulated. He wasn't as reckless as the previous boss Morso, who only relied on brute force to push through, ultimately provoking someone unknown and disappearing without a trace. Personnel distribution. Gabriel wrote down the corresponding divination statement, silently recited it 7 times, then sank into a dream state, but awakened quickly and rapidly sketched on a blank sheet of paper. Singh watched from the side, his face showing a strange expression. So scattered. They look completely unprepared. Don't they think that after I reclaim my territory, I'll launch attacks? He had some understanding of the Remand gang's leader too. Like himself, the guy had brains and shouldn't fail to understand such basic logic, right? Something's not right. Singh said with slight unease in his heart. Mr. Gabriel, please continue divining to see what their leader Silas is doing. Gabriel divined as requested. Soon, he woke from the dream state, his expression somewhat puzzled. Meeting Singh's inquiring gaze, he said doubtfully, he seems to be doing charity. Through dream divination, Gabriel saw that Charles had been very busy recently, gathering homeless wanderers, providing them with food and shelter. His gang members were also helping out, making it seem like they weren't a gang at all, but some kind of charitable organization. Impossible. They were no different from other gangs before. There must be some deeper reason. Gabriel was getting worked up. As a seer, his divinations were generally very accurate, occasionally ambiguous, but this was the first time he'd encountered something so strange. Without waiting for Singh to say anything more, Gabriel hastily wrote down another divination statement. The reason for Charles's sudden change in temperament. After silently reciting the divination statement 7 times, his body leaned back, and using his spirituality's connection with the spirit world, he directly entered a dream state. The hazy dream slowly unfolded before him, like layers of mist-forming images. Through the images, he saw that beside Silas, at some unknown point, stood a silent shadow. That figure was blurry and indistinct. He could only see that the figure wore a crimson robe, its color bright and fresh, like freshly splattered blood. No, looking more carefully, on the red surface floated countless agonized faces of the dead. They were wailing, struggling. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the figure looked toward him, and golden light flashed. Oh! Gabriel let out a high-pitched, terrified scream. With a bang, his eyeballs exploded. Mr. Gabriel. Singh cried out in shock, but Gabriel could no longer answer. Clutching his blood-drenched face, he rolled on the ground, screaming. He saw me. Gabriel shouted in terror. He's coming. Help. I can't escape. Mr. Gabriel, what are you talking about? You've gone mad. Singh was startled and abruptly pulled away from him. Because Gabriel had suddenly drawn his revolver from his waist. This beyonder who could divine the future and usually appeared superior to others now had both eyes turned into bloody holes. So crazy, so painful. I don't want to know. I don't want to bear this. He said in terror and despair, pressing the gun barrel under his chin, then pulling the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 285, You've been making quite a ruckus lately. Bang. The deafening gunshot echoed through the room. The bullet easily drilled into Gabriel's jaw, penetrating his skull, not stopping until it had turned his soft brain into mush. This seer, who had just been reminiscing about the bright sunshine of his homeland, ended his life in such a brutal and swift manner. The body fell to the ground, leaving Singh, the Zemong gang's boss, standing there with shock written all over his face. His mind was confused, completely unable to understand what had happened. It had been just an ordinary divination, the same as the countless divinations performed before. But this time, Gabriel had suddenly gone mad without warning and even committed suicide with a handgun. How am I supposed to explain this to the ambassador? Singh instinctively gasped for air, the smell of blood and gunpowder in the room rushing into his nostrils. Stimulated by these strong odors, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Anyway, first deal with the body and the scene. Someone. He raised his voice and shouted, trying to call his subordinates in to help him work. But soon he hesitated again. Is it appropriate to let my subordinates know? The next second, Singh suddenly felt something was wrong. Where is everyone? Even without him shouting, someone should have come in by now. With such a loud gunshot, had all his subordinates gone deaf and couldn't hear? Unless they had already. Creak. The door outside slowly opened. Looking through the door toward the deeper part of the corridor, crimson liquid seemed to be slowly flowing on the floor there. In his fear, Singh saw his subordinates who had been standing outside pushing open the door with blank expressions, their eyes vaguely glowing with golden light. The other several people wore the same dazed expressions. The subordinates were clustered around a handsome man wearing a crimson robe. Danger. Singh's heart jumped violently. Almost instinctively, he wanted to turn and flee, crash through the window, and run into the street. To hell with the ambassador and the subordinates, staying alive is what matters most. However, some intense fear from the depths of his heart made his feet feel nailed to the ground, unable to move. He could only watch as the man walked in as if no one else was there, swept his gaze around, then settled it on Gabriel's corpse. What happened? The red-robed man, who was Silas, asked directly. He committed suicide. Singh's heart tightened as he answered honestly. Suicide. Silas tilted his head a bit strangely. Just moments ago, following intelligence provided by Charles's people, he had infiltrated the Zeemon gang's headquarters. Although he didn't know which room the leader was in, the shepherd's instinct let him sense there was a soul containing Beyonder characteristics here. But he had just approached and hadn't even entered yet when he heard gunshots from inside. Why would he commit suicide? I don't know either. Mr. Gabriel was just doing a divination, and then he. Singh didn't dare hide anything. He felt a terrifying aura from Silas, a kind of pressure that even that ambassador had never given him, and the latter was supposedly a powerful Beyonder. This guy is a seer? Silas casually picked up the white paper on the table. After seeing the divination text written in Hermes on it, he couldn't help but laugh. Did he divine me and get hit by the shock? Serves him right. Even I don't know how much madness I carry on me, the fool, the true creator, that illusory tidal wave. A seer rashly investigating would naturally be unable to bear it. After his spirit collapsed, ending himself was reasonable. He looked at the corpse with its bloody, mangled face. Points of light containing spirituality kept from it, eventually gathering into a small orb floating in midair. A sequence 9 seer characteristic, probably worth about 400 pounds. Silas reached out and picked up the small orb. You're the new boss of the Zeemon gang? He asked Singh, who was standing obediently to the side. The other also emanated the aura of a Beyonder, but not very strong, probably also sequence 9 level. Yes. The other immediately answered. He seemed to sense Silas's danger and acted especially cooperative, afraid Silas would casually end his life. My name is Singh, my lord. You've been making quite a ruckus with the Riemann gang lately. Silas said, looking at him. The Riemann gang. He came on behalf of Charles. A thunderous roar exploded in Singh's mind. He seemed to understand why Gabriel had suddenly gone mad. He was full of regret. If he'd known the Riemann gang had backing, he definitely wouldn't have rashly initiated conflict. Just a minor friction. His thoughts spinning rapidly, this man from the southern continent highlands immediately said in a tactful tone, purely a misunderstanding. Everything can be discussed. Silas nodded faintly and asked again, the Intis ambassador is behind you? Yes. Give back the territory you've occupied. I'll pretend what happened before never occurred. Also, don't tell them about me. For the sake of role-playing, he needed a relatively stable environment. For now, he didn't plan to be too ostentatious and attract others' attention. I understand. Singh nodded repeatedly. I can't completely trust you though. Silas glanced at him and scraped a finger across his arm, easily twisting off a piece of flesh the size of a fingertip. Regardless of how ugly the new leader's expression became, he directly stuffed this piece of flesh into his mouth. Swish. He manipulated the flesh, penetrating Singh's stomach wall, wriggling inside his body until it stuck to his heart. With a slight effort, Singh's face showed pain from the torture to his heart. If you expose what shouldn't be said, I'll crush your heart. His psychological suggestion wasn't strong enough yet and had mediocre effects on Beyonders, so he simply used blood magic to threaten the other. It seems like Ma'am threatened Cecilia and me this way back then. Silas was dazed for a moment. I won't say anything. With his life held in Silas's grasp, Singh had no choice but to comply and say this with a forced smile. Wait, Cecilia and I weren't gang members, and we didn't usually do anything bad. Silas glanced at him, pocketed the seer's Beyonder characteristic, and walked out of the room, leaving Singh and the dead Gabriel to continue agonizing over how to deal with the corpse and how to face the ambassador. After leaving the scene, Silas returned to his lodgings. The Zeemon gang problem had been easily resolved. The flock could therefore obtain a place to settle, which was a great help to his role-playing. So next, he should consider continuing to spread the faith. First, he needed a scripture. The other 7 gods all properly had such things. If he didn't have one, it would be easy to show weakness. So annoying. He reached into his pocket and pulled out paper and pen. Those wanderers who received relief wouldn't know that the seemingly devout missionary was only now starting to forge a scripture. Anyway, first make up some creation stories and such. Silas struggled for a long time before finally writing the first line of text on the white paper with difficulty. Chapter 285, 286, spit it out. Silas was immersed in mad hallucinations. He saw a world dim and chaotic, filled with countless terrifying, massive figures. They were insane yet cold, evil and cruel, constantly fighting, recklessly unleashing their might. Diminutive humans were like ants, cowering at their feet, struggling to survive. That was the ancient age of ignorance, before the torch had illuminated it. That was a mad age when humans were like insects, barely clinging to existence. Within the chaos, a golden point of light quietly appeared, then gradually expanded until it became a humanoid outline. This figure had no clear features but was hazy and illusory, as if formed from pure golden light. The golden figure walked through the chaos, hearing helpless wails from every corner of the world, witnessing the various sufferings people endured. The figure showed a compassionate, sacred smile and spoke. "Let there be light," and there was light. With him as the center, golden radiance like sharp swords pierced through darkness and carved open the chaos. The monsters hidden in the gloom revealed themselves, one-eyed giants as massive as mountains, eight-legged black demon wolves, illusory dragons soaring through the sky. All were shattered by the light and vanished without trace. The earth became bright and clean, and people could rest and recuperate. The golden figure gazed peacefully at all this, then turned and stepped onto a stairway reaching toward heaven. Devout hymns rang out across the earth. "Praise you, great Lord. Our Savior, who shall rise. All believers in you shall find salvation." Numerous glorious angels surrounded the golden figure, accompanying him as he ascended to the highest reaches of the sky. Suddenly, the world inverted. Light became darkness, the sacred hymn twisted into blasphemous ravings, the heavenly stairway transformed into a scaffold descending into the abyss. The golden figure was stained with filthy blackness, passively gaining a corporeal body, hanging upside down on an inverted cross, blood dripping. He opened crimson eyes containing only endless madness. Cough, cough. Silas jolted awake. Opening his eyes, he found himself sitting on the sofa in his residence. On the table before him lay the scripture he'd barely started writing. "Right, I was working on this damned thing just now." Silas felt his head splitting with pain, the aftershock of the hallucination still lingering in his mind, stimulating his psyche. "It's been a while since I fell into sudden madness. I wonder what triggered it this time. Wait, that scene I just saw was so strange. Was it because I was fabricating the creation part of the scripture before going mad? And that scene, could the true creator really be the original creator after falling? No, not necessarily. It could also be that bastard deliberately interfering with my perception." Chaotic thoughts churned into a mess in his mind. He couldn't help but clutch his head and say, "Cecilia, what time is it?" Before finishing his words, Silas suddenly froze. Time seemed to stop in that second. He maintained his previous posture, frozen motionless. Only his slightly dilating pupils proved he was alive. The headache no longer mattered. He suddenly felt very tired, as if a hole had opened at the bottom of his heart, draining all his strength and emotions, leaving only an empty shell. Tap. The small black cat came around from behind and nimbly jumped onto the table. It gazed quietly at Silas with its deep blue eyes. "Brother, live on." In a daze, Silas seemed to hear once again Cecilia's voice before she died. Back then, her beautiful eyes had reflected the flickering firelight on the shattered street as she spoke words that were both blessing and curse. Silas moved. He grabbed the pen from the table, tipped downward, and thrust it straight through his thigh. Puffed. Blood spurted, splashing onto the table and his body. Intense pain traveled up his spine, rushing straight into his brain. His face contorted, but at the same time, the dazed, melancholic expression from moments ago vanished, replaced by ferocious rage. Flames of hatred spread and burned, scorching his heart, filling the shell anew. His sister's revenge hadn't been satisfied yet. Where was the time for him to wallow in sorrow? Meow. The small black cat nimbly jumped backward, avoiding Silas's splashing blood. It was already accustomed to his sudden fits of madness and showed little reaction. The pain brought Silas fully awake. He pulled the pen from his thigh. Shoo. The terrible wound began healing the moment the pen was withdrawn, the splattered blood automatically gathering and merging into his blood-red robe. However, while his wound could heal, the pen was just an ordinary object. After such rough use, it was completely ruined. Need to buy a new one. Silas muttered, looking at the small black cat on the floor. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Meow. The small black cat opened its blue eyes and meowed solemnly. "Wait a moment." Silas tossed aside the barely started scripture, rose from the sofa, and entered the kitchen. On the cutting board lay raw meat he'd brought back from the gang's provisions. He picked up the kitchen knife and cut off a piece, doing some basic preparation. The flat side of the knife was bright as a mirror, reflecting M's phantom. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Just fine." Silas replied indifferently, talking to the knife. He cooked the cut meat for a while until it was fully done, then let it cool before transferring it to a plate and placing it on the floor. Meow. The small black cat called out once, walked over, sniffed cautiously at the meat, then began eating in small bites. Silas petted its head, but it paid him no mind. "Fine, at least it's not food aggressive and biting me." Silas watched the little cat eat for a while, then simply sat down on the floor, deep in thought. He was still thinking about the hallucination he'd just seen. Setting aside speculations like the true creator deliberately interfering with him, he had some strange sense of déjà vu. The words spoken by the golden figure and his image felt like they matched up with certain things from his past life. Some of his prayers, the believer's words and actions, also seemed similar to his past life. What's going on? Another transmigrator fellow? There are way too many transmigrators in this world. Silas frowned, pondering. From the corner of his eye, he saw the small black cat had already licked the plate clean and then jumped back onto the table before the sofa. It seemed very curious about the things on top, batting at the white paper and broken pen, as well as a small black sphere, the Beyonder characteristic extracted from the seer Gabriel. Silas had taken it out when grabbing the pen and placed it on the table. The little black cat played around generally, quickly taking great interest in that floating little sphere. It first touched it with its paw, then sniffed it lightly with its nose, and then... "Don't touch it." Silas suddenly felt something was wrong, but before he could move to stop it, he saw the small black cat open its mouth and swallow the Beyonder characteristic into its belly. Boom. He used flaming jump and appeared before the kitten. "Spit it out." Silas tried to reach into the cat's throat, but the small black cat just looked at him, its face showing a "what are you making a fuss about" expression of disdain. Chapter 286, 287, Tell me, would a cat be okay if it ate a potion? Jorwood District, 13 Minsk Street. This was the house Klein rented. In the sizable living room, a group of nervous detectives had gathered together, anxiously sharing their experiences. They had all received hostile crime warnings. Some terrible criminal was about to kill them. This wasn't mere intimidation. In fact, several detectives had already met with misfortune, including the famous Beckland detective, Isengard Stanton. "Mr. Moriarty, do you think Mr. Isengard can still be saved?" one detective asked worriedly. The other detectives also looked tense, watching the young detective with a beard and golden glasses. That shocking serial murder case that stunned all of Beckland had been solved thanks to Isengard and this detective Sherlock Moriarty. Now that one of the parties involved had disappeared, they instinctively relied on this one. Everyone needn't worry. Klein looked around and said calmly, "The police already know the detailed course of events. I believe there will be results soon." Actually, he had only just left the police station not long ago. Yesterday, Klein had received an invitation from Isengard to visit him and assist with a case. Unexpectedly, he encountered indescribably terrible things at Isengard's home. Isengard seemed to have already fled, his assistant had been killed, and Klein, being under suspicion, was questioned at the police station for quite a while before being released. Is the owner of that devil hound taking revenge on us? Considering what had happened at the time, Klein couldn't help but speculate. But the problem was, aside from him and Isengard, the one who actually killed the devil hound was Silas. As for these detectives, they hadn't really helped much at all, only helping Isengard collect some information in the early stages, yet they had received death threats from the devil hound's owner. Did that guy take revenge on the wrong people? Or is he a bully who picks on the weak? No, that's not right. These detectives were basically all ordinary people. If the devil hound's owner truly wanted revenge, how could he just send a threatening letter? Or is he deliberately making a big commotion to attract attention? Thinking this, Klein looked up at these uneasy detectives. He made eye contact with Detective Kaslana, who was a Beyonder, then spoke. The police didn't find Detective Stanton's body. Moreover, according to my deduction, he should still have a chance of survival. Divination-style deduction, understand? Klein muttered to himself. Knock knock. As if confirming his words, someone knocked on his front door from outside. See, maybe it's Mr. Isengard. Klein smiled, though his heart raised its guard. His right hand touched his revolver. I have a doorbell at my house, why knock on the door? Outwardly calm, he walked to the door with inner vigilance and grasped the doorknob. Swish. The seer's spirituality let him predict the face of the person behind the door. Klein suddenly froze. The spiritual prediction had failed. All he could see was a red shadow that seemed to be holding something. What is this? Is it the Devil Hound's owner? Klein's heart was filled with uncertainty. Knock knock. The person behind the door knocked again. It's me, the other said. The voice was somewhat familiar, letting Klein quickly associate it with a certain person. Silas. Klein, still on guard, carefully pulled open the door. Sure enough, standing opposite was his colleague and fellow townsman, Silas Launder. He wore a blood-red robe with a wild and cold expression. Somewhat strangely, he was actually holding a small black cat in his arms, which formed an odd contrast with his terrifying appearance. You've got quite a crowd in your house. What kind of gathering is this? Before entering, Silas had sensed the aura of Beyonders in the house, but hadn't expected there to be so many people inside. Gathering. Hearing him say this, Klein couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. I've gotten into big trouble, and you think I'm out having fun. Although he said this, after seeing the other's face, he still subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. After all, having a Sequence 5 nearby provided no small amount of security. What happened? Silas asked with a frown. Come in and I'll explain. Wait, let me verify first, just in case you're an imposter. Klein had wanted to let him in directly, but thinking about it, he felt he should exchange a code phrase. He lowered his voice and asked, what's the thing Roseanne most likes to do but can never stick with? What kind of question is this? Silas thought briefly and answered. Losing weight. Correct. Klein stepped aside and let him into his home. The detectives all cast their gazes over, unable to help examining him up and down. First, because his attire was truly peculiar, and second, because he was actually holding a small black cat. This kitten calmly faced everyone's gaze, as if it were the master of the house. Mr. Moriarty, who is this? One of the detectives couldn't help asking. This is a friend I know from the East End, Kafka Anderson. His profession is, doctor. Klein hesitated, then answered. He came to find me about something. Please allow us to step away for a moment. He suddenly thought about the gap between Silas's current condition and the information he knew. As, the fool, he already knew about Cecilia's passing and Silas's vow of revenge. But as, Klein, the information he knew was only what he had seen and heard during his last visit to his home. I need to be careful not to let anything slip, or if, the fool's disguise falls off, that'll be troublesome. Klein brought Silas to the first-floor living room, then curiously glanced at the black cat in his arms and asked, Did you come to find me about something? Then he saw his colleague show a slightly embarrassed expression. Does the seer potion have any side effects? He asked. Side effects? Klein was baffled by the question. I don't think so. Why are you asking? Then tell me, would an animal be affected if it ate a seer's Beyonder characteristic? Silas asked again. The kitten in his arms was still licking its lips. Now Klein finally understood what Silas was talking about. Mr. Temperance, you've made the same mistake as Miss Justice. Although the current situation wasn't quite appropriate, he still couldn't help wanting to laugh. He tried hard to hold it in before saying, as far as I know, animals can also absorb potions and use Beyonder abilities. You don't need to worry too much. Looking at your cat, it shouldn't be in danger of losing control. Can this guy divine? Silas looked somewhat doubtfully at the small black cat in his arms. The latter raised its head and met his gaze with a matter-of-fact expression. Silas, is this a cat you adopted? Klein looked at the cat and asked curiously. Picked it up on the street. What's its name? Name. Haven't given it one yet, how about Mimi? Silas tried giving it a name, but after saying it, feeling Klein's speechless gaze, he quickly said, All right, let's not talk about the cat. What happened on your end? Chapter 288, is that visitor upstairs also a guest? Speaking of which, this matter is actually related to you. When Silas asked what had happened, Klein couldn't help but show a wry smile and briefly explained the situation. The Devil Hound's owner. Revenge. After hearing this, Silas also appeared somewhat surprised. That giant hound was killed by him, but in the end, the ones being retaliated against were Isengard and the other detectives. After thinking briefly, he figured it was probably because Isengard was the one who contacted the authorities and claimed the reward. The Devil Hound's owner instinctively believed Isengard was the mastermind. So that's why so many detectives are gathered at your place. No wonder. Silas more or less understood the situation. By the way, I should warn you, that female detective inside, she's a Beyonder. The female detective? Oh, you mean Kaslana? Klein nodded with some expectation. As I thought, she's one of these people too. Himself, Kaslana, and Isengard, the proportion of Beyonders among Backlund's detectives was a bit too high. I see. Klein, then. Just as he couldn't help muttering internally, he heard Silas continue speaking. Looking up, he found that the Sequence 5 shepherd's eyes were flashing with cold, sharp light. He heard Silas continue asking. Then, that Beyonder upstairs, is he also a guest visiting you? Upstairs? There's no one upstairs. All the detectives who came are in the living room now. Klein thought somewhat bewildered, but in the next moment, he suddenly understood something. A tingling, cold sensation ran up his spine to his head, exploding across his scalp. A Beyonder has infiltrated my home. Could it be the Devil Hound's owner? No. It's an enemy. Klein immediately shouted. Bang. Almost simultaneously, gunfire rang out from outside the living room, accompanied by people's terrified screams. That guy made his move. Klein and Silas exchanged a glance and immediately rushed out of the living room. They saw a detective in the sitting room being pinned to the ground by several others. Smoke still rose from the revolver in his hand, yet his face showed a bewildered expression. The Beyonder Kaslana stood before them, radiating an unquestionable authority. This authority was almost tangible, suppressing the panicked people. The ability to manipulate hearts. Silas looked up, gazing through the ceiling. The shepherd's Beyonder characteristics had taken effect, allowing him to detect multiple Beyonder auras in the house before entering. The two downstairs belonged to Klein and that female detective respectively, their spirituality relatively low. The aura upstairs was much more profound, at least a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Unexpectedly, the opponent is actually this arrogant and insane. He seemed to sense that the person sitting upstairs in Klein's bedroom was also projecting cold, cruel eyes downward. Crack. The next second, the crisp sound of shattering glass rang out. Crash. Through the living room window, Silas saw what was happening outside. Glass shards scattered and fell onto the street outside the house, and falling with the shards was a pitch-black figure. The person from upstairs. This person was entirely covered in black, with only a pair of cold blue eyes exposed. As he made eye contact, Silas seemed to feel the most intense, extreme emotions and desires of living beings made manifest: rage, fear, hatred, greed, lust. These emotions were thick and heavy, as if forcefully pressing into his chest. Is the Sequence 5 ability related to this? Heh. He couldn't help but show a cold smile. Perfect. I still don't know what the demon pathway Sequence 5 abilities are. I'll capture one to graze. Klein beside him also understood his intention at the same time, instinctively reaching for the revolver at his waist. He was also preparing to act, determined to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. Most importantly, at this moment, he had a Sequence 5 shepherd beside him. Their chances of winning were very high. However, just as the two were preparing to act, that pitch-black figure looked at them with cold malice, then suddenly collapsed into a shadow and swiftly retreated into the distance. He ran. Danger premonition. The devil's signature ability could detect danger concerning oneself. The cold guy upstairs, the instant Silas developed killing intent, instinctively sensed a life-or-death crisis he couldn't control and chose to retreat without hesitation. Can't let him escape. Silas froze for a moment, then immediately made his decision. Boom. The surprised and confused crowd saw a crimson fireball smash through the living room window and fly into the street. The next instant, the fireball suddenly exploded, and Silas's figure appeared within the flames. Guard this place, I'm going after him. Klein heard Silas's voice carry over. Before he could respond, the other's figure blurred again, flashing to the fireball ahead. He was using this method to pursue the fleeing Sequence 5 demon. Detective Moriarty, what's going on? Good heavens, fire. What do we do? Am I dreaming? The detectives were in chaos, shocked by the successive strange events. Some were screaming, some instinctively asking Klein. Well, this. Facing the detective's questions, Klein also felt an enormous headache. He looked at his broken window, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, outside on the street. Boom. After the fifth fireball, Silas and that pitch-black figure still hadn't closed the distance. This guy's so fast. He watched the opponent swiftly advance in the form of a shadow, then suddenly had an idea. He also transformed into a shadow and dove into the shadow world. Whoosh. The scenery before him suddenly changed. Monotone black and white, discontinuous reflected world, isolated islands appeared before him. Silas saw that pitch-black figure a certain distance ahead of him. Compared to the real world, his form was more obvious here. Trying to compete with me in shadow play. Silas looked at the opponent's back and activated his shadow ability. Whoosh. Suddenly, pitch-black, viscous liquid surged from the island ahead of the fleeing figure, blocking his forward path. That figure couldn't help but pause, turning to avoid it, and his speed consequently dropped. Silas took the opportunity to close the distance between them. Die. Before the opponent could accelerate again, he opened his mouth, vibrating the air, using the profound, mysterious ancient Hermes language to emit filthy, corrupting sounds. Profane words. Ah. That figure clutched his head and let out a miserable, piercing scream. His form began to blur, as if unable to maintain his existence in the shadow world, dissipating with a whoosh. Silas then rose, returning to reality. Boom. He flipped his right hand, and a long sword burning with azure lava rapidly formed in his grasp. That pitch-black figure removed his hands from his head. Ice-blue eyes looked at Silas, seeing the sword in his hand, his blood-red robe, and his thick, pitch-black shadow. "Shepherd," he said fearfully and confusedly. Chapter 288, 289, You've really pissed me off. Don't attack, I'm from the Noise family, I have no conflict with your Aurora Order. The pitch-black shadow said breathlessly, as forces both suppressed by the authorities, you can state your purpose. Perhaps we can even help each other. Unfortunately, the black shadow had gotten some things wrong. Silas wasn't a fanatical Aurora Order believer, nor did they belong to the same camp. Silas just looked at him coldly. He'd seen enough of these types who were good at using flowery words to deceive others. You. Before the black shadow could continue, Silas's lava sword struck straight down at his head. Boom. Accompanied by a heavy, terrible sound, the lava longsword cut through the road surface, but that pitch-black figure nimbly dodged and retreated to a more distant location. He looked at Silas with cold blue eyes, his form suddenly growing taller, wings sprouting from his back, and two goat-like horns suddenly jutting from his forehead. Bang bang bang. Countless ghostly blue fireballs rose behind him, shooting forth simultaneously from different angles. The fireballs were dense, instantly filling the space. Silas's figure was covered by flames, then turned into a small paper figure that burned to ashes. His true body appeared in front of the demon, thrusting the lava-formed longsword toward the other's chest. Puffed. Pitch-black liquid overflowed from the other's chest. The liquid was thick and viscous, difficult to evaporate even with the extremely high temperature of the lava sword. Cough cough. The Sequence 5 black shadow coughed, then opened his mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Got you, he said. Boom. Those 2 pitch-black goat horns suddenly ignited with ghostly blue flames in that instant. At the same time, his body suddenly emanated strong and intense extreme emotions, greed, anger, lust. The flames on the goat horns seemed to use these emotions as fuel, burning wildly and fiercely. Silas looked at the flames and suddenly froze. Countless intense feelings surged from the bottom of his heart. Madness, hatred, despair, sorrow. In a trance, he seemed to return once again to Blackthorn Security Company, to see once again that graceful figure who gave her life for him. The pitch-black figure looked at him coldly. Taking advantage of his dazed moment, he suddenly clenched his fist. Ugh. Silas immediately clutched his heart. Extreme sorrow affected his body, he felt like his heart was about to shatter. No, it really was. His heart hurt unbearably. The intense emotions were like substance, rushing into his heart through his blood vessels, forcibly bursting this resilient heart. Splash. Silas's flesh shattered into several pieces, scattering on the ground. Without his support, that lava longsword was also about to dissipate and collapse. But just before the sword could disintegrate, the black shadow reached out and grabbed the hilt. Ghostly blue flames burned onto the sword, once again maintaining its shape. Swish. The black shadow gripped the sword and pulled it from his own chest. He looked down to admire Silas's miserable state, raised the longsword high, and struck downward. Hum. However, before his sword could strike Silas, a golden light descended from the sky. In this cold, chilly afternoon, it was as if sunlight had suddenly arrived, enveloping the black shadow. Sizzle sizzle. The sunlight rapidly dissolved the black color on this demon's body surface. He grunted in pain and withdrew from the light's coverage. Stay calm, he's a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle. Across the street, a middle-aged gentleman was striding over, shouting loudly to remind Silas, he can stir up your emotions and put you at a disadvantage. Isengard Stanton. His shoulders were raised high, seemingly bound with quite a bit of gauze. He looked like he'd just been injured. Hee. Seeing who had arrived, the black shadow couldn't help but sneer coldly. You're not running away this time. With that, he flipped the lava longsword and the flames transformed into sword energy, slashing toward him. Boom. The flames soared to the sky, plowing a deep mark in the ground. At the edge of the flames, Isengard Stanton barely dodged this strike. His eyes flashed with arcane light, as if analyzing the other's previous action. Boom. The black shadow's attacks came one after another. While dodging, Isengard continued analyzing. Soon, his eyes showed an expression of disbelief. Strange, isn't it? The black shadow laughed lightly. Do you feel like I'm much stronger than when we fought before? Isengard didn't answer. Hee, did you really think a sequence 5, couldn't beat you, a sequence 7, even with some beyonder items? The Black Shadow said with a cold laugh. I deliberately let you go. You were just part of my plan, meant to draw all these idiots out and focus people's attention here. However, you're useless to me now. I'm about to kill you. Stay calm, he's deliberately using these words to stir up my emotional fluctuations. Isengard told himself internally, trying hard to maintain emotional calm. Looking at Silas shattered into pieces on the ground, he gritted his teeth and took out a ring inlaid with a huge gem. Seeing this, the Black Shadow still mocked aloud. It's useless. It's just a sequence 6 beyonder item. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. Without warning, he suddenly began coughing violently. He coughed so severely he could barely hold onto the long sword. Disease. Cough cough. You heard it, a demoness of afflictions. He looked at Silas on the ground and discovered the other had opened his eyes at some point. Ho's eyes no longer held intense emotions, only cold killing intent. No, I heard it, a shepherd. Silas said calmly. Earlier, when the two had closed the distance, he had indirectly released the plague seed by hurting Mr. A. The other hadn't noticed because he was different from ordinary shepherds and could simultaneously herd multiple souls. Without switching, he could secretly poison while releasing other abilities. Herded a shepherd. The Black Shadow's eyes widened in horror, his ice-blue pupils unable to maintain their previous coldness. He watched as Silas's split pieces of flesh merged together, once again forming a complete body. You know what, you've really pissed me off. Silas looked at him and said coldly. Cough cough. The Black Shadow coughed. He discovered with horror that his symptoms were rapidly worsening. If it dragged on a few more minutes, he'd probably die from the illness. Swish. The demon's instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm activated. He transformed again into a pitch-black shadow, rapidly fleeing. However, Silas looked at him and very elegantly extended his hand, making an inviting gesture. Baron of corruption, distortion. Thus the rules of space became distorted. The fleeing Black Shadow took a turn and returned to Silas's presence. Whoosh. The Black Shadow couldn't maintain his form and surfaced from the shadow. Amid violent coughing, sneezing, and fever, the Black Shadow on his surface dispersed, revealing a young and handsome face. He wore a well-tailored and expensive suit, looking like an upper-class socialite. Thud. Silas's foot stomped hard on the young man's head, then drew his silver revolver of luck. Chapter 289, 290, Killing the Apostle of Desire. Silas left only one bullet in the cylinder, then spun it and closed it, preparing for the lucky will gamble. Thus, under Isengard's astonished gaze, he pressed the gun to his temple and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Click, click. The hammer struck empty chambers one after another, producing crisp metallic collision sounds. After 2 empty shots, Silas frowned slightly. The probability of winning was increasing. Starting from the 3rd shot, each pull of the trigger could cause that bullet to fire and pierce through his head. In previous attempts, he usually had to hit himself once before accumulating enough luck in the next round. Click, click, click. However, something surprising happened. This time, he was unexpectedly fortunate, pulling the trigger 5 consecutive times, all landing on empty chambers. Silas removed the revolver with some surprise, looking at the gun body that had become increasingly radiant from accumulated spirituality. When did I become this lucky? Cough, cough. The young man at his feet was still struggling. A demon's vitality was truly tenacious. Whatever, I'll kill him first. Silas decided not to think about it for now, treating it as a rare stroke of luck. He turned the gun barrel, aiming at the demon on the ground. Wait. Cough, cough. I have lots of money. Bang. The enhanced bullet roared out. The terrible recoil made the revolver kick up Silas's arm. Before the demon at his feet could finish speaking, his head exploded, red and white matter scattering everywhere. Whoosh. The blood-red cloak automatically unfurled, blocking the splattered matter for Silas. That blood and tissue fell onto it and quickly merged in, vanishing without trace. Sequence 5, Desire Apostle, successfully eliminated. Truly worthy of a shepherd. Even more powerful than I imagined. Isengard walked over from the distance, saying with emotion. Originally, his plan was to first go to Sherlock Holmes's house and rendezvous with Sherlock and Kaslana, then combine the strength of 3 people, using beyonder items and deceptive tactics to ambush and kill the opponent. But plans couldn't keep up with changes, and ultimately things turned out like this. Still, at least the objective was achieved. This guy's identity might be unusual. Isengard walked to the corpse and examined it using detective methods, then said thoughtfully, his clothing is very high-end, definitely custom-made. With just a little investigation, we should be able to find clues. Silas glanced at him. Why use such a troublesome method? With that, he spread his palm directly over the corpse. Whoosh! An illusory, bone-chilling wind swirled up, circling above the corpse, producing powerful suction that forcibly pulled out the opponent's soul and beyonder characteristic. It was an illusory figure wearing high-end formal wear, facial features vaguely visible, exactly matching the appearance of the corpse on the ground. No. He cried out in despair but couldn't resist the shepherd's ability, being forcibly drawn into Silas's palm. 2 rows of illusory teeth then appeared in Silas's palm, but they only bit down on him without immediately swallowing. Just have Klee. Sherlock divine or channel him, and won't everything be clear? Silas said to Isengard. You're right. Isengard froze for a second, then smiled wryly. Having been a detective for so long, he couldn't help but instinctively analyze problems from a deductive angle. Silas, holding the soul, was about to leave when he turned back and looked at the corpse on the ground. Leaving this thing on the ground seems a bit troublesome. Don't worry, I already contacted official Beyonders before coming. Seeing this, Isengard said, they'll handle it properly. Official Beyonders? Silas frowned slightly. The Nighthawks. No, the machinery hive mind. Isengard glanced at him. Because Sherlock is a believer of the god of steam and machinery, I asked them to come. Oh, so Klein disguised himself as a follower of another faith. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Silas nodded slightly, then cut open his palm. Whoosh! A spray of blood was flung out and simultaneously vaporized, dispersing throughout the entire street. He had used blood magic for interference, preventing subsequent investigations by official Beyonders from discovering him. Of course, besides here, he also needed to return to Klein's house to erase those detectives' memories. Don't expose my existence to the official Beyonders, he said to Isengard. Of course. Isengard quickly answered. He didn't want to provoke a shepherd who could kill another Sequence 5. Mr. Stanton. You're all right. That's wonderful, Isengard. The two walked back to 13 Minsk Street on foot. The detectives inside were still anxious, but upon seeing Isengard, they all breathed sighs of relief. However, they quickly noticed Silas behind the elderly detective. Right, this person just now. Everyone, look at me. Before these detectives could speak up with questions, Silas took the initiative. His eyes ignited with faint golden light, his voice seeming to resound in everyone's hearts. Among those present, except for Klein and Isengard, even Kaslana complied, all staring blankly at his eyes together. From now on, you will forget everything about me. Silas suggested this, deleting himself from their memories. After completing these cleanup tasks, he grasped the Apostle of Desire's soul and entered the living room together with Klein and Isengard. As for why he controlled Kaslana, it was because Silas felt her level was slightly lower, and also because the fewer people who knew about such things, the better. Meow. Inside the living room, the small black cat jumped down from a chair with its tail raised, calling to Silas, seemingly reproaching him for actually abandoning it and leaving. All right, go to the side. Silas used his free hand to scoop up the cat's belly and lift it onto a nearby table. It didn't struggle, just crouched on the table watching Silas, its tail curled around covering its front legs. So, is there a way to investigate some clues? He said to Klein. Of course there is, though the best method would be to bring him above the gray fog. Klein hesitated, then said, I'll try divining. Though he could also channel spirits, if he channeled in the real world, he would inevitably have to pray to a deity for power. He was pretending to be a believer of the god of steam and machinery in front of Isengard, but his prayer target would be the Evernight goddess. He'd be exposed immediately. He quickly took out paper and pen, writing down a divination statement. The identity and purpose of this soul. Meow. The small black cat on the table watched him curiously, its little head turning with his wrist movements. Klein held the paper in one hand while the other touched the struggling, wailing soul in Silas's hand. He silently recited the divination statement 7 times, then leaned back in the chair and fell into a dream state. Chapter 291, The Steam Church Sends Someone. Klein collapsed into his chair, using divination to immerse himself in a dreamlike state, communing with his spiritual intuition. It didn't take long before he woke from the dream, his expression grave as he looked at the other two. You found a lead? Silas asked. Yes. Klein rubbed his temples, organizing his thoughts. His name is Jason Beria. He's from the Beria family, one of the 3 great demon families. He currently lives in Backlund, and his cover identity is that of a banker. The Beria family? Silas thought for a moment, feeling like he might have seen that name in the Nighthawk's internal documents. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect on how the other party had told him he was from the Noise family. That had clearly been a lie. In the 4th epoch, worshippers of demons established a loose organization called the Blood Worship Cult. Among them, 3 great demon families stood out, the Noise, the Andariel, and the Beria. They worshipped an evil god called the dark side of the universe, believing him to be the master of the abyss. Isengard spoke at length, explaining to the two of them. He seemed to have an instinct for sharing knowledge with others. All right, let's hear him out first. Silas said to him. Oh, sorry. My old habit kicked in. Isengard smiled slightly, then turned back to Klein. So Klein continued, his purpose, as expected, wasn't to avenge his dog. It was to create a disturbance, divert the attention of official Beyonders, and then take the opportunity to assassinate Duke Negan. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other two in the living room froze. Duke Negan, the older brother of the current Prime Minister, Lord Agushid Negan, and the primary supporter of the Conservative Party. This was actually an incident involving the upper echelons of the nation. I remember Duke Negan was targeted for assassination once before. That time it was carried out by one of the pirate admirals, Hurricane Lieutenant General Kalangos, Isengard said in a heavy tone. For these assassinations to happen in succession like this shows just how persistent they are. That was certainly true. The struggles between the powerful are really fraught with danger, Silas thought to himself. He heard Isengard continue asking, so who's behind all this? Klein's eyes flickered for a moment before he shook his head, seemingly indicating he didn't know either. In truth, he had vaguely heard a blurred phrase in the other party's dream. The Twilight Hermit Order. But after learning this name, his spiritual intuition had gone into a frenzy, warning him not to casually speak the name aloud, as if merely saying it would cause something terrible to happen. I feel like I've seen something similar in Emperor Roselle's diary. That gathering he mentioned, the one whose name cannot even be mentioned, could that be this Twilight Hermit Order? Klein speculated inwardly, but outwardly only said, I'm sorry. Those things seem to be too deeply hidden. With my abilities, I can't find out. Heh, want to know? At that moment, the soul gripped in Silas's hand suddenly laughed maliciously. This is all the choice of the era. They are. This is bad. I can't let him say it. Klein panicked internally and was about to stop him when he saw. Crack. Before the demon could finish, Silas flipped his palm and swallowed it into his own body. Why didn't you wait for him to tell us the lead? Isengard asked, both surprised and regretful. Not listening to a demon's honeyed words is common sense, isn't it? Silas said casually. He manipulated the struggling soul within his body, finally imprisoning it in the last vacant position inside himself. The shepherd's 7 grazing slots were now completely full. If there were new, more suitable lambs, he would have to replace the existing ones. After all, these lambs' souls were gradually wearing away with his use. If he kept using them, sooner or later their souls would completely dissipate and he wouldn't be able to command them anymore. But all that was for later. What he needed to consider now was which 3 abilities of this demon to preserve. Silas communed spiritually with the Desire Apostle, and then discovered that a demon who had advanced to Desire Apostle had precisely 3 newly added abilities. First, Desire Mastery. A Desire Apostle could utilize and manipulate others' emotions and desires. When the target experienced significant psychological fluctuations, the Apostle could seize the opportunity and plant an explosive seed, either controlling the target, inducing them to fall into depravity, causing their bodily functions to overload, or making them take extreme actions in their confusion. This was probably what they meant by the saying that anger gives the devil inside your heart an opening. Second, Mental Impact. A Desire Apostle could ignite the 2 curved demon horns on their head and forcibly impact the target's psyche, making them unavoidably generate emotions. The impact Silas had suffered earlier came from this very ability. As for the third ability, it was called Desire Incarnation. Specifically, it was that state Silas had seen before, where the body was wrapped in black liquid. That liquid contained the most intense and extreme emotions, and could interfere with others, reduce damage, conceal one's tracks, enable silent infiltration, and so on. Silas had already grazed a Sequence 6 demon, so he didn't need to agonize over what to keep. He directly fixed all 3 abilities and preserved them within his body. After completing all this, he opened his eyes to find Isengard once again watching the entire grazing process with a serious expression. Behind him, Klein was tentatively extending his hand to play with the little black cat, who merely gazed down at him with blue eyes, not even twitching its tail. You two are way too relaxed, Silas couldn't help thinking. Ding dong, ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang outside the living room. The 3 walked out of the living room. Through the door, Silas sensed several Beyonder auras outside. There were quite a few, but they were basically just Sequence 7 and Sequence 8. Looks like the machinery hive mind people have arrived, Isengard said to Silas. Need help leaving? Without them noticing, I mean. It's fine. Silas said calmly, gesturing for Klein to open the door. Then the golden light in his eyes flared up once more. Invisibly, something seemed to change. The detectives all ignored him. Even though he stood before them, he couldn't draw their attention. The Spectator Pathway Sequence 6 Beyonder Ability, Psychological Invisibility. Though it was called invisibility, it was more like becoming a blind spot in other psychology, making it difficult for them to perceive him. Hello, Mr. Moriarty. Just as he finished these preparations, Klein had already opened the door. Standing outside were several unfamiliar people. The man in the lead had hard, angular features on his face, but a head of wild, curly hair. In his hand, he held a silver mirror with strange patterns. Each end of the mirror was decorated with a black gemstone, like the eyes of the mirror. From the marks on it, this mirror appeared to be quite ancient. Chapter 291, 292, Erodes. Mr. Moriarty, I'm Iconzer Bernard from the Church of the Steam and Machinery God, and these are my colleagues. The disheveled-haired man introduced himself, deliberately lowering his voice to prevent those inside from hearing words like church. May we come in? Of course. Klein stepped aside. His gaze moved away from that conspicuous mirror, only then noticing that these members of the machinery hive mind were all wearing black police uniforms. As they entered the living room, the previously restless atmosphere settled considerably. Klein was familiar with this feeling. When he'd been a Nighthawk investigating cases in police uniform, he'd often received better cooperation as well. All right, gentlemen. Iconzer surveyed the detectives around him. He acted as if Silas, who stood right beside him, didn't exist, and smiled slightly at the detectives. I'm pleased to inform everyone that we've apprehended the culprit in this case. So they've already discovered the devil's corpse on the street. Wonderful. What a relief. Praise the police. Hearing such good news, the detectives immediately burst into cheers, thanking the police for their efforts with visible relief. However, for the sake of our overall investigation into the case, we still need everyone's cooperation in giving statements. Iconzer continued, my colleagues will escort you all to the police station. Don't worry, this won't take much time. Since it was related to the case, the detectives naturally wouldn't refuse. They left with the two team members Iconzer had assigned, leaving only Klein and the others behind. Silas didn't take the opportunity to leave. Instead, he stood beside them, observing with interest. Mr. Stanton. He watched as Iconzer nodded to Isengard Stanton in acknowledgement, his expression growing increasingly serious. Do you know? That Desire Apostle is dead. Is that so? Isengard displayed a perfectly measured expression of surprise. If he didn't become a detective, he'd surely make an excellent stage actor. Where? Right at the end of this street. Iconzer replied, his spirituality has already dissipated, and the scene was contaminated by peculiar blood, making it impossible to investigate for clues. Our preliminary assessment is that whoever killed him was most likely a Beyonder of the Secrets Suppliant pathway. Correct. Beside him, Silas nodded slightly. Klein and Isengard exchanged glances, then Klein stepped forward to give a general overview of the situation. Of course, he didn't mention anything related to Silas, only saying that the Desire Apostle on the second floor had been frightened by some mysterious Beyonder on the first floor and had directly smashed through the glass to escape. And that the Beyonder on the first floor had chased after him. So you're saying that at the time, there were two powerful Beyonders lurking in your house simultaneously? Iconzer asked in astonishment. That's right. These two shattered windows are proof. Klein pointed to the broken window in the living room, his expression becoming somewhat bitter. I hope the landlord's family won't express their displeasure over this. They shouldn't, Mr. and Mrs. Summer have been quite tolerant. Before this, I'd already killed someone in the house, and they didn't say anything about it. I understand. Iconzer pondered for a moment. Then he picked up the silver mirror and lightly stroked its surface 3 times with his right hand. After a brief pause, he spoke in a low voice. Respected Erodes, my question is, what is the true identity of that devil corpse? The surrounding light seemed to grow hazy. Strange, watery light flashed across the silver mirror's surface, coalescing into a clear image. It was a young man in an expensive suit with high cheekbones and a pair of cold eyes, gazing contemptuously at everyone present through the mirror. Above his head appeared several words in loan script. Jason Beria. Current alias, Patrick Jason. Beria. The Demon Family. Iconzer said, surprised yet somewhat expectant. What an impressive mirror. Klein thought to himself as he looked at the mirror. This mirror appears to be alive, not only having its own name but also possessing powerful effects. I feel that if I were to perform divination above the grey fog, achieving such results would be my limit. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Silas, standing to the side, also showed an expression of surprise. Whoosh. Inside Silas's body, an illusory tide surged, seemingly activated by this mirror. My cheat is reacting to this mirror. Just as he was puzzling over this, the image on the mirror rapidly faded, replaced by blood-red words. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you lie or cannot answer, you will either accept a task I arrange or be punished. Ikonzer looked at those words, an expression of helpless numbness appearing on his face. Then those scarlet words rapidly recombined, transforming into a new sentence. The true name of red light. Moria. Both Silas and Klein, having read sights in the spirit world, answered simultaneously in their minds. However, Silas was invisible and couldn't speak aloud, while Klein hesitated about whether he should answer. In that moment of hesitation, the corner of Ikonzer's mouth twitched, and he said resignedly, Nanny Eads. Incorrect. The words on the mirror delivered their merciless judgment. Task or punishment? After struggling for a moment, Ikonzer sighed. Punishment. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a silvery white bolt of lightning materialized in midair and struck him. Zzzt. Ikonzer's body involuntarily convulsed, his hair becoming even more disheveled. His body went rigid and he fell to the ground, twitching for several seconds as black smoke rose from him. Red Light's name is Moria. Isengard watched him and said with a sigh. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ikonzer gripped the chair's armrest with both hands, struggling to get up from the floor. When he heard that Isengard knew the correct answer, despair appeared on his face. Sorry, you answered too quickly. Isengard shrugged regretfully. I didn't have time to remind you. Klein nodded silently on the side. The mirror hadn't fallen to the ground when Ikonzer dropped it. On the contrary, it was now floating above Ikonzer's head, bobbing up and down, as if mocking him. Ikonzer forced out a smile more painful than crying. All right, next time something like this happens, I'll consult with you all first. He struggled to his feet and sat trembling in the chair, gasping for breath. Are you okay? Klein asked quietly. He seemed to understand now why this official Beyonder's hair had such a unique style. I won't die, for now. Ikonzer said with a bitter smile. But I need to recover for a bit. Chapter 292, 293, Flattery and Fear. The demon's identity has been temporarily clarified. Ikonzer said weakly. The other question is, who was the Beyonder that killed him? From his tone, it seemed he still intended to question Rhodes. The other members of the Machinery Hive Mind team glanced at each other, then suddenly became busy. They began investigating the scene, checking for traces, appearing both earnest and guilty. None of them dared to look up and meet their captain's eyes. These guys. Ikonzer muttered helplessly and collapsed onto the table. Guess I'll have to do it myself, but I need to rest for a bit first. That's quite a peculiar mirror. Klein couldn't help but comment. You can ask it questions too. We don't mind. Ikonzer said tremblingly, his head buried in his arms as he slowly recovered. His tone carried a hint of self-abandonment, like someone who had fallen into a mud pit inviting others nearby to join in the fun. Well then, shall I give it a try? Isengard said with great interest, holding his pipe. He seemed quite confident in himself. After all, Isengard called himself the Eye of Wisdom. Perhaps he had mastered considerable mystical knowledge to dare call himself that. Be my guest, but its requirement is that when you use it, someone must be watching. Ikonzer didn't care at all. Must let others witness yourself getting struck by lightning. This mirror really has a twisted sense of humor. Sherlock, I'll trouble you to be the audience. Isengard said to Klein, extending his right hand to stroke the mirror's surface 3 times. The strange phenomenon appeared once again. The room seemed to fill with misty vapor, and the mirror's surface also took on a peculiar sheen. Honorable Rhodes, I wish to know, where does my hope of advancement lie? Isengard asked. The light on the mirror's surface shifted, and finally, the image that appeared was of a prosperous city. The buildings in this city mostly had blue domes, completely different from Backlund's pointed architectural style. Lenberg. Isengard said with surprise but not unexpectedly as he looked at the image in the mirror. Lenberg, a small nation squeezed between the kingdom of Lone and the kingdom of Faceak, worshipped the god of wisdom. It seemed to match up with Isengard's title. Klein's heart stirred slightly. At the same time, the mirror quickly changed, forming bloody text like before. According to the principle of reciprocity, you will answer one of my questions. Please ask. Isengard said with confidence. The mirror changed rapidly, finally forming this question. Are you madly infatuated with a woman far younger than you, simply because both her wisdom and appearance fascinate you? The smile on Isengard's face froze. Oh boy. Klein felt incredibly awkward and could only lower his head, pretending not to see the description above. He had originally thought this mirror would only ask questions about mystical knowledge. Who knew its questions would be so tricky, specifically targeting people's weak points? Just like Isengard's situation right now. Whether he answered or not, his current reaction already spoke volumes. Isengard stared blankly at the line of text. Just when Klein thought he would choose not to answer, he smiled with a complex expression and spoke, That's correct, but I'm more aware of social conventions and personal morality. After saying these words, his shoulders sagged slightly. Answer correct. Blood-red text appeared on the mirror's surface, letting him off the hook. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. Klein didn't know what to say. But Isengard took the initiative, saying with a smile, "Sherlock, would you allow me to go look at the bedroom on the second floor? Perhaps I can discover some new leads. He wants to escape for a bit." "Please, go ahead." Klein nodded, watching Isengard leave. Ikonzer was still sprawled on the table gasping for air, and the other machinery hive mind members were unwilling to come closer either, leaving only the mirror lying there quietly. It really is kind of dangerous, can cause social death. Klein thought to himself, using his finger to push it away, trying to distance himself from it. However, just as his finger touched the edge of the silver mirror and felt the slightly cool metallic texture, the mirror suddenly trembled twice. Immediately after, a line of white text rapidly appeared on its surface. "Your faithful humble servant Rhodes at your service." The eagerness and flattery in those words practically overflowed through the mirror's surface. Huh? Klein couldn't help but feel bewildered. He first stepped back from the table, then looked around discreetly. Only after confirming that no one else had noticed what just happened did he relax slightly. Doesn't this mirror enjoy tormenting people? How come when it comes to me, it turns into a bootlicker? Klein was both curious and confused. However, he quickly connected these events to his own special nature. His gray fog, his relationship with the spirit world. In other words, this mirror might have sensed the gray fog aura on me. Just as various speculations surged in Klein's mind, he suddenly saw an arm materialize from thin air and likewise touch the silver mirror. No, it hadn't suddenly appeared. The owner of that hand had been at the scene all along. It was just that he and everyone else at the scene had conveniently ignored him, as if he didn't exist. Silas, who had been coldly observing from the sidelines the whole time, also extended his hand after Klein touched the mirror and placed it on its surface. Whoosh! Sure enough, he heard the sound of ocean tides within his body growing louder, vaguely seeming to seep through his fingers into the mirror's surface. That vaporous energy seemed somewhat similar to the misty sheen the mirror had just displayed. Clang! The mirror violently shook once. The words that had been flattering Klein quickly disappeared, and before long, a line of pale, trembling text appeared. "Great Master, your insignificant ignorant servant failed to sense your presence. Please forgive my incompetence." The words were filled with fear. Silas frowned. Why was this different from what it had just said to Klein? When facing Klein, it was so flattering, but when facing me, it seemed so terrified. If he had to describe it, the feeling was like his own pet dog, beaming with joy from a neighbor's feeding and petting, then turning around to see its owner standing there with a cold face, holding a stick and staring at it. That kind of guilty fear. Don't just toss it around. Ikonzer lifted his head and said to Klein, "It's still a precious sealed artifact, after all." Klein froze for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sorry." He had naturally seen the scene just now and was equally shocked by the mirror's reaction. He couldn't help but start speculating. If he had earned this mirror's flattery because of his gray fog aura, then what was it about Silas that made the mirror so afraid of him? Chapter 294, A Cat That Can Divine. As Ikonzer looked up, Silas took a step back and used his psychological invisibility to erase all traces of himself once more. The pale text on the surface of the silver mirror roads faded away as well, leaving only the normal mirror surface before him, with Klein standing at the table. Sigh. Ikonzer's condition seemed somewhat improved. He straightened up, and after a long sigh, picked up the silver mirror. Stroking its surface 3 times, he continued to ask, "Respected Rhodes, I wish to know, who is the Beyonder that killed the Desire Apostle, Jason Beria?" "It was me." Silas thought to himself as he stood beside Ikonzer, looking at the mirror surface together with him. Silas was somewhat curious how Rhodes would answer, because judging from the earlier situation, the magic mirror Rhodes seemed extremely afraid of him. So would it risk offending Silas to give Ikonzer the correct answer? The result was negative. The watery light on the mirror's surface rippled for a while but reflected nothing. It didn't even question Ikonzer before actively retreating and returning to its normal state. Rhodes didn't answer. Ikonzer said, half surprised and half puzzled. "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Could it be because the other party's level far exceeds its own?" A team member frowned in analysis. Seeing Ikonzer pick up the magic mirror, the machinery hive mind team members stopped pretending to be busy and gathered around together. "Anyway, there are such obvious signs of flesh and blood magic at the scene. We can just directly conclude it was the Aurora Order's doing," another team member said impatiently. "After all, Beyonders of that pathway are all believers of the true creator." But Ikonzer clearly didn't agree with this assertion. He simply stared at the silver mirror, lost in thought. The members of the machinery hive mind lingered in Klein's house for a while longer. Ultimately unable to find any clues, they could only leave. We'll continue following up on this matter. Before leaving, Ikunzer said this. What he meant was, unless some new development occurred, this matter would end here. They wouldn't devote more energy to it. They gave up too quickly. After seeing them off, Klein couldn't help but say. In his view, this case involved the death of a Sequence 5 devil and should be considered a fairly important Beyonder case, yet they'd casually tossed it aside. Although from his standpoint it was best if they didn't investigate, he still couldn't help feeling surprised. It's a very reasonable choice, because it didn't cause much impact. Isengard said, stroking his pipe. A dangerous devil attempted to instigate some incident but was directly eliminated by force from an unknown entity in the initial stages. The matter can end there. You may not know this, but in Backlund with its population of 5 million, numerous Beyonder incidents occur every day. Official Beyonders are always overwhelmed. Therefore, they'll abandon cases that have no obvious impact and focus more energy on malicious incidents, like that serial murder case. He continued. But wasn't that serial murder case also left unsolved? Silas said. Hearing his voice, both men looked over simultaneously. Although he'd been standing in the living room the entire time, sharing the room with them, their gazes only turned toward him now, as if they'd just noticed him. That only shows their abilities are insufficient, not that they didn't try hard enough. Isengard laughed helplessly. Of course, if we told them Jason Beria was planning to assassinate Duke Negan, they might have a different attitude. Let's forget about that then. Klein immediately shook his head. I thought as much. Isengard said, Duke Negan is a devout believer of the Lord of Storms. I'd rather not deal with the tyrant's subordinates. The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Church of Storms had always regarded each other unfavorably. Well then, since the matter is basically resolved, I'll take my leave for now. He stood up to bid farewell to Klein and Silas. Klein hurriedly stood as well, seeing him to the door. Also, Mr. Anderson. Isengard Stanton turned back when he reached the hallway and said to Silas, I believe I should express my gratitude to you. Thank you for killing him and avenging my assistant. That poor young man, he was still looking forward to returning to Lenberg for the New Year's Mass. With a lonely and melancholy expression on his face, he bowed slightly to Silas, then turned and pushed open the door to leave. At this point, only Klein, Silas, and a cat remained in the living room. What an absurd farce this was. Originally, Silas had only come to find Klein because the little black cat had consumed a seer potion, wanting to consult him about whether anything would go wrong. But instead, he'd encountered a devil ambush, killed the devil, and then witnessed a peculiar mirror. Finally some peace and quiet. Klein said with relief to Silas, would you like something to drink? Plain boiled water is fine. Silas replied. Heh, all right. Hearing this, Klein couldn't help but smile knowingly. This was a habit only from their homeland. For lone people, hot water was only used for brewing tea leaves or coffee and would never be drunk on its own. While Klein went to the kitchen to boil water, Silas walked to the broken window in the living room and drew the curtains, somewhat blocking the cold wind blowing in. The two sat down before the fireplace. That mirror called a Rhodes is very strange. Klein brought up the topic first. Silas answered, it seemed to really want to please you, yet was also very afraid of me. The two exchanged a tacit glance, once again confirming that they both had secrets. Actually, Silas had earlier considered directly seizing the mirror from the machinery hive mind members to study it properly. But the consequence of that might lead to him being noticed by the church's higher-ups. After consideration, Silas decided against it. If there's a chance to encounter it next time, I'll make plans then. He thought to himself, then looked at Klein again. Also, my cat should be fine, right? Don't worry. Even if it's an animal, it should instinctively know how to act. Klein recalled Miss Justice's situation at the time and said, animals can lower people's guard and accomplish some covert things. Moreover, it can also use its own abilities to help you. A cat that can divine. Silas looked at the little black cat lying by the fireplace warming itself, imagining for a moment the scene of it wagging its tail while stroking a crystal ball. Finding it both incongruous and comical, he couldn't help but smile. It doesn't matter. I don't really expect it to be of much use. As long as it can live well. Yes, live. As he said this, the smile on his face couldn't help but fade. Chapter 295, Blood Reverend. Silas, did something happen? Klein asked cautiously. You seem a bit strange. He naturally knew what had happened to Silas, but he had learned that as the fool above the gray fog. Right now, he was Klein Moretti, who shouldn't know these things. Therefore, when he noticed Silas's obvious changes, asking was the natural thing to do. Silas was silent for a moment, his handsome face gradually becoming twisted and contorted. Cecilia is dead. He said briefly. She died for me. This. Although Klein already knew the truth, seeing Silas's expression still made him feel shocked. The air in the living room froze, with only the crackling sound of burning firewood in the fireplace. Meow. The little black cat seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere and turned to glance at the two of them. The true creator in this pathway killed Cecilia and destroyed my life. I've decided to take revenge on them. Silas said in a heavy voice, completely ignoring Klein's gaze. His speech grew faster and his voice gradually more manic. I will end this pathway of pain and madness. I'll drag that damned deity down from the cross and completely eliminate his corrupt followers. Under Klein's worried gaze, he took a deep breath. Mr. A has already been killed and grazed by me. His tone returned to calm. I'm also cleaning up the Aurora Order in Backlund. It should be completely eliminated in a while. Additionally, I'm digesting the Shepherd Potion and plan to continue advancing to Sequence 4. You can help me look out for relevant information. But from what I know, advancing to Demigod is extremely difficult, Klein said earnestly. Especially with your pathway being so dangerous. The closer you get to the true God, the greater his influence on you. After seeing him this time, Klein had originally thought Silas had become much more lucid, no longer as crazy as before. But looking now, he had just become more covertly and obsessively mad. After losing Cecilia as his limiter, no one could stop his actions anymore. Yes, I know. Silas said indifferently. So what? I'll advance anyway. But Klein didn't want to stop him from advancing further. He simply felt his current state wasn't good, and advancement would likely lead to increasing madness until he lost control and collapsed. Don't try to persuade me, Klein. Silas smiled. You know me. My personality is terrible. I hold grudges and I'm obsessive. After being treated like this by them, naturally I have to repay it 100, 1,000 times over. Just like you. You came to Backlund not only because you couldn't stay in Tingen anymore, but also to avenge the captain, right? Klein fell silent. He knew he couldn't persuade Silas and could only watch as he stood up, reached out, scooped up the cat, and held it in his arms. By the way, I've changed to a new address. East Borough, number 9 St. Anthony Street. He said, passing over a note with the address written on it. If anything comes up, you can find me there or send a letter. Klein wordlessly accepted the note and saw him to the door. At the next Tarot Club meeting, I'll help him get the Black Knight potion formula. Watching Silas's gradually receding figure, Klein made his decision. Since he had already made up his mind, Klein could only fully support him. The City of Silver had the Black Knight formula, which had currently been contributed by Elder Lovia to the warehouse and was controlled by the Council of Six. If the Sun could pay some equivalent price, perhaps their chief would agree to share the formula. As for what that equivalent thing should be, naturally, it was the potion formula he had obtained from directly gazing at that drop of eternal blazing sun, divine blood. Also Sequence 4, it was the sun pathways, unshadowed. The only problem was that this formula was incomplete, with only the main ingredients. The supplementary materials and ritual were unclear, so compared to a complete formula, its value was considerably lower. They might need to add some other compensation, which would have to be supplemented by Silas himself. Klein thought. Queensborough, MI9 headquarters. Everyone, attention. A major-looking man walked into the office area, his expression extremely serious. According to intelligence provided by our operative inside the steam church, the target suspected to be the Blood Reverend has appeared again. This time, he successfully killed a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle and escaped before members of the Machinery Hive Mind arrived. Although the Machinery Hive Mind carefully examined the scene, they came up empty-handed due to interference from blood magic. Hearing him say this, several MI9 personnel gradually became shocked. A Desire Apostle, killed just like that. One of them couldn't help saying, that's a Sequence 5. That's right, and I feel he's getting stronger and stronger. Another nodded. Previously at Capin's mansion, he still needed to fight for quite a while. In combat with Lenivus, who had divinity, he also won with difficulty. Now facing a Sequence 5, he resolved it so quickly. Could it be he's advanced to Sequence 4? You're joking. A Sequence 4 against a Sequence 5 wouldn't even be a match for one move. Everyone was discussing in low voices, creating a buzzing sound. The Blood Reverend they were talking about referred to a Beyonder who had suddenly appeared in Backlund, suspected to be of the Secrets Suppliant pathway. He had created a crazed killing spree at Capin's mansion, making dozens of high-ranking officials, nobles, wealthy merchants, and other upper-class members vanish without a trace, including even several members of MI9. The social impact of this case was extremely significant. Although the general public generally expressed positive attitudes toward it, as an intelligence organization affiliated with the royal family, MI9 had still secretly established a task force to investigate the matter. However, the investigation into this person had not gone smoothly. His tracks had been protected by anti-divination rituals, and intelligence personnel couldn't trace his origins. He was unrelated to the Aurora Order, as if he had suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared. Based on certain unspeakable secrets, MI9 couldn't make the investigation too obvious. After all their searching, they only learned through snippets from the rescued girls that the other party wore a blood-red robe and constantly uttered crazed prayers. Ultimately, because of this impression, they gave him the codename, Blood Reverend. All right, since we have new leads, we'll continue tracking according to our previous plan. The Major raised his voice and said to everyone, "Does anyone want to lead the investigation?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately lowered their heads. Are you kidding? Who would want to investigate such a dangerous target? No volunteers. The Major looked around and found a slovenly middle-aged man dozing in the corner. Levi, it's yours. Take Cons and the others with you to investigate. Me. Cons Learson, one of Audrey's acquaintances, suddenly heard his name and couldn't help but look up in surprise. Chapter 295, 296, Luna. Backlund, East Borough, 9 St. Anthony Street. Crackle, pop. The fire in the hearth had been burning for a while now. Only a few red-hot logs remained inside, crackling and popping as they split apart. A pure black kitten sat upright in front of the fireplace. Its fur was sleek and glossy, its blue eyes reflecting the firelight. Its body remained motionless, only its ears twitching constantly like independent creatures in response to the wood's successive sounds. Although the black cat was very interested in the bright, flickering flames and the crackling logs, it didn't pounce into the fireplace because an extremely tall grate stood between it and the hearth. Behind the black cat sat a wide sofa, where the room's owner reclined in a relaxed posture. Winter, a fireplace, a cat, a warm home, a master at rest, these elements combined to form a cozy picture. That is, if the master in question weren't currently going mad, it could indeed be described that way. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground. Silas murmured in a low voice, his pupils dilated. The blood-red robe on his body trembled with the prayer, rippling outward in layers like water. Since from dust you came, to dust you shall return. The originally warm living room seemed to grow several degrees colder due to his mad prayer. Meow. The black cat flicked its tail and suddenly turned its head. In that instant, the blue in its eyes had been completely replaced by pure black. Meow. As if communicating with something, it called out to the empty air with a solemn expression on its small feline face, its tail swishing back and forth. Soon, the little black cat seemed to receive an answer. It nimbly got up and ran toward the kitchen. A few seconds later. Squeak, squeak. A faint cry of distress sounded from inside the house. The black cat returned with a trembling gray mouse in its mouth, its tail held high, bouncing along as it ran back. Meow. It ran to Silas's feet, set down the dead mouse, and looked up with a call, as if showing off or asking for credit. Unfortunately, Silas was currently immersed in hallucinations and didn't realize his home was being so well guarded. Fortunately, the little black cat magnanimously forgave him, simply placing the mouse in a conspicuous position on the sofa before running back to observe the fire in the hearth. Huh. Silas awakened from his hallucination and looked up at the clock hanging on the living room wall, discovering that 30 minutes had passed. The frequency and duration of the episodes have decreased. He thought to himself. As the potion digested, Silas's state of madness, which bordered on losing control, was gradually improving. Perhaps once he completely digested the shepherd potion, he'd gain basic control. However, even so, when he came into contact with the true creator's aura or when his emotions became extreme, he'd still easily become crazed and radical. To truly explain it, his baseline spiritual value was already very low, so after being stimulated, he'd easily teeter on the edge between madness and lucidity. It doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't interfere with my killing. Silas thought to himself. In 2 more days it would be Monday, time for another tarot club meeting. This time, he planned to have a good chat with the sun to see if there was any way to get him access to the Black Knight potion formula. Just offering money definitely won't be enough, and they're in the city of Silver in the forsaken land of the gods, they can't use loan pounds anyway. Silas muttered to himself. So, trade with Beyonder characteristics. At most, he only had sequence 5 characteristics. His Beyonder items were about the same level. If he had to say, the most valuable would be Agony, which had mutated into white bone. But Agony's value was too great, and its effects had a unique use for him. He couldn't possibly give it to someone else easily. If only there were something more suitable. Silas frowned, thinking. Speaking of which, that sequence 5 Beyonder named Sharon he'd encountered had agreed to go to a 4th epic noble tomb of the Amon family. In a 4th epic tomb, there might be something of high value. Unfortunately, Sharon had broken the appointment, and the queen responsible for contact had temporarily left Backlund. Then I'll set this matter aside for now as a backup option. If the queen can return in time, I'll try to find Sharon through her. In the meantime, I can't simply place all my hopes on Sharon and the City of Silver. I need to continue searching for possible avenues myself. Another possibility would be the Aurora Order. Although the Aurora Order in Backlund had been destroyed, the false shell was still being preserved by Silas. With him impersonating Mr. A and flesh puppets posing as servants, the Beyonder gatherings organized by Mr. A continued. Those lower sequence Beyonders hadn't noticed anything unusual about the host and continued conducting transactions as always. The gatherings were more useful than he'd imagined. Through the participants' communications and transactions, he'd gained access to quite a bit of Backlund's underground intelligence as well as certain mystical knowledge. Sure enough, being the platform is always the most profitable. Could he disguise himself as Mr. A and apply to the Aurora Order's headquarters for a Sequence 4 potion formula? The chances were slim, and it was very dangerous. Never mind whether the Aurora Order's headquarters would agree. If they did agree, what if they were like the goddess's church and sent several high-sequence Beyonders to audit him? If he were discovered, that would be disastrous. Although Silas had decided to clean up the Aurora Order, he also knew that with his current strength, he still couldn't defeat high-sequence powerhouses. None of these methods are easy, Silas said in a low voice. But then again, if it weren't difficult, how would it reflect the preciousness and power of a demigod potion? He spoke as if consoling himself, bracing his hands on the sofa to sit up. Suddenly, he felt his palm press against something furry. Silas looked down and picked up a dead mouse from the sofa. Luna, was this you? He said to the black cat. Meow. Hearing him raise his voice, the little black cat turned its head and twitched its tail. It probably still didn't know that Luna was its new name. That's right. After Klein's reminder, Silas realized he hadn't actually given the little black cat a name. After some thought, considering it was a female kitten, Silas finally named it Luna. You brought the mouse over, didn't you? Silas asked again. Meow. Only then did the black cat Luna fully turn around. It tilted its head at Silas, as if puzzled why he hadn't eaten it yet, wasting its care and attention. Well, at least you're helping clear out pests from the house. Silas stared at the cat for a moment, suddenly realizing the two of them had no way to communicate. He chuckled softly. Whoosh. Flames ignited in his palm, instantly burning the corpse to ash. Then he stood up. Time to go check on my flock. Chapter 297, Darkwill's Departure. Silas navigated through the muddy, slippery streets of the East Borough. He had changed into a deep black robe, his face hidden beneath a hood. The winter afternoon was pale and difficult to endure. A vagrant huddled in a sheltered corner, lifting his head to stare numbly at the sky, as if praying for the sun to pierce through the clouds and bring some warmth down upon him. Clattering carriages carved out ruts, their splashing mud making passers-by dodge out of the way. Looking up, the chimneys of distant factories were shrouded in grayish-white fog, barely visible. Silas silently observed everything before him, his footsteps not stopping until he stood before a folk herb shop near a famous red-light district in the East Borough. Creak. Pushing open the door, a heavy herbal scent rushed at him. What met his eyes were various herbs, cabinets, and vessels piled all the way to the ceiling. On a wooden rack standing before the counter perched an owl, which opened its pale yellow eyes wide and stared at Silas without blinking. Welcome, oh, it's you. The fat apothecary Darkwill drawled as he emerged from the back, losing interest upon seeing it was Silas. Same as usual, one portion of each medicine. Silas said, his eyes lingering on the owl. He easily discovered that this owl had a Beyonder aura about it. Darkwill must be pretty well off, actually keeping an extraordinary creature. Silas pondered, making eye contact with the owl. The creature nonchalantly rotated its head 180 degrees, avoiding his gaze. Got it all ready for you. Darkwill rummaged under the counter and pulled out a medicine packet wrapped in thick paper. Same price as before. Silas paid according to the previous price. I say, Miss Cecilia hasn't been around in a while. Darkwill said. If you're out walking around by yourself and suddenly have an episode and collapse in some ditch, that would be quite the joke. The fat apothecary was perhaps expressing his concern, but the words that came out really weren't very pleasant. Thanks for your unnecessary concern. Silas said flatly, slapping the money down on the table with a thud that startled even the owl. Darkwill didn't know that Cecilia was already dead, and even the object of his admiration that he had met was merely an illusory shadow Silas had created in his madness. Silas didn't plan to tell him, because their connection amounted to nothing more than this. But inevitably, his already poor mood became even more gloomy because Darkwill had mentioned his sister. Hey, I'm leaving this place. Just as he picked up the package to leave, the fat apothecary spoke again. I've written down the formulas for these medicines on paper and tucked them in the medicine packet. You can go to other pharmacies to get them prepared yourself in the future. Darkwill is leaving. Silas looked up at him. Did you rack up gambling debts? Of course not. Darkwill said. I've been here for quite some time. If I delay any longer, people will notice something's off and report me. Besides, he unconsciously glanced at the owl on the wooden rack. I should also advance further in my sequence. It's good that the apothecary is leaving. Silas thought. If he stayed any longer, perhaps one day he would discover that his sister didn't actually exist in reality and suffer an even greater blow. Leaving like this, he might even retain a beautiful memory. He took one more look at the owl before leaving, then pushed open the herb shop door and departed. Carrying the herbs, Silas walked for a while until he reached a dark alley in the East Borough. There, quite a few people had already gathered, most of them bearing obvious injuries. "Respected preacher, sir, you've finally come. Jack, you're saved." Upon seeing him, the people became excited within their small group. This was precisely the place where Silas had previously provided free medical treatment. Back then, to play the role of Rose Bishop, he had tried opening a secret medical station here, providing free clinics for the people of the East Borough. Later, although the Rose Bishop potion hadn't been digested because of this, he had retained the habit of free clinics. And the more people he saved, the deeper the poor of the East Borough respected him, which brought tremendous convenience to his later preaching. Everyone stand properly. According to the previous rules, come one at a time. Those with severe injuries get priority. Silas told them. His voice carried an irresistible magic that quickly brought order to what had been a chaotic line. The assistant who maintained order was no longer there. Silas could only rely entirely on himself. Inside the alley, cloth partitions had been set up as usual. Silas's first patient was a child who was only 5 years old. He wore clothing that had obviously been altered from adult garments, his entire body stained with filthy coal dust, cradling a broken arm as he looked at Silas. White bone fragments had broken through his dark skin, exposed to the air. So black all over. What happened here? Silas asked the men who had brought him in. Preacher, sir, his name is Oliver. When he was cleaning the chimney, the rope broke and he fell, breaking his arm. The men said with bows and scrapes. He was very lucky. His arm blocked the fall partway, otherwise it would have been his neck that broke. The child's blackened face had several dried white traces, probably tear tracks. He seemed to have cried himself out and appeared somewhat numb. Cleaning chimneys. Silas looked at this diminutive child, momentarily at a loss for words. Due to Backlund's climate, fireplaces had become a necessity for every household. Over time, coal ash would accumulate, causing poor ventilation, weak fires, and even dangerous situations. But the biggest problem with these stoves embedded in walls was that the flues were difficult to clean. And those responsible for cleaning the chimneys were generally children from poor families. Because of the size limitations of chimneys, only the bodies of children a few years old could squeeze inside to thoroughly clean them out. For the poor, this was an extra source of income, allowing their children, who otherwise only consumed money, to bring income to the family. For households using fireplaces, hiring children cost less money and was more convenient. As for the working children themselves, they not only had to crawl into dark and lengthy flues but also had to maintain laboring positions for over 10 hours. Additionally, they might face the risk of falling. Long-term work would lead to bodily deformities, coal ash eroding their lungs, causing irreversible lung damage. However, children from poor families didn't live long anyway. Being able to help the family early was a good thing. One could only say, worthy of the great Backlund, worthy of Backlund where value and efficiency reigned supreme. As long as money could be made, even children of this age could be squeezed for profit. I understand. Silas took a deep breath and walked up to the child. What's your name? He asked. Oliver. The child answered, sniffling. Chapter 298, Initial Digestion. East Borough, an area under the Riemann gang's actual control, inside a certain house. Clink. Oliver set his bowl on the table. The oatmeal porridge inside had been drunk clean. If that's not enough, you can have a little more. The elderly woman in charge of meals smiled warmly at him. I'm full. Oliver answered in a low voice, keeping his head down. He hadn't forgotten his days at the orphanage. There, if you dared ask for extra porridge, the supervisor would shriek curses at you, calling you a greedy pig or a vile thief, and lock you in the dark room to reflect. Oliver worried that if he asked for another serving, it would leave a bad impression on this seemingly kind lady. He now belonged to that missionary gentleman. He still didn't know the man's temperament or character, so he could only try to behave as well as possible and try to make sure nobody disliked him. That's right, Oliver had been bought. Actually, this wasn't the first time he'd been sold. The children at the orphanage were a considerable asset. They were like livestock in a pen. Every so often, different people would come to inspect them and buy some away. Pretty boys and girls were the easiest to take, those with nimble hands and feet would be bought by gangs to train as pickpockets, even the worst of them were welcomed by coal mines and cleaning companies. Of course, procedurally speaking, they were all legally adopted. For this, the orphanage supervisor often praised herself as the kindest-hearted person, giving these godforsaken orphans a way to survive. Oliver was fairly decent-looking, but because he talked back to the supervisor, she deliberately arranged for him to go to a cleaning company. His small body was just right for cleaning flues, and he had to work more than 10 hours a day in narrow, dark chimneys. He'd been so tired. When going down, he hadn't tied the rope properly and accidentally fell, breaking his arm. He'd thought he'd be abandoned and left to die on the streets, but unexpectedly the foreman had sent him to meet a gentleman with magical powers. And after this noble gentleman healed his arm, he'd actually bought him. Cough, cough. Just then, a burning, itching irritation came from his lungs, making Oliver cough uncontrollably. Are you all right? The elderly woman showed a worried expression. I'm fine. Cough, cough. Oliver quickly said, suppressing his cough and trying to sit up straight. Please don't worry, cough, cough. The coal dust from the chimneys had completely ruined his lungs, making him cough constantly and breathe rapidly. His work capacity had greatly decreased, and the cleaning company's foreman had cursed him as useless. He was afraid of being considered worthless here too, so even though he felt terrible, he forced himself to endure it. The elderly woman looked like she wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth, she remained silent. What was that emotion in her eyes? Pity? Sympathy? Oliver felt somewhat bewildered. He'd never seen such an expression on the faces of the adults around him. When facing him, they usually only showed coldness and disgust. Mother. At that moment, a young man pushed a cart into the kitchen. The cart's upper and lower levels were stacked with baked bread. Here's today's batch. I've brought it all for you. How are you doing today? Is the kitchen work tiring? He seemed very energetic, unloading bread for his elderly mother while chatting with her. Mother. Oliver listened to that unfamiliar word, watching the interaction between the young man and the elderly woman. According to the orphanage supervisor, his mother had died after giving birth to him. As for his father, that was even more unknown. Good, once you're finished eating, go next door. After saying a few words to her son, the elderly woman turned to him again. The smile on her face was still so gentle. The missionary gentleman is waiting for you. Oh. Oliver stood up uneasily and slowly walked outside. That kind gentleman had saved him with incredible methods, but somehow always made him feel inexplicably afraid. The light in the next room was very dim. After Oliver walked in and his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he finally saw the gentleman sitting quietly in a chair. He appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. Sir. Oliver greeted him quietly. You're here. The other person woke up, the blue light in his eyes flickering in the darkness. Drink this. The blue-eyed gentleman handed a small bottle to Oliver. All right. Oliver had no choice but to take it and drink it down. The liquid in the bottle was somewhat numbing and bitter, but after swallowing it, his body gradually became warm and light, as if wrapped in clouds from the sky. Sir, what is this? Feeling so relaxed, he asked drowsily. Something that will give you sweet dreams. Silas answered softly. When you wake up, you won't cough anymore. Could such a good thing really exist? Oliver didn't know, but more than not coughing anymore, he hoped he could see his mother and be held gently by her. He soon fell into a deep sleep. Silas performed a minor surgery. The lungs were delicate and critical organs. If eroded by impurities, they would gradually make a person suffer, weakening them in despair until they suffocated to death. With Backlund's current medical technology, treatment was basically impossible. But Silas was a beyonder, a rose bishop renowned for flesh and blood magic. All he needed was to put the patient under anesthesia, maintain his life while cleansing his lungs. A rose bishop's abilities could truly heal many people, yet cultists only used them to create flesh and blood bombs. All thanks to the blessings of that damned evil god at the top. Silas praised the true creator in his heart as he finished the treatment. Letting the patient continue sleeping, he walked out of the room and left the house. Missionary, sir. People on the street were busy with their work. Seeing him emerge, they all stopped what they were doing, smiled, and greeted him. Silas smiled in return, feeling that shepherd potion inside him gradually digesting. These sheep had received his tending and were slowly recognizing him as the leader of the flock. But this alone wasn't enough. The digestion progress was somewhat slow, indicating two things. First, the flock wasn't large enough yet. Second, the acting couldn't just stop at the most basic level of maintaining the flock. He needed to explore more deeply into the essence corresponding to the potion's name. For a shepherd, besides tending the flock, was there other important work? Silas recalled the experiences of that professional shepherd. Protecting the flock and guiding the lambs. Protection was simple enough. As for guidance, perhaps that was related to preaching. It's about time to officially start preaching. Silas thought, raising his head to look at the crowd. Everyone can gather now, he said. Chapter 298, 299, Forcibly Interrupted Sermon. In the beginning, the Lord was born in chaos. Silas stood behind a simple altar, softly chanting a scripture he had fabricated. He is the origin of the world and the conclusion of all things. He represents everything, yet he is the only one. Below the platform, nearly 100 lambs stared wide-eyed, looking up curiously. They didn't display any devout expressions due to the prayers Silas was reciting. They were currently maintaining order, partly because gang members on the perimeter were watching, and partly out of gratitude to Silas for providing food and shelter. Really not cooperating. Well, I made up this scripture myself. I don't even believe it. Silas thought to himself while preaching. Might as well call out and use psychological suggestion to change their attitudes. Would this shortcut method even work? He continued reciting. Gradually his attention wandered, yet his mouth kept opening and closing, continuing to recite the prayers. The Lord loves all people. Whoever seeks to save their life, whether in body or soul, will lose their life. Whoever loses their life for the Lord's sake will save their life. That's strange, did I write this too? Silas felt somewhat confused, but with so many people watching, he couldn't stop to check. Whoever is ashamed of the Lord and the Lord's teachings, when the Lord's glory descends, the Lord will also be ashamed of that person. As if following instinct, he uttered ancient prayers from his mouth. A benevolent gaze came from above, as if crossing through primordial ages, casting an approving glance at him. Silas gradually grew joyful. In his hallucination, he saw a red-haired, golden-eyed woman moving through the crowd, her gentle, melodious voice praising the Lord's goodness along with him. Yes, how great the Lord is. Glory to the Lord, rewards and punishments belong to the Lord, who will bring salvation to all. The crowd quieted down, their expressions becoming devout. The blood-robed preacher before them emanated a sacred aura, noble and pure. It was as if he drew out the purest emotions from the depths of their hearts, making them feel beauty and hope. The Lord's glory shall return once more to the earth. Silas prayed passionately. In his hallucination, he saw the red-haired, golden-eyed M gradually approaching, and then... Psychic piercing. That figure said. Boom. It was as if a red-hot iron rod had been violently thrust into his brain. Intense pain stimulated his nerves, instantly jolting him awake. Ugh. Silas clutched his head, letting out a muffled groan of pain. The scripture in his hands also fell onto the altar. What's happening? Amidst the lingering pain, he looked up in confusion and alarm to see M looking at him with a serious expression. What were you just doing? She asked. What was I doing? Praying to the Lord. Silas suddenly realized the abnormality and froze. His state just now was clearly wrong. What Lord? Wasn't that something he had randomly made up? Why had he been so passionately praising the Lord, almost as if such a deity actually existed? Moreover, while praying just now, he had indeed felt some great existence. It was a peculiar feeling, as if the other party's gaze had crossed through time, looking from primordial ages to here. His will was. Buffed. Silas used his hand as a blade and violently stabbed it into his other arm. With the spurting blood and stimulation of pain, he successfully stopped his recollection. Too terrifying. He thought with lingering fear. Could it be that my prayers coincidentally connected with some terrible existence, so much so that I was noticed by them while preaching? Could such a coincidence really happen? Or perhaps, because the prayers contained a Lord, they automatically connected with the true Creator. Or maybe it was because his mental state was low, making him prone to madness during such rituals. Multiple speculations swirled in Silas's mind, but whether he guessed correctly or not, he reached the same conclusion: he couldn't preach like this anymore. He picked up the fallen scripture, resisting his curiosity to avoid reading the text on it again. Looking down, the crowd below was still immersed in the previous atmosphere, appearing somewhat disappointed that he had suddenly stopped. Please continue. Someone below pleaded. Yes, we want to hear more of the Lord's teachings. People spoke one after another. Good grief, the impact is that significant. Just a few prayers made them act strange. Silas raised his guard several notches and cleared his throat, saying, let's eat first. Today's menu has meat. But quantities are limited, so you'll need to queue. Meat. The people who had been savoring the scripture suddenly fell silent, then rushed outside in a scramble, instantly losing interest in the deity Silas had been talking about. Yes, listening to the Lord's teachings for half a day might be spiritually satisfying, but it still wasn't as practical as getting full and eating something good. Silas showed a bitter smile, watching the crowd surge forward like an actual flock of sheep in chaos. He could only go down to maintain order. He could feel that the potion within him had digested a bit more. Jorwood District, Minsk Street. Two people walked side by side down the street, one young, one old. One was properly dressed, the other somewhat slovenly. Mr. Levi, where should we start investigating? Cons carefully asked his senior beside him. /N, Cons if that's his name Itk. The latter merely yawned widely and reached up to scratch his hair. Just look around. Levi said in a casual tone. If the machinery hive mind couldn't find any leads, we certainly won't either. Just go through the motions for the major, go back and write a report to fulfill the assignment. He looked like he had absolutely no intention of investigating seriously. Mr. Levi, is this really okay? Cons couldn't help asking. If we don't investigate, the culprit will remain at large. As a newcomer, he wanted to achieve something. Although he had initially been somewhat afraid when he heard he would be facing the terrifying, Blood Reverend, at least he had a powerful organization backing him, which gave him confidence. Levi glanced at him sideways. Do you think the major assigned this to us because he has high expectations of our abilities? Cons froze. He was a newcomer, and this Mr. Levi often slacked off at work at MI9. Indeed, having them take action didn't seem like a good choice by the major. But our people were killed. Cons couldn't help saying again. Have you thought about why our people were at Capim's mansion? Levi asked calmly. And it wasn't just one person, but a sequence 6, a sequence 7, and 2 sequence 8s. That scale is far too extravagant, don't you think? Cons didn't know what to say. Actually, he found it strange too. Although the major had told them it was to investigate Capim, Capim was just an ordinary person. Did it really require so many people? Unless there was more to the story. Chapter 299, 300, Mr. A seems different today. Mr. Levi, what kind of hidden circumstances do you think are involved in this? Cons couldn't help but ask. Originally, he'd only felt something was strange, but after hearing the other's words, he'd also discovered numerous problems behind this matter. The MI9 members who'd mysteriously appeared at the Capim estate, superiors who seemed to be concealing key information, and the undercurrents in the office. Soon, Cons recalled certain recent anomalies at MI9. He and Levi belonged to Group 2, mainly responsible for security. Group 1, directly under the major's command, was usually quite idle, but recently they'd been frequently mobilized, with large numbers of members absent from the office all day. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Levi glanced at him and said flatly, remember, curiosity killed the cat, especially in our profession. We need to be clear about this. We just follow orders, do what we're supposed to do, and maintain restraint. One of my former superiors knew too much and refused to play dumb. He ended up with a tragic fate. Not only was he sentenced to death, but his family's honor was stripped away and they lost their noble status. Levi looked directly into Cons' eyes, his words calm but carrying a warning. MI9 belonged to the royal family and often came into contact with certain secrets of the upper echelons. At such times, pretending to know nothing was the best choice. All right. Cons suppressed the confusion in his heart and followed Levi, making a circuit around the place where the Desire Apostle had died. Because it had just snowed yesterday, melted and then frozen again, traces at the scene had mostly disappeared. They could only smell a faint scent of blood. All right, we'll just write in the report, scene heavily damaged, no obvious clues. Levi muttered in a low voice, crouched down to examine the red residue on the road surface, then straightened up. Survey complete, we can head back now. That's it. Cons was somewhat dumbfounded. Mr. Levi, isn't that a bit too fast? He couldn't help but say. You're right. Going back like this makes us look too perfunctory. Levi thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Then let's stay out a while longer. As it happens, there's a bar nearby that I frequent. I'll take you for a drink. With that, he changed direction and walked toward the other end of the street. This. Cons froze. Noble reserve made him feel he shouldn't go to a vulgar bar, but at the same time, noble etiquette required him to cooperate with his superior's actions. He hesitated in place for a moment before finally moving to catch up with Levi ahead. Fortunately, Levi hadn't gone too far. Cons turned the corner and saw him chatting with a group of people. These people wore clerical garments with patterns of lightning and storms embroidered on their cuffs. Punishers. So, do you have any leads? The lead Punisher seemed to be an old acquaintance of Levi's, asking in a familiar tone. No. Levi shook his head. I plan to examine the corpse this afternoon. If you discover anything, remember to share it with us. We'll synchronize information on our end too. The Punisher said, exchanged a few more pleasantries with Levi, then led his team away. Cons watched the Punisher's departing backs, surprise welling up in his heart. The Storm Church's people are also investigating the Blood Priest. That makes sense. It seems that during the Capim case, the first to arrive at the scene was our director, and the second was the Storm Church's Cardinal Archbishop, that Spellsinger of God, himself. Cons was thoughtful. At that moment, he suddenly had a bold idea. Could it be that we're just a front to placate the Storm Church, while the members of Group 1 are the real investigators carrying out the main work? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. That's why the Major would casually arrange investigation teams without expecting them to bring back intelligence, because they just needed to appear here for the Storm Church's people to see. As for why MI9 would deceive the Storm Church? What are you standing there for? Let's go. Levi called out, interrupting his thoughts. Cons looked up, recalled the other's earlier reminder, shook his head, and quickly caught up. Queen's District, inside a house that wasn't particularly conspicuous in this area. Let's begin. Silas sat on the living room sofa, surveyed the room once, and spoke calmly. As you command, Mr. A. Everyone present bowed respectfully to him. Using the faceless disguise ability, Silas wore an almost perfect face of Mr. A, impersonating him to host the gathering. Several flesh puppets posed as servants, wandering around the living room and accepting notes handed over by participants. One servant stood by a small blackboard, taking notes from other servants and transcribing the requests onto the blackboard. Seeking to purchase a unicorn horn from a phantom warhorse, price negotiable. Exploring abandoned castle outside the city, seeking teammates. Spirit Elimination Commission. Want to learn about some hidden history from the fourth epoch. From time to time, commissions were claimed. Led by servants to separate small rooms for transactions, these items would be erased from the blackboard. At the very top of the blackboard, a line of loan text was written in prominently large font. Seeking to purchase Roselle's secret diary, fair price offered. The signature was the character A. That's right. Under Mr. A's name, Silas was openly seeking Roselle's diary at the gathering. Including this one, he'd already held 3 gatherings, and so far no one had discovered he'd replaced Mr. A. When he'd first posted the purchase notice, people had felt puzzled. Some had even speculated about Mr. A's purpose in doing this. But very quickly, at the second gathering, someone had brought 4 pages of diary entries and exchanged them for £20 in cash. Unfortunately, what was written there was all about Roselle's youthful affairs, including things with his family's maid, attending noble gatherings outside, and various noble ladies and madams. One could only say that Intis's social customs were indeed open, and Roselle himself had enjoyed it thoroughly. At the same time, below, Audrey looked at the Mr. A above with a strange expression. There was no helping it. When you discover someone who should already be dead appearing before you again, your expression inevitably becomes difficult to maintain. According to the information she'd learned at the Tarot Club, Mr. A had already been killed by Mr. Temperance. However, she'd learned from others that Mr. A's gatherings were still being held as usual. She'd struggled for a while in confusion and surprise before finally deciding to come take a look. As a result, as soon as Audrey entered, she saw the writing on the blackboard seeking to purchase Roselle's diary. An undead Mr. A who'd suddenly started seeking to purchase Roselle's secret diary. The truth was quite simple then. Mr. A had been replaced. His current identity was actually Mr. Temperance, Kafka Anderson. I feel like Mr. A is different today. Zio, who'd come with her, shook her head and said in confusion. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 301, The Red Angel. Mr. A must be disguised by Mr. Temperance, right? Of course, there's also an extremely small possibility that Mr. A wasn't actually killed, and Mr. Temperance deceived everyone. No, that shouldn't be possible. He couldn't deceive Mr. Fool. So Mr. A really is dead. This person must be a fake. Could it be another divine envoy in disguise? That doesn't make sense. Why would another Aurora Order divine envoy need to disguise himself as Mr. A? Using his own code name to host the gathering would be perfectly fine, unless he intentionally wanted to take his place. In a brief moment, Audrey rapidly analyzed the situation. She ultimately determined that the possibility of this Mr. A being disguised by Temperance was extremely high. Silas didn't know his identity had already been seen through by Audrey. Or rather, even if it had been, he didn't care. The people in the parlor formed small groups of 2s and 3s, conversing in low voices as the gathering proceeded normally. At that moment, Audrey noticed a servant walk to Mr. A's side, lean down, and say something. So, Mr. A stood up and walked toward a small side room. Has Mr. Temperance acquired new Roselle diary pages, or is there a new transaction that requires his witness? Audrey couldn't help but speculate. Miss Audrey, what are you planning to buy? Just then, Zio beside her spoke up. Me. Audrey had originally just wanted to confirm whether Mr. A was really dead or not. But after discovering that he was most likely Mr. Temperance, she no longer had any such thoughts. I'm planning to buy some materials for making charms. She said this without changing her expression. After becoming a Beyonder of the spectator pathway, her ability to control her expressions had become increasingly masterful. Even her own mother, who knew her well, couldn't discern her true thoughts, let alone Zio. Inside the small room. Mr. A. The person waiting inside immediately rushed forward urgently. This was a young man with an anxious and worried expression on his face. Something's happened. Something big has happened. Calm down and speak slowly. Silas maintained an air of inscrutability, speaking indifferently. It's like this. Although his attitude was very calm, this young man couldn't control himself and continued shouting, many of the Lord's believers have disappeared. My fellow followers, the lambs hiding throughout Backland, they've all vanished without a sound, and I can't contact them anymore. That's right, I did all of it. Silas happily answered in his heart, but the expression on his face became increasingly solemn. I've also noticed such things. It seems someone is secretly hunting the Lord's lambs. How can this be? Upon hearing this, the young man immediately showed a fanatical and furious expression. Blasphemy. Contemptible. His shameless acts will receive the Lord's punishment. Punish my ass. Let me punish you first. Silas thought to himself, ignoring the curses directed at him by this completely deranged fellow. He reached out and patted his shoulder, saying solemnly, Our lamb, how many can you still contact now? Apart from those who disappeared, I can basically contact all the rest. The men answered. You know them all. Silas seemed slightly surprised. I love the Lord, and I equally love those companions who believe in the Lord. I maintain friendly relations with every one of them. The men said proudly. Perfect. That saves me from finding them one by one. Thinking this, Silas spoke up, Then you go gather them all and bring them here. Since someone is persecuting the Lord's lambs, then as a shepherd of the Lord, I naturally must shoulder the responsibility of protecting you all. He spoke these high-sounding words, but in reality, he wanted to use this opportunity to catch all the remaining cultists in one net. By now, the Aurora Order's forces in Backland had been cleaned up quite thoroughly. Those who had already become cult followers were extremely dangerous. Even if they looked normal on the outside, they were actually madmen who could lose control at any moment. Silas had cleared out the Beyonders among them, while the remaining ordinary believers were dealt with differently. Among them, those who had been deceived into joining the church and hadn't participated in evil rituals like living human blood sacrifices, Silas directly modified their will and made them go turn themselves in at the various churches. As for how the churches would treat them and whether they had ways to eliminate the evil god's influence, he didn't know. But those guys who had already used blood sacrifice rituals to please the evil god and whose spirits had gone completely mad, Silas showed no mercy. He discovered that these lambs were spread across every stratum of Backland society. Quite a few even held positions in key departments, able to transmit internal information for the Aurora Order. It was precisely with the assistance of this group that the Aurora Order maintained its vitality despite being hunted and blocked by various forces. They really are like cockroaches. But fortunately, this time an idiot had voluntarily come forward, and he even wanted to bring everyone along with him. Praise the Lord. Hearing Mr. A speak such righteous words, the young man trembled with excitement. The corners of his mouth split open all the way to behind his ears, revealing the white teeth and bloodied saliva inside. I'll go find people right away and make sure to bring everyone. Even if you can't bring them, you must tell me their addresses and identity so I can protect them in secret. Silas coaxed patiently, sending this fanatical and twisted believer out through the hidden door. This was a good thing. The believers received salvation, Silas cleaned up the Aurora Order, and the true Creator harvested a large batch of devout souls. Everyone wins. After sending him off, he returned to the parlor and unexpectedly bought a diary page from one of the attendees. Theoretically speaking, Silas could directly scan the writing on the diary and then find any excuse not to buy the notebook. This would save some money, but honestly, there was no need. In the end, he handed over £8 and sent the man on his way. Then, in the clamor of the parlor, he raised the parchment and slowly read the characters inscribed upon it. It read. Bullshit. That damn Florin is showing off his family background to me again. He told me that their Sauron family is a true angel family, a powerful force in history capable of pushing forward the course of the world. He even smugly wanted to take me on as his little brother. Screw him. Angel family, what crap. Are you saying their family descended from heaven? However, given that their family is part of the Intis royal family, Florin's words might have some credibility after all. It's just that his attitude is truly detestable. Although I have no interest in becoming his little brother, I pretended to admire him and managed to wheedle quite a bit of information from him. Florin claims that their family's ancestor really was an angel who led their family to create a glorious period in history. However, that ancestor disappeared one day in the distant Fourth Epoch, along with the ancestor of the Einhorn family and that red angel. Reading up to this point, Silas couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He seemed to have remembered something. Chapter 301, 302, Should I Ask the Fool? Reading the description of the red angel in Roselle's diary, Silas naturally began to make connections. He recalled the mysterious evil spirit sealed within the ruins. That evil spirit had existed in the darkness underground for who knows how long, yet remained terrifying, making Silas instinctively sense danger. Could it be that the reason it was so powerful was because it was born from an angel's corpse? Once this idea took hold, he gradually found more evidence to support his theory. That underground ruin bore obvious fourth epic characteristics. In his hallucination at the time, he had seen a flamboyant young man with crimson hair. The honorific name also mentioned that this person represented all things red, which aligned with the title Red Angel. The diary mentioned that among the three missing people, besides the Red Angel, there were Sauron and Einhorn. The method the evil spirit provided to break the seal was precisely to collect the blood of direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families. It all matched up. Medici was the Red Angel. He was an angel, and Sauron and Einhorn were angels as well. Silas felt his scalp tingle. He recalled the scene from that night when he conversed with the entity. The Red Phantom's face split open on both sides, each growing a mouth that used different voices to argue and curse at Medici, who held the dominant position. Had the spirituality of three angels merged together after death, ultimately forming that evil spirit? Was that even possible? The Sauron family and the Einhorn family were both of the hunter pathway. The Red Angel's hallucination was also related to hunters. If their sequences were the same, and they died relatively close to each other, perhaps such a coincidence could truly occur. Silas gripped the paper tightly, his eyes trembling with shock. That evil spirit was even more dangerous than he had imagined. But who could have killed all three of them, three angels, at the same time? Which true god? In mysticism, angel referred to sequence 1, high-sequence powerhouses. An existence capable of killing three sequence 1s simultaneously could only be something beyond sequence, a sequence 0. Silas lowered his head and continued reading the second half of the diary. However, Roselle disappointed him. The rest of the diary entries were just Roselle's complaints about Florin and his own ambition to replace the Intis royal family. There was no further description of the Red Angel. What a pity. Silas sighed inwardly, crumpled the diary page into a ball, held it in his palm, and burned it clean with fire. He desperately wanted to know more about the Red Angel Medici, as well as the truth behind the deaths of the three hunter pathway sequence 1s. Unfortunately, Roselle didn't know, and hadn't written about it. Could I ask Mr. Fool? Use diary pages as payment for the answer. Silas thought to himself. Today was already Monday. After hosting Mr. A's gathering in the morning, he would have to attend the tarot club in the afternoon. His main purposes for attending this tarot meeting were twofold: first, to communicate with the Sun, and try to obtain the Black Knight potion formula; second, to inquire with the Hanged Man whether the two beyonder characteristics he'd given him had been sold or handed over to a craftsman. To put it bluntly, he was testing the value of the tarot club members. At the same time, Audrey, seated below in the audience, was secretly observing Mr. A's behavior while conversing with Zio. She noticed that he had received a piece of parchment from a servant, and after reading it, displayed very intense emotional fluctuations. Mr. Temperance seems very shocked. What did he see? Audrey speculated inwardly, though she could only speculate, because Kafka Anderson above had casually destroyed that piece of parchment. He then stood up and publicly announced, "Let's stop here for today." The gathering had been going on for some time, and those who needed to make transactions had mostly done so. He also needed to prepare for the tarot club meeting that afternoon. "Very well, Mr. A." The attendees all responded to him, including Audrey, who was extremely surprised inwardly but struggled to maintain composure on her face. She and Zio left the building together, and even after boarding the carriage home, her heart still couldn't calm down. "Miss Audrey, I'll be taking my leave now." Zio sat with her in the same carriage, protecting her safety, until the carriage stopped in front of Earl Hall's villa. "All right, thank you for your escort today." Audrey finally snapped out of her thoughts and said to her with an impeccable smile, "Remember to see Annie before you leave and collect your escort fee for today." "All right." Zio couldn't help but smile slightly, knowing she would soon receive another payment in pounds. However, her smile quickly faded as she shook her head and said, "Actually, this money should have gone to the Anderson siblings." The ones who had passed the examination set by Countess Hall were that pair of siblings. They should have been the ones doing escort work and receiving payment. But recently, they had moved from their previous address and couldn't be contacted. Additionally, since the Countess had relaxed the restrictions, Audrey could now go out with just one escort. "Still can't find them?" Audrey asked. "Completely unreachable. The siblings didn't leave any clues with their landlord." Zio answered. Bringing up this matter, she seemed to show some doubt, and hesitantly spoke. "Miss Audrey, to be honest, I find it a bit strange. Mr. Anderson had previously planned to get treatment for his mental issues through you, but he suddenly broke the appointment and left." "Yes, it is rather strange indeed," Audrey replied. She didn't intend to tell Zio that the person who had just hosted the gathering was actually Kafka Anderson. However, she was also curious about what had happened to Anderson that day and why he hadn't kept the appointment. "I'm sorry, but I must keep Mr. Temperance's secret." Audrey apologized to Zio in her heart, watching her small figure leave, then turned and returned to her villa, surrounded by her maids. "Miss, your outing tonight almost exceeded the time limit," her personal maid Annie said beside her. "Oh, really? I didn't notice," Audrey said cheerfully, extending her hand to let her support her arm. "Miss, you really must pay more attention to this," Annie said helplessly. "After all, I can't always be by your side." Audrey suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Miss? Always by your side?" That's right. Mr. Anderson hadn't actually disappeared, but where was his sister, Miss Cecilia? That lady cared so much about her brother and always stayed by his side, so why wasn't she present at today's gathering? And it was almost at the same time that Anderson, using Temperance as his codename, had joined the Tarot Club. He had become more cold and crazed, and began proclaiming that he would launch a brutal revenge against the true creator. Audrey felt that she might have discovered the tragic truth behind this matter. Chapter 302, 303, The Second Tarot Gathering. The gathering had ended. Silas left the empty house to his flesh puppet and departed alone, returning to his hideout at number 9 St. Anthony Street in the East Borough. Meow. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw the black cat Luna crouched on the floor of the entrance hall, offering a welcome. It seriously scrutinized Silas, as if checking whether he had been injured while hunting outside. "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet." Silas reached out and rubbed its little head, scooped it up into his arms, stepped into the house, and sat down on the parlor sofa. "Let's begin," he said to the empty parlor. Thus, M's phantom quietly appeared behind him, reaching out both hands to press them against his head. The clock hands on the wall ticked forward second by second, about to reach 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He needed to create a virtual personality to attend Mr. Fool's tarot gathering through this persona. The new personality was quickly generated. Through M's manipulation, it completely enveloped the outside of his astral body. Although Silas had experienced this sort of thing for the third time now, he still found it very strange. The world before his eyes had overlapping shadows, and his thoughts also layered and echoed continuously in his mind. Fortunately, this state didn't last very long. As the clock hands reached the 12th position, a crimson tide rose before his eyes, engulfing the virtual personality outside his astral body. Above the eternal gray fog, within the ancient castle that never changed, on both sides of the bronze long table. With away from the towering figure at the head of the long table, the crimson tide rose and fell, outlining different silhouettes. Another tarot gathering had begun. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." "Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man." On the ladies' side, Miss Justice rose as always, lifting her skirt and extending sincere greetings to each person participating in the gathering. And each person participating in the gathering accepted this goodwill, responding to her, including the son, who couldn't understand what afternoon meant. "Good afternoon, Mr. Temperance." Audrey greeted everyone according to the order they joined. When she addressed the figure at the far end of the gentleman's side, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a complex expression. Yes, so Mr. Temperance's sister is gone. Based on previous events and Silas's current state, she had reached this sorrowful conclusion. The bond between the siblings was so deep, no wonder Mr. Temperance behaved so extremely. "Good afternoon." Through the gray fog, Silas couldn't notice the subtle expressions on her blurred face at all. At most, he felt her voice was slightly strange. After the simple greetings, the gathering officially began. "Honorable Mr. Fool." Silas was the first to speak, addressing that mysterious figure wrapped in gray fog. "I have some new Roselle diary pages here. Please allow me to present them." "You may." Behind the gray fog, Klein nodded slightly. Silas has also started collecting Roselle diary pages. I wonder what kind of content the diaries he's obtained contain. He thought to himself, unable to help feeling somewhat expectant. When Silas materialized the diary pages and handed them over, the first thing Klein saw when he picked them up was Roselle's unrestrained life. "Yesterday, I spent a wonderful and wild night together with Countess Sanchez, the young lady from the Capet family, and the widow from the Lorraine family. 3 people. Klein grimaced, not knowing what to say. "I've appreciated far too much of my senior transmigrator's extravagant lifestyle." Fortunately, the last diary page was quite valuable. It described ancient secrets of the former Intis Royal Sauron family. Their angel ancestor had disappeared along with 2 other angels. He quickly noticed the connection between the 3 surnames and the underground ruins, confirming that the evil spirit was definitely not a normal existence. Fortunately, I already used explosives to seal off the passage. Klein thought with immense relief. Otherwise, if someone accidentally entered those ruins, who knows what terrible consequences it might cause. He quickly came back to his senses and looked at Silas, who had provided the information, with a smile. "What kind of compensation do you wish to exchange for?" he asked. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to see clues to the Black Knight potion formula. Silas answered. He thought about it again. Although exploring the cause of Medici's death was also very tempting, his greatest current need was still the sequence 4 formula. If the fool could help him solve this problem, it would save him a lot of trouble. How would I know the Black Knight potion formula? Klein felt a headache coming on, but to maintain the fool's mystique and status, he couldn't directly answer that he didn't have it. After thinking for a moment, he chuckled lightly and said, "The diary you submitted and the compensation you're requesting are not equivalent." "You're right." Silas said, "I will continue to search for diaries for you until you feel the value between them is equal. Then I'll temporarily store this compensation for now." Klein replied, "You can exchange it for other compensation items at any time, or continue to accumulate it until it can be exchanged." He planned to delay for now. This was the best way to maintain the fool's image. On one hand, perhaps after some time, Silas would find clues from somewhere else. On the other hand, he himself might actually obtain the Black Knight potion formula later, or other high-value items. All right. Hearing that the fool didn't immediately respond, Silas felt slightly disappointed. After expressing his thanks, he sat back down. Besides him, no one else had diaries to offer today. The gathering quickly moved to the second item, the trading segment. "How are the materials I gave you coming along?" Silas immediately looked at the hanged man and inquired. Previously, he had transferred a Sequence 7 Psychoanalyst Beyonder characteristic and a Sequence 6 Arbiter characteristic to him, asking him to find channels to sell them. "There are results." The hanged man said in a deep voice that Craftsman has accepted both characteristics and plans to make them into mystical items. The Craftsman will charge a certain handling fee, plus my middleman's fee. I want to reserve the mystical item made from that psychiatrist characteristic. Miss Justice, Audrey, was the first to raise her hand, saying actively. Although she still owed Mr. Fool's bless £2,000, her financial situation had improved greatly recently. As long as she reduced expenses in other areas, her remaining money would be enough for her to buy a mystical item. Besides, she could also submit it as an expense to her family. Giving the mystical item to the esteemed Earl Hall would also be a good choice. Acceptable. The hanged man, Alger, couldn't help but glance at Justice and nodded. The division of labor among you three is quite clear. At the head of the long table, Klein couldn't help but mentally complain. Chapter 303, 304, The Chief's Needs. Of course, Miss Justice. Silas exchanged a glance with the hanged man and nodded. Relying on M and that C's authority, he could use abilities from the spectator pathway and didn't need items made from psychiatrist characteristics. He had planned to resell it anyway, and if he could sell it to a reliable person above the gray fog, that would be even better. That's wonderful. Audrey said delightedly. Actually, she had another option, directly purchasing a psychiatrist's Beyonder characteristic. Because she had almost finished digesting her Sequence 8 telepathist potion and needed materials for the next sequence's potion. However, she had already made contact with the psychology alchemists, so materials for the corresponding pathway weren't a problem. She just needed to spend a little money. In comparison, having this Beyonder characteristic made into an item was slightly more tempting. After all, I don't have my own Beyonder item yet. She thought happily to herself. Klein manipulated the world puppet, looked around, and spoke in a hoarse, gloomy voice, "Continue helping me search for human-skinned shadow characteristics." He deliberately lingered on Silas for a moment. "Don't look at me. Until I contact Sharon, there's nothing I can do to help you." Silas thought to himself. "I'll keep an eye out for it." "Justice," Audrey said quite confidently. Now that she had joined the psychology alchemists, she had gained a new channel. "I'll try as well." The magician first said cautiously. Actually, she had recently made the acquaintance of someone named Dorian Gray, who was a descendant of the Abraham family. This family controlled the apprentice pathway and had once been one of the world's top families, but was now on the verge of extinction due to a peculiar curse. Dorian Gray thought highly of Furs and was trying to become her teacher in the Beyonder field. If the mentor-student relationship was established, Miss Salted Fish would have backing support in the future and could become a channel for providing help. "I can try as well." The son, Derek, also answered, I've been free from surveillance for some time now, and Elder Lovia hasn't given me any trouble." "That's probably because she's also being vigilant of you." Silas thought to himself. After a brief silence, the hanged man, Alger, spoke up, "Help me search for the wind-blessed potion formula." "I have it." Silas immediately replied, "I have both the potion and the Beyonder characteristic." One of Mr. A's grazed sheep was a wind-blessed. As for the potion formula, he only needed to channel the sheep's soul slightly to learn it. Above the gray fog, everyone was somewhat surprised. Another Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic. This wasn't among the characteristics he'd mentioned wanting to sell before. As expected of a shepherd, he actually controlled so many resources. The hanged man, Alger, fell silent briefly, then asked in a strange tone, "How much will I need to spend to get all of this?" He hadn't expected things to come so easily. He'd thought it would take considerable effort. While this was good news, the bad news was that the cash he'd prepared probably wasn't enough. A Sequence 6 potion formula has a market price below £2,000. The Beyonder characteristic contains 2 main ingredients at £1,500 each, adding up to £3,000. Silas calculated as he spoke. Altogether, it should be less than £5,000. Given that we're both under Mr. Fool's gaze, I can give you a discount. Let's make it £4,500 total. I understand, Mr. Temperance. Thank you for your generosity. Alger nodded, feeling both excited and anxious. Temperance had indeed given him a significant discount, saving him several £100s, but he still had a shortfall of at least £1,000. The feeling of being able to obtain something he desired so badly, yet being forced to wait due to limitations of pounds, was truly unbearable. I need to find a way to make money. He thought to himself, wishing he could leave the grey fog right now and return to the real world to make arrangements. After this, no one else at the Tarot Club raised any trading requests, and everyone naturally entered the third part, the free exchange segment. May I have a word? Silas looked up at the tall figure beside him. All right. The son answered with a cautious attitude that didn't match his physique. The Black Knight potion formula now belongs to your chief, correct? Strictly speaking, it belongs to the Silver City's public warehouse. Those details don't matter. In the end, your chief is the one who makes the decisions anyway. Silas interrupted bluntly, I heard you mention Silver City's contribution system before. Can I assume that as long as what's contributed is valuable enough, it can be exchanged for certain things in the warehouse? More or less. The son thought for a moment and answered. At this point in their conversation, everyone above the grey fog understood Temperance's meaning and guessed what he would ask next. So what do you think it would take to move your chief in exchange for the Black Knight potion formula? Sure enough, Silas's words didn't exceed their expectations. This. The son, Derek, was taken aback. Move the chief. The appearance of Silver City's chief Colin Iliad involuntarily surfaced in his mind. That stern old man was over 100 years old, with graying hair and a tall stature. He was a Sequence 4 demigod of the warrior pathway, a demon hunter. What would the chief need? Derek couldn't imagine the personal thoughts of that unsmiling chief. He always seemed to worry himself sick for Silver City's sake, silently shouldering everything. Sorry, I don't know either. He answered honestly. Then just go ask him directly. Silas said, consider it doing me a favor. Ask the chief directly. Derek was somewhat dumbfounded, almost unable to believe what Silas had said. Yes. Silas said matter-of-factly, your chief already knows there's something special about you anyway, and he'll maintain a certain understanding with you. Just treat this as a normal transaction. Act as my intermediary and go ask about the price. Of course, I'll pay you for this. To the Silver City chief, Derek represented another possible hope for escape. The chief should treat what he said seriously. Please allow me to consider it. Derek hesitated for a while before speaking. Give me an answer soon. Silas said. Their communication ended there. Mr. Temperance is so proactive. You can tell he's extremely eager to become a demigod. Audrey thought to herself. Then, she looked at Silas and spoke, I heard that Mr. A of the Aurora Order is still holding gatherings as always. She was testing Silas, trying to confirm whether it was Temperance she had seen at that time. Chapter 304, 305, killed another Sequence 5. Does Miss Justice's words mean she's questioning Mr. Temperance? Furs on the side couldn't help but be startled. Actually, she also knew about Mr. A still organizing gatherings. Because her friend Zio Dericha had attended that gathering to provide protection for Miss Audrey. Regarding this, the magician Furs was somewhat puzzled, but she didn't have the courage to openly question a terrifying shepherd in public. Oh, you mean that? Silas looked up at her and said, I was the one disguised as him. It was to collect information and uproot the Aurora Order in Backlund completely. That person really was Mr. Temperance. Audrey verified her own thoughts, her heart involuntarily excited. I see. She maintained her calm as she spoke. However, Mr. Temperance is truly terrifying. Replacing the organization's leader and slowly hollowing out the entire organization. If I were an Aurora Order member in Backlund and suddenly discovered the truth, I'd definitely feel very desperate. And the members have been cleaned up pretty thoroughly. Mr. A can disappear from this world in a few more days. Silas replied. An Aurora Order Sequence 5 divine envoy was disposed of by him in such an understated tone. The hanged man Alger took a deep breath. He really wanted to ask how many people the other party had killed in this process, but wisely didn't say it. Instead, he changed the topic. There have been some strange occurrences at sea recently. Native inhabitants on certain natural islands have disappeared, entire islands at a time. It's as if they were all taken away by someone. People from the southern continent disappearing. Is it related to that matter? Silas couldn't help but associate it with the human trafficking cases. He said to the hangman Alger, "Keep an eye on this matter for me. If you have any leads, you can inform me." "All right." Alger nodded slightly and asked everyone, "Has anything happened in Backlund recently?" He spent long periods at sea and wasn't familiar with the situation in the capital. There shouldn't be anything, except for a certain Aurora Order divine envoy being killed. Audrey thought to herself. Just as she was about to answer him that way, she saw Temperance turn his head and say, "Duke Negan was subjected to another assassination attempt. Does that count as big news?" "Huh?" Audrey froze. "When did this happen? How come I don't know about it?" After coming to her senses, she couldn't help but ask. If such a major event had really occurred, the entire noble circle would probably have heard about it immediately. "Just recently." Silas answered, "A Sequence 5, Desire Apostle, from the Demon Sequence was hired by some organization to plan and carry out an assassination of Duke Negan. However, the assassination ended before it even began. Even Duke Negan himself probably doesn't know about it." Desire Apostle. Sounds very evil. Miss Justice, Audrey thought to herself. But very quickly, she discovered the contradictory part of Silas's words and asked strangely, "Since the assassination was stopped, how did you know about it? This doesn't make sense at all." The others had the same confusion in their hearts. Only Klein, who had been present at the time, knew the reason. "Because that demon ran into me while planning the assassination, and I killed him." Silas replied casually. Above the gray fog, a terrible silence fell once again. Another Sequence 5. That's a Sequence 5. Killing one just like that, and with such a casual tone. Does he think they're robins that can be found everywhere? Even the hangman Alger was somewhat speechless. He didn't even want to respond to this and could only let out a low to indicate he'd heard. "Forget about you all, even I find this somewhat absurd." Klein thought to himself secretly. This colleague of his had far surpassed him. He needed to work harder, advance as soon as possible, and become a Sequence 6 faceless. After this, the son Derek shared his current experiences in the City of Silver. After the members of the previous exploration team to the True Creator's Temple all went mad, the chief had decided to personally lead a team there. The exploration team members included him, and this time there was completely no way to decline. The hangman Alger still reminded him to be extra careful as always. As someone who had suffered greatly from the True Creator's torment, Silas suggested he try to block his senses as much as possible. And that lofty fool only gave a profound two-word hint: flesh and ravings. Additionally, Silas reminded him to quickly consider whether to deliver a message for him. Thinking about having so many things to worry about afterward, the son Derek felt quite troubled. "Let's end it here for today." Seeing that the exchange had more or less concluded, Klein spoke indifferently from behind the gray fog. "You will be done." Everyone rose simultaneously and said to him. Backlund, Eastborough, Silas's residence. Whoosh. The crimson that obscured his vision flashed before Silas. As his virtual personality returned to reality, it transmitted everything seen and heard up there into his mind. The hangman contacted the craftsman, and he needs the wind-blessed formula and potion. The son is considering whether to help me ask the chief. The magician seems to have gained new channels. Silas organized his memories while grooming the cat. Meow. Perhaps because he was lost in thought and used too much force, the black cat Luna let out a dissatisfied cry, escaped from his lap, jumped to the ground, and looked at him with reproachful eyes. "Ah, sorry," Silas said, trying to reach out to the cat again. However, the other party only left him with a retreating back view of a raised tail. This tsundere creature. He could only shake his head. Speaking of which, the hangman also mentioned another matter, that islanders from the southern continent had experienced mass disappearances. Perhaps this and the human trafficking cases both came from the same mastermind behind the scenes. Silas increasingly felt that behind this case lay a terrible conspiracy that couldn't be revealed. Even someone as powerful as the Queen couldn't know the true inside story. And he had merely been grazed by the aftermath of the incident, yet suffered unimaginable trouble. Unfortunately, Mr. A's brain had also been restricted, so there was no way to obtain more intelligence. He thought with some regret. If only he could obtain useful intelligence, letting Mr. A live a bit longer would be fine. At worst, he could switch to other torture methods. Queensborough, an unknown location. "You still don't plan to help me?" A beautiful lady asked softly, her tone somewhere between sulking and acting coquettishly. She wore a white robe symbolizing purity, but with her inadvertent movements, the robe successfully accentuated her curvaceous figure. Combined with her shy, delicate face, it made people unable to resist primitive impulses. Zangwill, with only one eye, silently looked at her. The quill in his hand tightened its grip by a few degrees. Chapter 305, 306, Will You Become My Sheep? East Borough, territory actually controlled by the Riemann gang, early morning. Oliver. Get up. It's your turn to be the preacher's assistant today. His roommate's energetic shout woke Oliver from his sleep. He opened his eyes in the warm blanket and slowly came to his senses. Where am I? This wasn't the thin, cold, tattered blanket from the orphanage, and there were no other children's legs kicking him from beside. Nor was it the narrow storage room at the cleaning company, with no dripping water from the ceiling above, no large patches of mold or strange smells. Ah, right. Oliver finally remembered. I've already left those places behind. Oliver, hey, did you hear me? The boy who woke him raised his voice. I'm awake, Charlie. Oliver answered, sitting up straight. The room he was in had 3 bunk beds total, filling the space completely with only a single aisle between them. Though it couldn't compare to a proper household, these living conditions were already like heaven to him. The boys on the other beds had already gotten up and were chattering away while getting dressed. You're too slow. The boy standing in the aisle looked a bit older than Oliver. He was already dressed, holding his washing supplies. I'm on duty today, so I'm not waiting for you. Remember to go on time. With that, he ran off to the communal washroom outside. By the time Oliver got dressed, basically everyone else in the room had left. He could only go wash up by himself. Ugh. The cold water from the washroom splashed on his face, completely clearing his consciousness. The preacher provided everyone with very good living conditions, but the one thing that felt somewhat hard to adjust to was that there were too many rules. They had to be hygienic, keeping both their bodies and living areas clean. They had to wash their hands before eating, weren't allowed to drink unboiled water, and even had to queue up for everything. After washing up, Oliver hurried downstairs. The street outside was very clean, with northwest mud on the road surface and no garbage either. It didn't look like the East Borough at all. Several small children were holding tools, doing cleaning work. Oliver saw his roommate Charlie, who had woken him. He was wielding a broom, sweeping very seriously. People also emerged from nearby buildings, all heading in the same direction, gradually gathering together. Not having time to greet Charlie, Oliver followed the crowd and arrived at a small plaza. There, people had already formed several lines. Everyone held bowls and spoons, receiving hot soup and bread for breakfast in order. Among them, certain people had wooden plaques with portraits hanging from their wrists. Those with plaques could receive an extra portion of food compared to others. Oliver wasn't the only person the preacher had rescued from despair. Bankrupts, homeless vagrants, the sick, orphans, prostitutes. These people had all been generously accepted by him, becoming part of those under his protection. The hungry received food, the homeless had shelter, and even street children like them were arranged to receive education. Good heavens. They weren't children from noble families, yet they still had to learn to read and write. Of course, at least everyone knew this was for their own good. Although the teacher was just a confused, down-and-out educator who didn't explain things very clearly, they were still extremely grateful. People moved forward in order. The hot soup in the large barrels was giving off the fragrance of food, making people feel inexplicably reassured. The preacher treated them too generously, giving out enough food for people to actually feel full. Even the preaching had only been conducted once before abruptly stopping. Oliver received his share, ate quickly, returned his utensils, and then hurried toward the other side of the plaza. He quickly arrived in front of a building where a queue was already lined up outside. Please excuse me. Oliver spoke to the people, keeping his head down as he moved forward, following the line all the way to the room at the end. Inside, the respected preacher was waiting for him. Preacher, I'm terribly sorry. I'm late. He apologized anxiously. It doesn't matter. The other person said gently, then looked up at the person at the front of the line. Let's begin. What's your name? Silas's eyes flashed with golden light as he asked. Jack, sir. My name is Jack. The old man opposite answered blankly. What's your surname? Don't know, sir. The latter honestly shook his head. Oliver, register him as Jack 6. Silas said helplessly. This indicated that this was already the 6th person named Jack, who also had no surname. Yes, preacher. The child behind him worked hard to write down childish characters on a form, then wrote the same name on a plaque. Silas took the plaque, picked up his pen, and prayed in a low voice. Swish, swish. His eyes quickly became completely black. The pen in his hand moved like the wind, sketching rapidly, quickly outlining the old man's appearance on the wooden plaque. This was a simplified version of ritual magic, achieved through the Secrets Suppliant's abilities and Sequence 5 spirituality. Jack, where is your hometown? Your family situation? Previous faith? Silas asked some questions and received answers, then continued asking. Jack, what did you do before? I was a tenant farmer for the Lord. Later, the Lord converted the farmland into pasture and didn't need us anymore, so I had to come live in Backlund. After that, I kept working as a dock worker. Half my wages had to go to the foreman in charge. Have you done anything illegal? I peeked at the tavern waitress with a customer in a room. All right. Silas interrupted him. There was a child beside him, so it wouldn't be good to let him hear that. Next question. Answer seriously. He looked directly into the other person's eyes. Answer me from your heart of hearts. Are you willing to become my sheep? I am willing. The old man said from the bottom of his heart. As his words fell, some invisible connection formed between them. Why? Because only here have I ever eaten my fill. Silas fell silent for a moment, then looked at the little boy working hard to record everything. Did you write it all down? I don't know how to write a lot of the words. Oliver answered with his head down. In his view, the preacher seemed to possess mysterious and unfathomable abilities. People facing him would involuntarily tell the truth. Give it to me. Silas took the record, added the words he hadn't written, drew the old man's face on the paper, and then handed the wooden plaque to him. Hold on to this. Ah. Yes. The old man seemed to wake from a dream. Seeing the wooden plaque in his hand, he was overjoyed. Because with this plaque, he could get an extra piece of black bread when receiving food, and could receive a small slice of bacon each week. Although he couldn't remember what he'd just said, at least getting this wooden plaque made his hard work queuing up worthwhile. Next person can come in. Silas continued shouting outside, and the next person in line immediately entered. He wasn't doing all this for fun, but was establishing files for his sheep. A qualified shepherd must grasp the situation of his flock. Only by understanding each sheep's information could his grazing proceed more smoothly. To put it bluntly, this was still for role-playing. The preaching had connected him with some unknown existence, so he had to cancel that method of role-playing and choose another approach. And it really worked. As he used extra food as bait to attract the sheep to voluntarily come register, he could feel the potion truly beginning to digest. Chapter 306, 307, Seeking a Way Out. Silas's registration of the lambs continued steadily. One ordinary person after another honestly confessed all their information under the gaze of his golden eyes. And at the end of each registration, he had to ask them one important question. Are you willing to become my lamb? Whenever they answered willing, he could feel that a connection seemed to form between them on a spiritual level. This connection wasn't close, even quite shallow, one could say. But even so, it indicated that in a mystical sense, both parties had constructed the relationship of lamb and shepherd. Silas's shepherd potion was being digested as a result. After forming the flock in the East Borough, he continuously explored and gradually gained some understanding of the shepherd's acting principles. First, a shepherd needs to establish a flock. Second, they must provide for the flock, let the lamb survive, and have sufficient control over the flock. But obviously, just these things were definitely not enough to completely digest the shepherd potion. There were other acting principles he needed to discover. He planned to continue trying to act, at least to deepen the connection between himself and the lambs, making it tighter. For other shepherds, it would probably be very simple. Silas thought to himself. They just needed to gather a group of people and spread the true Creator's poisonous faith to them. This group would naturally become fanatics, and the shepherd, positioned between the deity and believers, would naturally become the role that enacted the deity's will and communicated with the lambs. The acting would be easily completed. Silas didn't want to be a missionary for an evil god or anything else. He could only explore a new path using his own methods. After busying himself all morning, combined with his previous efforts, the number of registered lambs had already exceeded half. He could clearly feel the digestion of the potion within his body. During the questioning process, occasionally some people would sincerely answer, unwilling to become a lamb. They all planned to temporarily stay here and would leave once they had a livelihood. Silas didn't drive these people away either, because such actions would cause distrust among the other lambs. In any case, such people were only a minority and wouldn't affect the overall situation. All right, Oliver, you go eat too, he said to the child assisting him. This child was one he'd bought back from the cleaning company. At the time, he'd injured his arm from falling while cleaning chimneys. Taking pity on him, Silas kept him after healing him. Unexpectedly, his learning ability was quite good. After accepting spelling education for a period of time, he'd more or less mastered reading and writing. Yes, Reverend. Oliver put down his pen, spoke to him very respectfully, turned, and left the room. Phew. M's phantom figure appeared before him, smiling as she said, "This little guy doesn't completely trust you. You've noticed it too, haven't you? No connection has formed between you and him, not even the shallowest kind. Because he's smart." Silas replied, "Lambs don't need wisdom. They only need to completely follow the shepherd's will, and that's good." Yes, lambs were naturally ignorant and simple, easily deceived and devoured. That's why they needed a shepherd to guide and protect them. On a religious level, believers were therefore linked to lambs, becoming existences that needed deities to save them. Aren't you unhappy? The person you saved doesn't completely trust you. M asked with a light laugh. I don't care. Silas answered, when I saved him, it was just to give myself peace of mind. I never expected his gratitude or loyalty. Saying this, he rose from his seat and put away all the files registered today, placing them in a craft paper bag. The potion's digestion was progressing steadily, and the Black Knight potion formula had also been put on the agenda. As long as he continued for a while longer, maintaining the flock and exploring the acting principles, he would eventually completely digest the potion and gain the opportunity to continue advancing. Mr. Anderson. Someone excitedly rushed in. Oh, it's you. What's wrong? Looking up, Silas discovered the person was the current leader of the Riemann gang, Charles. We can't go on like this. The latter said, if this continues, our Riemann gang really won't be able to last much longer. As it turned out, he'd come to Silas specifically to complain. After Silas brought the flock to this block, this place had gradually been reformed by him. The streets became clean, places like casinos and brothels were also driven out, streetwalkers and thieves were also not allowed. This was natural. He had to ensure his flock was in a stable and safe environment. However, what Silas abolished was precisely the gang's most important economic source. But the fatal matter wasn't over yet. Silas not only cut off sources, he also diverted funds. The funds he used to provide relief to the lambs all came from the Riemann gang's treasury. Moreover, the gang members had to maintain order for him, also busy from morning to night. Of course, the Riemann gang's cooperation was inseparable from Silas using the spectator pathway's abilities to provide suggestions. But even so, Silas's behavior was so excessive that it encountered resistance arising from the other party's subconscious. The treasury doesn't have much money left. Silas asked. It wasn't that he felt guilty toward Charles. After all, it was just a gang. Their usual activities weren't clean either. Disbanding would be what they deserved. But if this affected the lamb's survival, that wouldn't be good. If we continue like this, we can probably only last a few more weeks. Charles answered, and you treat them too well. They eat and rest all day, completely don't have to do anything. Silas thought for a moment. Indeed, just providing relief wouldn't work. It was just spending money endlessly. A true shepherd wouldn't become impoverished from herding. The lambs themselves were the greatest resource. I understand. Let me think about it. He said to Charles. After being raised for this period, these people had already struggled back from the edge of starvation and death. He could try to find them something to do. What would be good? The files show that many people have worked as textile workers. Perhaps I could open a factory. As for money, Silas thought briefly. Having himself pay for everything was definitely unrealistic, because he still needed money to buy potions and formulas. But the Riemann gang's remaining money wasn't enough for the factory's startup capital. Attract investment. That probably won't be easy. When investors hear that the employees are all a bunch of eliminated workers, they definitely won't invest capital. Besides, even if they invest, they'll definitely have requirements for returns. If I open a factory that way, the exploitation of workers will only be more severe. The lambs will be dissatisfied, affecting the acting. Unless there's an investor who completely doesn't care about returns and only wants to do good deeds. He suddenly thought of something. Miss Audrey seems quite suitable. First, her family has money. Second, she's relatively kind. Third, this kind of factory could increase her charitable reputation. The more Silas thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. Should I try communicating with her? Chapter 307, 308, Luna's Warning. After finishing the morning's business, Silas made another patrol of the neighborhood and arranged for Charles to do research work on opening a factory, including things like factory buildings, machinery, and sales channels. As for the latter, when he heard that Silas was preparing to open a factory and thought the opportunity to make big money had arrived, he became very enthusiastic. But we'll set that aside for now. After settling things, he prepared to go find Audrey Hall and discuss with her the possibility of opening a factory. Silas walked a few steps toward the Queensboro, then turned back and stopped in front of a fish and meat stall by the roadside. He'd almost forgotten that there was still a little one waiting to be fed at home, waiting for him to come back from hunting. How much for the fish? Top quality fresh herring, only 3 pence per pound. the stall owner said enthusiastically. In the large pool in front of him, quite a few live fish were swimming. You can pick directly. 1 fish for 7 pence. The fish in the pool were all close to £2 each, so 7 pence was a high price. Due to developed shipping, fish prices weren't high and were a meat source that even commoners could obtain. I'll take this one. No problem. The stall owner skillfully scooped up the fish with his chilblain-covered hands and knocked it unconscious, then said to Silas, "Sir, you don't look like someone short on money. I can also provide additional services, scale the fish, remove the bones, for just 2 pence. No need." Silas paid and casually took the fish. Swish. The fish vendor then saw this mysterious gentleman's hand brush over the fish's surface, and the scales fell like snowflakes. His fingers reached into the fish's body and pulled out the complete skeleton. During this process, the fish flesh seemed like liquid, offering no resistance whatsoever. The fish vendor was somewhat dumbfounded. He felt like he hadn't woken up properly and was having hallucinations. But when he rubbed his eyes and looked again, that gentleman had already disappeared without a trace, leaving only penny coins on the cutting board. Meow. Silas walked through the door carrying the fish. The black cat, as if predicting his return in advance, was already sitting primly on the cabinet in front of the foyer. Kittens grew very quickly. After just a few weeks, it already looked a whole size larger than before. "Come here, time to eat." The cabinet's height was just right. Silas reached out and could just touch the fluffy head. He showed the fresh fish in his hand to Luna. The fish was even bigger than she was, its eyes staring wide, giving off an eerie glow. Meow. Luna tilted her head, jumped down from the cabinet, and walked at his feet until Silas threw this enormous thing into her bowl. Only then did she seem to understand this was today's lunch. Meow. She became excited all at once, biting onto the fish's body, her tail held high. Should have cut it up, Silas thought, but seeing Luna so excited, he let it go. After venting, the black cat finally began to eat, biting off the soft flesh from the fish's belly, tilting her head to chew hard. Silas quietly watched her eat for a while, petted her again, and stood up. "I'm leaving now. Remember to watch the house." Before he could finish speaking, he felt his robe grow heavy. It turned out the kitten's claws had grabbed onto it. Discovering he wanted to leave, Luna actually abandoned the half-eaten fish and came over. "Hey." The black cat climbed nimbly, jumping up Silas's robe to his shoulder. Meow. She licked the oil from her lips and called out to Silas. "Why are you following me?" Silas tried to pull her down, but she gripped his robe with her claws and stubbornly refused to let go. "I have business to attend to. I'll play with you when I get back tonight." He'd originally thought Luna felt lonely because he wasn't often at home, but suddenly he sensed spiritual fluctuations from the black cat. Only then did he notice that the kitten's originally clear blue eyes were becoming profound. Meow. She called out again, looking very serious. "Has this little one divined something?" Silas frowned in speculation, his movements becoming gentle as he transferred her from his shoulder to his arms. This time, Luna didn't resist. It seemed her intention was to follow Silas on his outing. So Silas left the house holding her. After using psychological invisibility, he walked calmly on the street. No one would notice a mysterious man holding a cat walking past them. Luna only made sounds when they reached intersections, guiding Silas toward his destination. The further he walked, the more familiar it felt. He realized he seemed to be returning to the area controlled by the Riemann gang, which was his own pasture. Meow. The black cat called out again, but this time not at an intersection. The strange color faded from her eyes as she stared unmoving at two people on the street. It was a very peculiar combination. The middle-aged man in front looked lazy and unmotivated, while the young man appeared very vigilant, looking left and right on the street. Probably not Eastborough residents. Silas made the judgment easily. Setting aside the middle-aged man, although the young man wore clothing common to Eastborough residents, it was far too neat. His hands were also very delicate, without much dirt. One could only say the disguise wasn't quite adequate. Most critically, both of them radiated spiritual glow, which he as a shepherd could sense. That serious, unquestionable temperament seems to be from the arbiter pathway. Me 9. They found my territory. Silas couldn't help but frown. Good thing I discovered them early. Well done, Luna. He couldn't help but reach out to pet the cat in his arms, praising her. Meow. The little black cat held her head high, very proud. After rewarding the kitten, relying on being invisible, he stepped forward and stood beside the two men, listening to their conversation. Mr. Levi. The young man, Cons Learson, said excitedly, "This place is very wrong. Perhaps we've discovered a clue." After the investigation in Jowood district ended, Levi had submitted a completely uninformative report. And surprisingly, the Major hadn't said anything. After a few days, he'd just arranged for them to wander around the East Borough casually and try their luck. The result was unexpectedly that they actually discovered a suspicious neighborhood. A mysterious preacher who can heal people's injuries, shelter vagrants, establish new order, and even spread faiths outside the seven gods to them. Standing on the clean road surface with Northwest vagrants or streetwalkers around, Cons even felt like he wasn't in the chaotic East Borough. This person is quite suspicious. He could very well be that blood reverend. If they investigated carefully around here, they might actually discover traces of that mysterious figure. Cons thought excitedly, as if his superior's commendation was right before his eyes. Mr. Levi, let's do this. He had no idea that Silas beside him had already reached out his hand toward him. The languid Mr. Levi nodded, then recorded in his notebook while saying, East Borough, no abnormal conditions. Both Cons and Silas froze simultaneously, the latter even stopping his movements because of this. Chapter 308, 309, Susie's Nightmare. Mr. Levi, don't you understand what I'm saying? Cons Learson didn't know he was currently on the edge of death. At this moment, his neck was only a few centimeters away from Silas's right hand, yet he was still urging his captain to take action. I've made it very clear, there's something wrong with this block. So what? Levi looked at him calmly. So we can conduct an investigation here, look for clues. Cons Learson, you're in your 20s now, right? Have you lived enough and don't plan to inherit your father's title anymore? Levi unceremoniously interrupted him. Cons froze, because the other party's words were really too blunt and harsh, leaving him somewhat unable to react. He saw Levi snap his notebook shut with a paw sound, turn, and walk outside. He was actually preparing to leave. Mr. Levi. He couldn't help but chase after him. Do you think investigating here is too dangerous? Not dangerous, it'll just make our names appear gloriously on the pension roster. Levi glanced at him sideways. Have you forgotten how Eros and the others died? So you're just going to pretend you didn't notice anything? Cons said with slight dissatisfaction. That's right. Levi answered frankly, seemingly not ashamed at all. Then what if I bypass you and report directly to the Major? Cons said provocatively. Silas raised his hand again. That doesn't follow protocol. The Major will come to me for confirmation. And I just need to find some random excuse, like saying things such as, he's a newbie who's too sensitive, and I can muddle through. The Major will only believe me. Levi wasn't provoked by him. Instead, he shook his head. Don't forget, the most important thing in Department 9 is the strict hierarchical rules between superiors and subordinates. Of course Cons hadn't forgotten, because this was also directly related to their acting. Then if we don't investigate, can we at least share the information with the members of Team 1? No, I don't want to help those arrogant guys in Team 1. After hearing the other party block all paths, Cons first felt anger, then confusion, and finally became contemptuous. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. He said softly, so protective of your own life, completely disregarding your responsibilities. Sense of responsibility? Levi sneered, his decadent eyes flashing with mockery. Of course I have one. Dying to kill cultists or protect citizens is one thing, but losing my life for some unspeakable secrets of the higher-ups is just not worth it. Unspeakable secrets? Do you know something? I told you, I don't know. Levi said indifferently, however, I think what the Blood Reverend did at Capham's place suits my taste quite well. A moment of silence fell between the two. Levi's words made Cons lose his earlier drive. First, he understood that as long as this team leader disagreed, a newbie like himself wouldn't be trusted no matter what he said. Second, this decadent team leader seemed to know something and wasn't willing to get too deeply involved. I understand. As if after experiencing a psychological struggle, Cons finally lowered his head and said helplessly. He didn't know that this action actually saved both their lives. Silas withdrew his hand and instead stroked Luna. Since these two appeared unrelated to the case behind Capham and didn't plan to continue investigating, he let them off. Right now was a critical moment for his acting. If he really had no choice but to silence them, it might actually attract the attention of MI9. Being able to not kill them this way and have them voluntarily give up was best. Of course, he didn't completely trust the two. He continued maintaining his psychological invisibility state and followed behind them all the way to MI9's hidden office. Worried there might be monitoring items in the office, Silas held his cat and quietly waited outside. Another 30 minutes passed. Seeing there was still no abnormality, he finally relaxed. At this time, the young man called Cons Learson walked out from the office entrance. He had already removed his East Borough worker's attire and changed into a well-tailored, high-quality uniform. Although dressed quite nicely, he seemed to have something on his mind. He called a carriage and headed toward Queensborough. Oh, going home after work. Silas also happened to be going to Queensborough to see Audrey Hall, so he hitched a ride on his carriage, sitting across from him in the same compartment. Along the way, he observed the other party's expressions, from unwillingness to helplessness, and finally to resignation. It seemed very genuine. Good that you gave up. You saved your life. Silas thought to himself. Taking advantage of the carriage stopping and the door opening, he got off. Earl Hall's villa was just a few blocks away. He'd been here once before and already remembered it. Unlike the East Borough, the streets of Queensborough were clean and tidy. The Intis plane trees on both sides of the road had shed their leaves with winter's arrival, but the bare poles still looked quite grand, their presence still impressive. Silas held his cat, counting the branches of the Intis plane trees as he passed several patrolling police officers. The East Borough only had a very small number of officers, and their attitudes were extremely perfunctory. Like the block Silas managed, within a range of nearly 1,000 people, there was only one police officer killing time. Unlike here, where there were so many officers, and their attitudes were quite serious and responsible. Casually thinking about similar issues, he had already arrived in front of Earl Hall's villa. The noble social season was in the second half of the year from June to December. Now was the time for them to leave their country villas and return here, which should also include Audrey Hall. However, how should he meet with her? Arriving in front of the villa, Silas realized he should have notified her in advance and let her make some preparations. What if she wasn't home right now? Wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? Luna, quickly divine whether Miss Audrey is home. He lowered his head and said to his cat. Meow. The black cat raised its head to look at him, its azure eyes full of innocence, as if it didn't understand what he was saying. Fortunately, Silas didn't have to wait too long. He noticed a golden retriever happily running in the yard, then taking advantage of the servants' inattention in the courtyard, quietly approaching the wall. Finally, it squeezed through a hole and came out onto the street outside. Right, this dog should be Miss Audrey's pet. It's an extraordinary creature, and very smart. Ha, ha. Susie panted happily with her tongue out. She was just about to frolic and jump when a dark shadow suddenly descended before her eyes. Was there something here just now? She looked up in confusion, then saw a face that had once left her with psychological trauma. A thick and terrible bloody scent also filled her sensitive nasal cavity. Such a strong smell, why didn't I notice it before? Woof. Susie let out a frightened whimper, her tail instantly tucked between her legs. She saw that terrifying figure smiling at her, only 2 rows of snow-white teeth bright against the backlit shadow. I say, you can understand what I'm saying, right? Chapter 309, 310, Mr. Temperance has this side too. Audrey, don't forget about tonight's ball. Countess Hall said to her daughter, setting down her bone china teacup. Tonight's ball will be attended by royalty and Duke Negan. All right. Audrey obediently agreed after hearing this, but resistance welled up from the bottom of her heart. For a moment, even the mellow black tea in her cup seemed to become bland. If royalty would be attending the ball, that meant she would inevitably encounter several princes. The other princes were one thing. They were just arrogant with a chauvinistic disdain for women. Especially the third prince, who kept pestering her, always chatting about boring topics he thought were clever, forcibly trying to appear humorous. Just recalling it made Audrey feel uncomfortable all over. Audrey, I know you don't like those few from Sodlark Palace. Her mother said earnestly, but your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. During this period, there absolutely cannot be any lapses in etiquette, all right? Please don't worry, Mother. Audrey responded with a smile. I understand everything. Also, once you come of age, you should find something to do. Do you have any ideas? Tap tap tap. A series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by startled cries from the servants in the hallway. Bang. The golden retriever's 4 paws skidded on the floor as it pushed the door open with its nose, tail tucked between its legs as it rushed in, a visibly panicked expression on its dog face. Woof. Susie opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but seeing that the Countess was also present, she could only let out a loud bark and burrow under Audrey's skirt, trembling, just like when she used to act spoiled before gaining intelligence. What's going on? Seeing Susie's behavior, the Countess showed some displeasure. Has your dog become this ill-mannered now? It's nothing, Mother. Susie was probably frightened by something. Audrey quickly explained, reaching out to pat the golden retriever soothingly. She also found it strange. Susie's trembling transmitted through her hand as she stroked her, clearly showing genuine fear. But she was now a beyonder creature. An ordinary person couldn't possibly cause such a strong reaction in her. What exactly had she encountered? Really, you're far too lenient with it. In this regard, you're exactly like your father. The Countess chided her, and seeing the dog stubbornly refusing to leave, she helplessly stood up. In any case, remember to perform well tonight. Don't worry, Mother. After seeing her mother out of the room, Audrey closed the door and turned around. Audrey. Susie spoke up on her own before being asked. That terrifying person came again. He's become even more frightening than before. Terrifying person. Audrey took a moment to understand who this description referred to. You mean Mr. Anderson? Indeed, Susie had appeared very afraid when she saw him before. Animal instinct. Yes, him. He made me come find you. The golden retriever opened and closed her mouth anxiously and fearfully, vibrating the air. He said he needs to see you about something. Mr. Temperance wants to see me. Audrey thought with surprise and some confusion. Reception room. Black tea isn't necessary. I can't tell good from bad anyway. Silas said. The Beyonder guards at Earl Hall's residence were at most sequence 7 and couldn't detect him at all. After receiving Audrey's welcome, he concealed himself slightly and entered openly. No, it still needs to be prepared. Otherwise, it would be too impolite. Audrey smiled as she poured him a fresh cup of black tea. Counting the brief glimpse at Mr. A's gathering, this was their second meeting since that incident. Because she knew his tarot club identity, she naturally felt trust and closeness toward Anderson. At her feet, Susie huddled, not daring to move. On the table where the two sat facing each other, the curious Luna crouched, her tail hanging off the table's edge, swishing back and forth. 2 people, 1 cat, 1 dog. I apologize, I don't understand noble etiquette, so I'll speak plainly. Silas got straight to the point. Miss Audrey, are you interested in cooperating to open a factory? Open a factory? Audrey asked strangely. Mr. Temperance is actually interested in developing industry. That's right. I've taken in some homeless vagrants in the East Borough. Silas began to explain. He omitted some key information, only saying that he currently needed to open a factory to support these people. Audrey found it both amusing and touching. Mr. Temperance is usually so crazed and cold at the Tarot Club. Who would have thought he had such a kind side? Do you need a lot of money right now? She asked. Lack of money is one aspect. Mainly, I don't have the relevant channels or technical expertise. Silas said frankly, I heard your family is one of Backlund's wealthiest, your father is a banker and very capable. You shouldn't be short on money, right? No, I am short. Audrey thought to herself. She still owed pounds to Mr. Fool's Blessed, and there was also a Beyonder item at the Tarot Club waiting for her to purchase. Even wealthy as she was, she inevitably faced some financial difficulties. Although there were still considerable assets nominally belonging to her, they were all under trusteeship and couldn't be used freely. However, Mother just said I should do something after coming of age. If I could get their support, perhaps it could work. Audrey thought it over. Opening a factory to give East Borough's poor a job so they wouldn't starve to death. Not for profit, but just so long as the surplus could maintain the factory's operation. Basically speaking, it was a form of disguised charity. Moreover, compared to openly putting on airs with empty gestures, this method could actually get money into the hands of those who needed it. After all, they would only receive wages after actually performing labor, rather than filling out forms and having money flow through procedures into unknown people's hands. Not a bad approach at all. Audrey made her judgment. Mr. Anderson. She looked up and asked, I think your idea is very good, but there are still quite a few problems with implementation. For example, I need to convince my parents that your organization is reliable and legitimate. Also, opening a factory costs quite a bit. It can't all come from me. Audrey's father was a successful businessman. Growing up in that environment, she understood some basic principles. You won't have to put up all the money yourself. Seeing hope, Silas nodded. Actually, he'd only recently thought of a source of cash, the properties left behind by the Aurora Order. Setting other things aside, just the building where Mr. A held gatherings was worth quite a bit. After all, it was a detached property in Queensborough. If sold well, it could fetch over £10,000. That would be best. Audrey nodded. Let me think about how to convince my parents. At her feet, Susie had somewhat recovered from her tension. She raised her head and immediately saw a black tail sweeping back and forth at the table's edge. Rationality and instinct appeared simultaneously. The former reminded her to be mindful of the current setting, while the latter urged her to capture the moving prey. Chapter 310, 311, Exploration Team. Susie ultimately failed to catch Luna's tail. The moment she leaped, the black cat on the table gracefully flicked it away, leaving her to grasp at empty air and crash thunderously into the table. Silas didn't tease Susie any further. He had to rush back to the East Borough to organize personnel and consider what kind of factory to establish. After bidding farewell to Audrey, he hurriedly departed. As he established soul-level connections with his flock, he seemed to unconsciously grow more invested in them. This was probably an instinct of the shepherd. Meanwhile, in Queens, at Viscount Learson's estate. "Welcome home, my dear brother. How was work today?" The moment Cons returned home, he encountered a gentle, handsome young man in the entrance hall, smiling as he greeted him. This was his older brother, John Learson. Levi had gotten one thing wrong. Cons had no way of inheriting his father's title because he was the younger son. The one who would inherit the family's viscountcy was his brother. Not bad. Cons suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and forced a smile. "Go freshen up quickly, then come to the dining room." John patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Father came home early today, so we can all dine together as a family." Oh. Though Cons felt uncomfortable, he knew his brother meant well, so he trudged back to his room. With the servant's assistance, he washed up briefly, changed clothes, and entered the dining room. People were already waiting for him on both sides of the long table. "Cons, you must be tired after work." The speaker was his mother, Viscountess Learson. This graceful, beautiful noblewoman gazed lovingly at her youngest son. "You're truly diligent. I should report to MI9 and have them award you a medal. Don't you agree, dear?" "Mother, please don't do that." A servant pulled out his chair, and after Cons sat down, they laid out his silverware. He and his brother sat on one side of the long table, with their mother across from them. At the head of the table sat the master of the household, their father, Viscount Learson. The Viscount had a newspaper spread open, reading intently. Only when he heard his wife's call did he shift his gaze from the news to look at his younger son. "Run into trouble?" He seemed to see right through him, asking directly. "Yes." Cons had intended to lie, but under his father's scrutiny, he finally nodded slightly. "I had a bit of an ideological conflict with my team captain. I've told you so many times, you need to communicate properly." Seeing this, the Viscount immediately put down his newspaper and began his familiar refrain. "When I was young, working with Count Hall." Here we go again. Cons felt his head throb. His father was wonderful in every way except for this one irritating habit. Once he started talking about the old days, he became unstoppable. Cons quickly grabbed his knife and fork from the table. "Let's eat first, I'm starving." His brother and mother simultaneously prepared their own utensils in coordination with him, clearly also unwilling to hear the head of household recount his glorious past for the 1000th time. "Ah, fine then, let's eat first." The Viscount sighed, his enthusiasm deflated, and simply called out for the family to begin the meal. "By the way, Cons, would you like to attend the ball tonight? The royal family and Duke Negan will be there." After dinner, Viscountess Learson remembered something. "I'm not going." Cons refused flatly. "Is that so? What a shame. I heard from Countess Hall that Audrey will be attending as well." Well, maybe I should go after all." Cons hesitated, then said. The remaining 3 family members exchanged glances, seemingly suppressing laughter. They had all basically figured out Cons's feelings. Despite being the younger son of a Viscount's family, with smoother, more straightforward paths available to him in life, he insisted on joining MI9 to try to establish merit. Of course, this was partly due to personal ideals, but it was also driven by thoughts of improving himself to become more worthy of a certain someone. The Learson family naturally welcomed this development. Their family had maintained good relations with Count Hall's family for generations, but whether anything would come of it still depended on how the young people felt about each other. Silas returned to the Riemann gang's territory and summoned Charles. "How did the investigation go?" he asked. "It's more difficult than I imagined," Charles said with difficulty. "Factory buildings, machinery, raw materials, markets, they're all very hard to secure. Don't worry about those for now," Silas said. "I've already found someone. If we're lucky, we can get all of those things sorted out." "You found a patron?" Charles was overjoyed. "Which noble is it? How much investment can they provide?" "Don't worry about those details. You'll find out soon enough," Silas said. "Go organize the people and have them all gather in the square." Charles left cooperatively, like a faithful sheepdog driving the flock for its master. But Silas didn't go out immediately. Instead, he sat in his office, deep in thought. He was considering what kind of factory to establish. He picked up the document folder and flipped through all the files collected inside. Silas noticed that the factories where those workers had previously been employed basically fell into 3 categories: steel mills, chemical plants, and textile factories. This also aligned with Backlund's current pillar industries. Steel mills were too labor-intensive, and raw materials were difficult to obtain, making them unsuitable for the old, weak, sick, and disabled in his flock. Chemical plants had even higher machinery requirements, and workers also needed better protection, all of which cost money. After thinking it through, only textile factories, with their easily obtainable raw materials and relatively simple machinery operation, were suitable for him. Moreover, from his review of the files, many in the flock were skilled textile workers, giving them a certain advantage in getting started. Thinking of this, Silas suddenly laughed at himself. Here I am, a Sequence 5 Beyonder, busy with these things. Forget it, it's all for role-playing. Once the acting is complete, I can let these matters go. He consoled himself with this thought and turned to leave. At the same time, in the forsaken land of the gods. Pitch black. The world seemed to contain nothing but pitch blackness. Only the occasional lightning flashing across the sky could briefly illuminate this world. Crackle. The campfire blazed, casting a warm glow on every team member's face. Quiet surrounded them. Only the sound of burning wood could be heard. Everyone's faces bore expressions of worry and anticipation. Unease came from that evil god's temple, which was terrifyingly dangerous and had already turned an entire exploration team into grotesque monsters. Anticipation arose because the one leading this expedition was the Silver City's chief, Colin the Demon Hunter. The strongest warrior of Silver City sat cross-legged at this moment, slowly addressing everyone. We depart in 50 lightning flashes. Chapter 311, 312, Backlund's Last Aurora Order. Evening, Queen's District, inside the Great Hall of Duke Negan's manor. Melodious music flowed like water as pairs of elegantly dressed men and women danced gracefully along with it. The spacious hall was as warm as spring, with high-powered gas lamps illuminating the night as brightly as day. In such a comfortable environment, the ladies could freely show off vast expanses of their snow-white skin, adorned with jewels that sparkled brilliantly under the lights. Waiters carrying golden champagne wove through the crowd, while on the tables to the side, all kinds of delicacies were beautifully arranged. The moment any dish cooled even slightly, it would be removed and replaced with a fresh serving. This was a life of extravagance that the poor of the East Borough couldn't imagine even if they racked their brains. When they slept on penny rope beds, the most extravagant dream they could have was merely eating white bread dipped in cream, or thick slices of fatty meat with coffee. As a member of the nobility, Cons Learson didn't quite take such a lifestyle for granted, but he had long grown accustomed to it. So accustomed, in fact, that he would never think to compare these scenes with what he'd witnessed in the East Borough during the day. More than any of that, his attention was focused on the stunning young woman before him. You know, I can't go into too much detail about the mission, or I'll be reprimanded by my superiors, he said, shaking his head. Then just tell us a little bit about the less important stuff, Cons, please, Glaint, who was secretly a Sequence 9 apothecary, said with unbearable curiosity. I'm just dying to know. The others seemed to share the sentiment, including Audrey. The ball had been going on for a while, and these noble young people interested in the Beyonder world had naturally gravitated together again, discussing a recent incident. The detectives who solved the serial murder case had been threatened, but the killer was struck down that very same day. The official statement was naturally that the brave and wise police of the kingdom had acted swiftly. But the young nobles had received inside information and knew the killer was a Beyonder, and had died at the hands of another Beyonder. As they chatted, under someone's subtle guidance, their eyes naturally fell on Cons, who had joined MI9. That's what led to the scene just now. All right, I'll say just a little bit, Cons said, feeling Audrey's attentive gaze. His heart stirred as he revealed a mysterious smile. The aura left at the scene was very similar to the one at the Capim case. The Capim case? You mean the powerful Beyonder who killed the human trafficker Capim has now struck down the mastermind behind the serial murders? Viscount Glaint exclaimed. The others all showed expressions of surprise, and even Audrey's rosy lips parted slightly as she gazed at Cons. He couldn't help but feel a bit giddy, and leaked a slightly dangerous piece of inside information. Internally, we've given him the code name. Blood Reverend. Blood Reverend. Hidden among the crowd, Audrey savored the name with mixed feelings. That title sounds so bloody and crazed, not nearly as good as the codename our tarot club gave Mr. Anderson, Temperance, elegant and restrained. Blood Reverend, what a great codename. Christine said excitedly, clearly already a fangirl of this person. He's always fighting the bad guys, using blood to uphold his faith in justice. According to what you're saying, where does that leave us who are investigating him? Cons thought to himself, but didn't say it aloud. In a daze, he couldn't help but recall Mr. Levi's weary face. He shook his head slightly to clear his mind, and noticed everyone was watching him. Sorry, I think I've said too much, he said with a bitter smile. If I keep going, I really will get reprimanded. Hearing this, people let out polite laughter and stopped asking questions, chatting idly as they dispersed. Cons wanted to chat a bit more with Audrey, perhaps even share a dance, but suddenly saw a tall young man walking toward them. This man had a round face and narrow eyes, very similar to the nation's founder on the banknotes, but without that seriousness. Instead, he had more youthful vitality. It's the third prince, he must be here for Audrey. Cons cursed his rival silently, but still joined Audrey in bowing to him. Good evening, Your Highness. Good evening, Edisac Augustus said with a smile, his gaze sweeping lightly over Audrey and Khan's faces. Here we go again, the awkward and boring small talk. Audrey thought helplessly, though her face maintained a sweet, gentle smile. Then she saw that the third prince, who had shown considerable interest in her some time ago, merely nodded slightly at them before passing by and heading toward Duke Negan on the other side of the dance floor. He made no further attempt to engage Audrey in conversation. Prince Edisac just walked away like that. Khans found it hard to believe. He saw that even Audrey seemed stunned for a second, a flash of confusion crossing her beautiful emerald eyes. But immediately, those eyes became warm and charming again. He heard her laugh as she pointed to the long table on the other side. Khans, would you like to get something to eat with me? It would be my honor. Khan snapped out of it and responded. Perhaps Prince Edisac has found a new target, or perhaps he simply lost interest in Audrey. But either way, this is good news for me. After all, if I really had to compete with a prince, I might be at a slight disadvantage. I need to establish my achievements sooner and get promoted within MI9. That's what he thought. Several days later, also in Queen's District, in the house where Mr. A held his gatherings. Lord Envoy, everyone's here, the young man said excitedly as he led over 20 believers into the room, addressing Silas. Silas, wearing Mr. A's androgynously handsome face, examined each believer one by one. The high spiritual intuition brought by being a secret suppliant allowed him to easily sense the thick, crazed aura emanating from them. This level of aura definitely wasn't produced in a short time. Is this all of them? He asked, feigning surprise. Please, you must save us, respected Lord Envoy. These people all knelt down, saying devoutly and fervently, all we have left is our faith in the Lord. Of course, Silas nodded calmly. I have sufficient ability to protect all of you, but I am only willing to protect the Lord's most faithful believers. The Lord hears from above and bestows his great mercy upon those who are saved, delivering them from the hands of their enemies, he said in a trance-like tone. Let me hear what you've all done for your faith in the Lord. The believers all became excited. To demonstrate devotion to the Lord and then receive salvation, wasn't this exactly as it said in the holy texts? So they eagerly began to speak. Chapter 312, 313, Backlund's Aurora Order, completely annihilated. Esteemed Divine Envoy. The first believer to come forward was pot-bellied. My daily work is serving in the police department. Though nominally in service to the king, I have always believed in the one true savior. I've used the convenience of my position to obtain first-hand intelligence for the organization. Several times before, the evil god churches tried to destroy us. With the information I provided, the organization crushed their plans. Not only did they fail, but many of their minions died in the process. Well done. Those damned evil god churches, obstructing the Lord's return. They deserve it. The believers praised him. Very good. Silas nodded in approval, gesturing for him to stand aside, then looked toward the next person approaching. Divine Envoy, my family tried to obstruct my faith in the Lord and remained stubbornly unrepentant, even threatening to report me. This believer was a middle-aged woman with disheveled hair, yet her face radiated a blissful smile. So I prayed to the Lord for salvation, and in his mercy, he bestowed his grace, allowing my obstinate family members to also bathe in the Lord's glory. Great. After the traitor, here's another one who sacrificed her entire family. Silas once again expressed approval and continued listening to the next believer's confession. Eventually, he reached a conclusion, not one of these people was innocent. In that case, what more was there to say? Divine Envoy, surely we've been devout enough. Can we receive your protection? The believers, whose minds had completely lost all reason, asked this with gleaming eyes. Through sharing their faith in the Lord with one another, they felt a resonance between them and desperately needed the Divine Envoy to affirm their actions. Of course. Silas smiled and used his finger to tap 4 points on his chest, from bottom to top, from right to left, forming an inverted cross. You are all devout believers in the Lord, making contributions to the Lord's glorious return to earth. His words brought smiles to everyone present, especially the young man, who was moved beyond measure, as if his entire life had been validated. But very soon, they wouldn't be smiling anymore. Because Silas's next words were, "You've really worked hard, believing so faithfully in a madman hanging upside down with blood rushing to his head. Sure enough, idiots are drawn to each other." Divine Envoy, what are you saying? Everyone was utterly confused, completely unable to process this for a moment. I'm saying you're all brain-damaged fools. Silas, wearing Mr. A's face, sneered contemptuously, speaking words that were utterly blasphemous to them. You believe in your Lord so much, right? Fine, then I'll send you to hell first. Wait there a bit, and I'll make sure your Lord comes down to join you very soon. With that, he raised his hand. Bang. The obese police mole bloomed into a crimson rose, chunks of flesh and blood splattering everywhere, landing on the others. Those stained by this flesh began to swell and rapidly explode. In moments, like a chain reaction, all these believers turned into blood and gore in an extremely short time. By now, aside from Silas, the only one still standing at the scene was that young man. This is. The young man seemed completely unable to accept the situation. His face pale, his lips trembling, he suddenly laughed. I know. This must be a test from you, Divine Envoy, right? Test my ass. They were just killed by me, that's all. Silas walked up and patted his cheek. And I'm not your so-called Divine Envoy. The Divine Envoy you knew was killed by me long ago and eaten. Swoosh. He stopped using his faceless ability and returned to his original appearance. The young man looked at Silas's unfamiliar face, gradually filling with terror. You're not the Divine Envoy. Who are you? I'm the one who destroyed your Aurora Order. All those missing believers of yours were cleaned up by me. Silas answered. Originally I was still troubled because the remaining believers were really hard to find, but fortunately, with your help, I was able to catch everyone in one net. The young believer seemed to slowly grasp the meaning of his words, his face becoming extremely twisted. Was it pain? Despair? Self-blame? Regret? Silas didn't know, nor was he interested in investigating. After expressing his thanks to the other party, he pressed on his chest, letting him too bloom into a rose. With this, Backlund's Aurora Order was completely annihilated. Did you see that, Mr. A? Silas stood in the pool of blood, in the center of the nest Mr. A had been so proud of, talking to himself. The Backlund Aurora Order you worked so hard to build has been completely destroyed by me. Boom. He could feel it. Somewhere inside him, Mr. A's shepherded soul was giving an intense reaction. His fury seemed ready to overflow through the barrier of Silas's flesh and blood. Quiet. Silas said. The shepherd's ability activated accordingly, bringing down punishment on the disobedient lamb. Crack. An invisible whip lashed across Mr. A's soul. He seemed to hear the other party's shrill scream, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Looking around, he felt this house no longer had any value worth preserving. Might as well sell it. The deed to this house, plus the deeds to houses in several other districts, he wondered how much they could all fetch together. Selling slowly would definitely yield higher value. Someone like him, eager to dispose of them quickly, would instead get the price pushed down. I'll just sell them directly to Miss Audrey. Silas thought. He'd use the market average price as collateral, letting her slowly help him resell them. Then he'd use this as startup capital for the factory. Several houses should fetch at least over £10,000. He had already decided to open a textile factory in the East Borough, using the lambs in his flock. Of course, those children wouldn't have to work full shifts. Apart from school, they'd just do some simple tasks. Miss Audrey seemed to have mobilized certain connections, packaging their operation as a relatively formal foundation, non-profit, the kind that specialized in relief for the poor. She had also used her artful way of speaking to get her parents to express cautious support, though whether it would succeed still depended on their performance going forward. But at least for now, selling these houses meant funding for the factory was secured. As for whether the Aurora Order might come to reclaim them, Silas felt the possibility was quite small. Because the houses themselves belonged to Backlund's Mr. A, and members elsewhere couldn't possibly know about them. Of course, if you asked whether Silas felt any pain throwing all this money into the factory, naturally he still felt some pain. But for the sake of role-playing, and for the slight sense of responsibility that had unknowingly developed, he still felt he should do this. Chapter 314, Digesting the Shepherd Potion. Silas's textile factory was quickly established. The gang leader Charles, through underworld connections, helped him find a textile factory whose owner was eager to sell. The factory building, machinery, workers, and distribution channels were all ready-made. It turned out the factory owner's son was addicted to horse racing and had borrowed from loan sharks, accumulating crushing debts. Silas secretly intervened, settled things with the gang, rescued his imprisoned son, and cured the son's gambling addiction. As compensation, the factory owner sold the textile factory to Silas at a relatively low price. He would take this money and leave Backlund with his son, returning to their hometown to live. Since the Aurora Order's properties couldn't be sold off quickly, Silas mortgaged all the deeds to Miss Audrey in exchange for over £10,000 in cash. Selling them slowly would certainly fetch more money, but how much she could resell them for would depend on her own abilities. This money from Silas, combined with the investment Miss Audrey obtained from her father, together formed the factory's initial startup capital. Thus the textile factory quickly resumed production. Although he had never run a factory before, Silas wasn't worried about messing things up. Using his spectator pathway abilities, he had already screened all the factory's management and placed psychological suggestions on them. These managers would remain loyal to him and execute his orders without question. Being able to do this already far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary factory owner. These managers would completely follow his will in managing the workers and organizing production, and most of the people in Silas's flock also gained new means of livelihood. Father Preacher. Good morning, Father Preacher. That morning, as Silas walked through the streets controlled by the Riemann gang, the lambs all greeted him enthusiastically when they saw him. The streets here had become clean and orderly, forming a unique landscape in the muddy expanse of the East Borough. There were no streetwalkers here, no thieves or con artists. The gang controlling this area had replaced the police in maintaining order. The stable environment attracted more people to settle here, and with more people came economic activity. Charles was surprised to discover that through commercial taxes and rent collection, he was actually earning more than he had through illegal activities. Although more people came to the neighborhood, aside from Silas's core flock, others didn't know that the true master behind this district was Silas. They only thought that the Riemann gang's leader was quite capable and had brought stability and peace here. Good morning. Silas smiled and nodded at the lambs. He could feel the purest dependence and respect in these people's eyes. To these people, Father Preacher had not only saved their lives but also given them a way to live. The textile factory had already recruited most of the flock, and after preliminary training, they could start work and earn money. He didn't expect to make money from running the factory, but to maintain its proper operation, the wages given to workers were relatively low. Even so, they were already much higher than what the previous factory owner and other peers in the industry offered. Workers at other factories drained their blood and sweat on the machines, and the money they earned barely kept them alive. But workers at Silas's textile factory could maintain survival through normal labor while having a little surplus, even though this was already what Silas considered quite harsh conditions. It could only be said that he still had a shallow understanding of just how inhumane people could be. So it was no wonder these lambs' attitude toward Silas was getting better and better. William No. 3, Old Jack, Little Thomas. Silas's eyes swept over these people's faces, easily recalling their names. As these lambs' trust in him deepened, he could feel his connection with them at the soul level becoming increasingly solid. Just like how a shepherd could accurately remember the appearance and habits of each sheep in his flock, he also grasped these people's situations. At the same time, the shepherd potion within him was being further digested. This indicated that his acting was very much in line with the role. Father Preacher. A group of children heading to school spotted him and rushed over, interrupting his thoughts. Father, our teacher scolded me yesterday. Father Preacher, please tell us more stories about the Lord. Father. The children were like lively little birds, chirping incessantly around him. Their eyes sparkled brightly, and they gave off a wheat fragrance, probably having just eaten breakfast. I'll tell you tonight, Silas said with a smile. Also, that's not storytelling, it's preaching, okay. Since the last time his preaching almost went wrong, he had learned his lesson. Since mystical ramblings would attract who knows what, he changed to a more down-to-earth format. So he began telling stories. Fairy tales, fables, legends, classic stories from his previous life, after being localized and modified, were told to the lambs under the name of preaching. These wonderful stories easily captured people's attention, making his preaching more successful each time. All right, go to school quickly now, or you'll be scolded for being late. After chatting with the children for a few moments, Silas said to them gently. Okay. The children answered in drawn-out voices, then left in groups, occasionally roughhousing. Silas smiled as he watched their retreating figures, then suddenly froze. In a trance, he seemed to see a small figure holding his hand and smiling at him. Big Brother. It was an even earlier memory, a scene of little Cecilia leading him through the streets. Back then, young Cecilia felt it was too pitiful that her brother was always confined at home, so she secretly took him out without their parents knowing. Although they only got halfway before he fell into madness, for Silas at that time, it was already a very precious memory. Silas's mind wavered, and madness and pain flashed across his face. Mamem's phantom appeared behind him, stroking his back and waking him from his daze. Calm down. There are so many people here. If you go mad, they'll become suspicious of you. Her golden eyes reflected Silas's handsome but pale face. I know. After taking a few deep breaths and calming down, Silas answered in a low voice. He quickly recovered the mysterious yet gentle demeanor he maintained before the lambs, smiled, and left the area. Cecilia, wait just a little longer. Stroking his chest, addressing the tightly protected, untouchable soul deep within his body, he said silently in his heart as he walked toward the street corner. The thick winter fog spread, gradually swallowing his figure. Chapter 314, 315, You're the one who blew up the passage. Leaving the street corner, Silas boarded a carriage heading to Minsk Street. Today he had an appointment with his former colleague and fellow transmigrator Klein to meet at the other's home. He was meeting Klein mainly for two matters. The first matter was to inquire about Fourth Epoch history, especially regarding that Red Angel Medici. His colleague was a graduate of Tianjin University's history department. Though that was before his transmigration, because he had inherited the original owner's memories, his grasp of the relevant historical knowledge should be no different. The second matter concerned his black cat, Luna. This little creature had unexpectedly high divination talent. Not only could she use it to catch mice daily, but she could occasionally help him out, like last time when she helped him detect MI9's arrival. She seemed to be instinctively role-playing. After a while longer, the potion would probably be digested. He needed to help her obtain the Sequence 8 potion and formula. Outside 15 Minsk Street. The message board hanging by the door had several lines written in different handwriting, seemingly messages left by clients who'd come calling when the detective wasn't home. Looks like this guy's detective career is quite thriving. Silas thought to himself and rang the doorbell. Coming. His former colleague's voice soon came from behind the door. After opening it, he saw a bearded face wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The rough beard combined with the scholarly glasses made his appearance somewhat peculiar. Morning. Have you eaten? Silas asked casually. Just finished. Klein led him inside. Red tea was already set out on the living room table. What have you been up to lately? Because they were former colleagues and fellow transmigrators, the two had less of the lone formalities between them. Just as they sat down on the living room sofa, Silas asked. Well, made a bit of an investment. Klein answered reflexively, then as if remembering something, asked. By the way, Silas, are you interested in investing? Investing? In what? A bicycle project. You know, one of Roselle's inventions. There's an inventor in Backlund who's created a prototype. Klein said. The bicycle invention had already proven to have great profit potential in their previous world. That inventor and his initial investment had already yielded results, attracting the attention of an industrialist. Klein knew Silas had quite a bit of cash on hand. If he invested too, he could grab a good share of stock from that industrialist. It was basically a sure profit with no risk of loss. It is indeed a good investment. After hearing Klein's introduction, Silas nodded. But you're too late. Too late? What do you mean? I recently bought a textile factory. All my money went into that. Silas answered casually. Question mark. Klein, holding his teacup, was momentarily stunned. What's going on here? I'm still working hard as a detective, making small investments, and he's already about to become a tycoon. How much did you spend? He asked. Over £10,000. 10,000. Klein took a deep breath and set down his teacup. He knew Silas had quite a bit of money from selling Beyonder characteristics at the Tarot Club, plus the bounty for killing the Demon Hound, and so on. But he still hadn't expected Silas's savings had grown to the point where he could open a factory and control the means of production. Don't misunderstand. Sensing the other's strange look, Silas smiled slightly. I'm just doing it for role-playing. Does role-playing as a shepherd really require such a huge investment? Good thing I only need to put on grand performances to role-play as a magician. Klein adjusted his mindset and looked at Silas again. What did you need to see me about today? He asked. Well, it's like this. You're fairly knowledgeable about 4th epoch history, right? 4th epoch history. Klein quickly searched his memory. The current era was the 5th epoch, the 4th epoch was much further back. There were no detailed written records of that history. Archaeologists could only vaguely understand fragments of it through excavating related ruins. In mystical terms, that was an era far more dangerous than now, when deities established divine kingdoms on earth and angel families opposed and slaughtered each other. Through the mists of history, later generations could only sense the madness and cruelty within. I know something about it. Klein answered carefully. He saw Silas's mouth open and close as he said. Then do you know about a guy called the Red Angel Medici? Red Angel? Oh, right. In Roselle's diary that Silas collected, there were related records. He was from those 3 hunter families. Klein quickly recalled the descriptions in the diary Silas had offered to Mr. Fool. Where did you hear that name? Using the clown's muscle control, he maintained his calm and asked. A while back, I encountered it in underground ruins on William Street. Silas answered. Klein, who had been fairly composed, couldn't help but freeze. William Street. He went there too. That's not right. That place was already blown up by Miss Sharon and me. That's what he was thinking, and he instinctively said it aloud. That's impossible. I blew up the underground passage there. Huh. It was you. Silas froze, then suddenly understood. With a touch of exasperation, he demanded, You're the one who blew up that underground passage. Good grief, if I hadn't been carrying a teleportation stone at the time, you would have gotten me killed. Crash. The teacup he was holding immediately shattered in his grip, scalding tea and porcelain shards falling to the floor together. At the same time, his aura as a Sequence 5 powerhouse unconsciously emanated, filling the entire living room with a heavy stench of blood. Calm down, calm down. With an agile leap, Klein flipped behind the sofa, avoiding his close-range mental shock. Though he didn't know what had happened, it seemed Silas had strong objections to him blowing up the passage. Huff. Silas took a deep breath, calming himself and reining in his overflowing spirituality. So you're saying, you're the one who blew up that passage? Yes. Klein cautiously poked his head out from behind the sofa. Because those ruins were very dangerous. I was afraid people would go in later. Right, theoretically speaking, if the passage was blocked, naturally there'd be no way to get in. But who could have imagined he'd been teleported inside? Silas didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just felt helpless and angry. Klein's intentions had been good, but through a series of accidents, it had caused him enormous trouble. I almost got killed because of you. In the end, he could only sigh and shake his head. Chapter 315, 316, Medici and the Redemption Rose. So you also encountered that evil spirit and received the same promise, that you'd get benefits as long as you break the seal. After listening to Klein's account, Silas asked. It turned out that Klein, working as a detective, had taken on a task to explore an underground structure and similarly encountered the erosion of the evil spirit within. To prevent the danger from spreading, he planted explosives and destroyed the passage. According to his subsequent investigation, that structure originally belonged to Viscount Pound's family, and this family seemed to be connected to the Tudor family, descendants of the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire. The Tudor Empire once produced a Blood Emperor, and when the evil spirit communicated with Klein, it had called itself an innocent person killed by the Blood Emperor. As Silas had suspected, there was an even deeper and more terrifying reason behind this incident. Yes, Klein nodded slowly. So, are you planning to break the seal? Of course not. Klein shook his head. According to my divination afterward, that evil spirit harbors strong malice toward me. If I really broke the seal, I'd probably be the first victim. He hesitated slightly, not telling Silas that there had been a Sequence 5 wraith with him at the time, Miss Sharon. After all, Miss Sharon seemed to have secrets and didn't want her whereabouts leaked, so it wouldn't be good to tell the unrelated Silas about her. A wise choice. Silas nodded. The evil spirit's pitch to me was that it was willing to become a lamb for me to shepherd and command. The other party was an angel-level evil spirit. If it were truly shepherded by an ordinary Sequence 5 shepherd, the master-servant relationship would probably reverse the instant the shepherding took effect. The shepherd would become the evil spirit's new shell for its use. However, I have that high-positioned illusory tide within me. Even a true god's aura can be suppressed by the tide. If I really shepherded that red evil spirit, perhaps it could actually work. Silas couldn't help but think this, but quickly dismissed the idea. The risks far outweigh the gains. It's not worth taking such a huge risk for an uncertain benefit. It seems that Red Angel died in the Fourth Epoch, along with 2 other angels of the Hunter pathway, Klein mused. He hesitated, then continued, that evil spirit once told me that Medici had established an extremely secret organization called the Redemption Rose. Certain absolutely unimaginable existences were once members of this organization, though they later withdrew. Moreover, the birth of the Redemption Rose has an extremely close relationship with the true creator. In the evil god temple that the son had explored, similar words had been found, but Silas hadn't joined the Tarot Club yet at that time, so he wasn't aware of it. The true creator? Hearing that damned name, Silas's brows furrowed involuntarily. Moreover, the term Redemption Rose also seemed somewhat familiar to him. He quickly recalled that after encountering the Red Angel, Medici, he had seen strange visions. In those visions, Medici held a gathering with a group of shadowy figures, discussing some grand and secret topic. Right, those mysterious beings called their organization the Redemption Rose. Silas took a deep breath. A shocking conspiracy seemed to have traversed the long years and reappeared before him. After I encountered the evil spirit before, I had some visions. He shared what he had seen with Klein, who quickly formed some speculations, his expression thoughtful. After hearing what you said, I feel like some questions have been answered, but more new ones have appeared. Who do you think Medici was referring to when he said he? Silas asked. Klein's heart stirred as he thought of the one the City of Silver worshipped, the original creator. The words, Redemption Rose, were found in the evil god temple in the forsaken land of the gods, and the highest-ranked existence there was the City of Silver's creator. As an angel, serving a true god seemed only natural. However, although he thought this, he didn't immediately tell Silas, because this information had been shared by the son at the Tarot Club. Damn it, at the next gathering, I need to find a way to guide the son to tell Silas this information. Klein thought with some frustration. Silas didn't know his thoughts and continued, moreover, Those existences who withdrew from the redemption rose, the big shots absolutely beyond imagination, in Medici's words, who could they be? He could only vaguely see some outlines, but didn't understand their specific forms. It couldn't be true gods, could it? Silas pondered for a moment, thinking this as a joke. But soon, he was frightened by this terrifying speculation. Looking up, Klein across from him also had an odd expression. I think we'd better stop discussing this dangerous topic. Agreed. Both nodded simultaneously. Afterward, Klein brought him a fresh cup of tea, and the two drank red tea for a while, calming their nerves slightly. By the way, there's one more thing. Silas remembered another purpose of his visit. Can you tell me the Sequence 8 potion formula for the seer pathway? For your cat. Klein thought for a moment and guessed. It's already digested the potion. Not sure, but I'm preparing it in advance. Also, I took your advice and gave it a name, Luna. Silas said. Luna, so it's a female cat. Klein felt somewhat envious. When he was seeking advancement, he hadn't had it so smooth, actually having a Sequence 5 as protection. No wait, if I'm being honest, I also had the goddess's sword, Christette watching over me back then, but that was surveillance, not protection. With complex feelings, he scribbled a few lines on the notepad on the table and handed it to Silas. All right, thanks. Silas took the note and saw it read. Main ingredients, 1 adult Hornassus Grey Mountain Goat Unicorn Crystal plus 1 complete human-faced rose. Supplementary ingredients, 80 milliliters pure water plus 5 drops mandrake juice plus 7 grams black-rimmed sunflower powder plus 10 grams golden cloak grass powder plus 3 drops hemlock juice. How much? Money. No need. No, we still need to follow the rules between us. Silas shook his head and took out about 400 pounds in cash from his pocket, placing it on the table. At the previous Wisdom's Eye gathering, he'd learned that the price for a Sequence 8 potion formula hovered around this figure. Although their relationship was unusual, except when absolutely necessary, it was better to avoid freeloading. It wasn't good for either of them. You really are particular about this. Seeing this, Klein didn't stand on ceremony further. After all, he really was short on money right now. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 317, I have something to consult you about, Sherlock. All right, those are the two things I came to see you about today. After settling Luna's potion formula, Silas tucked the note into his robe and said to Klein, then I'll be going. Don't rush off. Klein stood up. It's rare for you to come by. I was thinking of treating you to something. Treating me? That's right. Klein said with a smile. I bought some rice at the shopping street. I'm planning to make tomato beef stew to go with it. The beef stew will be made using our hometown's method. Before transmigrating, he was from the south, while Silas was from the north. Their tastes didn't align. So he planned to compromise and make a dish with broader appeal. Silas froze slightly. Hometown cooking. Nostalgia welled up from the bottom of his heart. He almost instinctively wanted to agree, but very quickly, he shook his head. Forget it. Silas said. Huh? Why? The smile on Klein's face immediately froze, and he couldn't help but ask. I'm not in that mood anymore, nor do I need it. I still have to return to the East Borough to continue monitoring things there. Silas slowly stood up and said to Klein, but I still want to thank you for the invitation. He was already Sequence 5. His body had been further transformed by the potion, completely eliminating any need to consume food. When eating, he might feel some sentimentality, but it definitely wouldn't bring the nostalgia Klein hoped for. That would just spoil the mood, so better to refuse from the start. All right then. Seeing his attitude was firm, Klein could only stand up and see him to the entrance hall. Then I'll see you. Wait, there's a beyonder coming. Silas was about to say goodbye when his shepherd's spirituality suddenly gave him a warning, causing his farewell to shift mid-sentence into an alert for Klein. Seems to be around Sequence 7. Ding-a-ling. Just as his words fell, the doorbell at 15 Minsk Street rang. The two exchanged glances. Silas remained in place while Klein, with caution, walked over to open the door. The instant he grasped the door handle, his spiritual intuition let him see the face of the person behind the door, a young man with hair slicked back, handsome and delicate features, red pupils carrying arrogance. Emlyn White. Why is he here? Klein opened the door with a trace of surprise. Good afternoon, Emlyn. At this time, shouldn't you be at the Harvest Church? Silas really is worthy of being a shepherd. His perception is incredibly accurate. Klein thought to himself. The young man before him was no ordinary person, but a member of the Sanguine, actually a Sequence 7 of the apothecary pathway, a vampire. Through various circumstances, he had become acquainted with Klein and was currently serving as a priest at the Harvest Church, which worshipped the Earth Mother. I have something I want to consult you about, Sherlock Moriarty, detect, oh. This handsome vampire spoke in an extremely solemn tone, enunciating each word. Unfortunately, before he could finish, he saw Silas standing in the entrance hall, saw the blood-red robe he wore, and sensed the mad and depraved aura emanating from him. A shepherd. Impossible. As a sanguine, though Emlyn's own level wasn't particularly high, he had the racial inheritance and knew the basic common knowledge of the Beyonder field and certain secrets. The man before him was undoubtedly a Sequence 5 shepherd, a dangerous existence who worshipped an evil god. Swoosh. His body immediately erupted with dense black mist, wings sprouted, and then without hesitation, he turned and fled into the distance. Though he didn't know why Sherlock had gotten involved with a shepherd, there was no time to explain. He definitely wasn't a match. He had to escape immediately and seek aid to help Sherlock while saving himself. Stop. Then Emlyn heard a casual voice say just that in despair. The shadow beneath his feet suddenly came alive, like pitch-black liquid wrapping around his ankles. His forward momentum didn't decrease, but his feet were stuck in place, so he inevitably fell to the ground. Bang. The shadows quickly wrapped around him, binding him tightly. Don't do anything rash. Emlyn shouted with false bravado. I'm a noble sanguine. If you dare touch me, all the sanguine in Backlund will be your enemy. I'm done for. Caught by an Aurora Order lunatic. He thought to himself, feeling like crying without tears. He had originally wanted to consult Detective Sherlock about the fool, but unexpectedly opened the door to find a shepherd. This guy would definitely shepherd him and use his abilities as a child of the moon. Such a shame about all my cherished dolls. No, I have to resist, even if it's for my collection. That's right. I'll just pray to that Mr. Fool right here and seek life from the jaws of death. Just as Emlyn's thoughts kept shifting, alternating between despair and intensity, he heard the shepherd's calm voice. You know this guy. He seemed to be chatting with Detective Sherlock. Hold on. He's an acquaintance of mine. Sherlock answered like that. What's going on, Sherlock? You really have a relationship with a shepherd like this? Emlyn just felt confused and bewildered. The forsaken land of the gods. The Silver City exploration team arrived at the ruins of that city and gradually approached the evil god's temple in the city center. This temple was already half collapsed, but its former glory could still be seen from its appearance. The residents who persisted in surviving in the darkness had perhaps once come here devoutly to pray to the deity. But now, this place had completely become ruins. The temple entrance was deep and dark, as if emanating an indescribable aura of terror. Under Chief Colin Iliad's leadership, Derek and the other team members cautiously searched the temple. They saw filthy scalp mushrooms and finger tree fruits, as well as peculiar murals. The murals depicted the image of the true creator, hanging inverted on a pure white cross, bearing the world's sins and disasters for all people, while 7 twisted evil gods watched from the side, seemingly ready to destroy the world at any moment. Complete lies. Looking at the murals, Derek thought to himself. Besides this mural, another one left a deep impression on him. It depicted a team of pilgrims. Under the guidance of an angel with silver-white hair, they crossed mountains and walked toward the depths of the dark land. At the angel's feet was a river that connected head to tail. And in the corner of that mural were written the words, Redemption Rose, that he had seen before. As the exploration deepened, the team arrived at the temple's core location. There they encountered a statue of the true creator with open eyes, and behind the divine statue was a crying little boy. Unfortunately, that little boy had already become mad and depraved. The chief directly charged forward and ended his life with his sword. Derek opened his eyes and saw that he was in front of the campfire at the camp. He had completely forgotten what had happened before, as if the exploration event had restarted at this point in time. In his heart were only worry and anticipation for this exploration. We depart in 50 lightning flashes. Chief Colin Iliad said to them solemnly. Chapter 317, 318, Vampire and Werewolf. Silas didn't know what the son was experiencing at this moment. He spent some effort resolving the misunderstanding with the vampire who had come to visit Klein. At least on the surface, that's how it appeared. A normal shepherd who doesn't worship an evil god, is that even real? Emlyn was actually skeptical, but fearing the other might shepherd him, he could only cooperatively indicate that he believed it. I didn't expect the sequence 7 of the apothecary pathway to be called vampire. Silas said with some interest. If there are even vampires, I wonder if there are also werewolves. It's sanguine. Noble sanguine. Not like those counterfeits. Emlyn's voice rose sharply for a moment as he jumped up from the sofa, but after meeting Silas's calm gaze, he obediently sat back down. Restrain yourself, don't provoke this dangerous guy, he told himself, sitting properly and allowing the other's scrutinizing gaze to examine him. Silas looked at Emlyn thoughtfully. He had just remembered something. After Darkwill left, the district lacked a proper doctor. Though he himself could use flesh magic, he was somewhat inadequate when facing various non-traumatic diseases. Moreover, beyonders of the apothecary pathway were far superior to ordinary doctors. "Are you interested in making house calls?" Silas asked. "What?" Emlyn froze. "Specifically, coming to a certain street in the East Borough at regular intervals to treat people. As for compensation, I can pay you in cash or items from the Beyonder field," Silas said. "The East Borough, treating the poor?" "Right. I've taken in some wanderers there. They sometimes have medical needs," Silas said. Emlyn grew increasingly puzzled, hardly believing his ears. For someone familiar with the Beyonder world, connecting shepherd with relief for the poor was like a fairy tale. Could this guy really be a good shepherd? The absurd thought flashed through Emlyn's mind before he forcibly suppressed it. "I still need to maintain proper vigilance." "That's indeed a very attractive idea, but I'm usually busy with other matters. Please give me some time to consider." He answered like that. "Fine." Silas instinctively glanced at Klein beside him and answered casually. Klein knew this vampire anyway. If he dared not show up, Silas would just go find him. "All right, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be going." He stood up and straightened his blood-red robe. "You two carry on." Emlyn had originally sought out Sherlock to consult about something, but his own reaction had added an unexpected interlude to the event. Phew. Watching Klein see off the terrifying shepherd, Emlyn finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Sherlock, do you know how dangerous that person was?" After the great detective returned to his seat after seeing off the guest, he couldn't help but complain. "I know, don't worry." Klein smiled wryly, then quickly changed the subject. "By the way, what did you want to consult me about?" "The consultation fee is £1, with additional charges beyond 1 hour. Only then did Emlyn remember his original purpose. The earlier shock had been too overwhelming. He hesitated before carefully speaking. "This matter concerns that fool." "Huh." Klein nearly stuck his finger in his ear. As the sky gradually darkened, Cons Learson arrived in the East Borough. At this moment, he had changed into ordinary worker's attire. Combined with the dim light, he looked no different from ordinary East Borough residents. "Stay calm, keep moving forward." Following MI9's internal infiltration guidance, he feigned nonchalance as he advanced toward the Riemann gang's actual controlled area. After an internal struggle, Cons had decided to defy Captain Levi's wishes and come investigate that peculiar district. This wasn't because he was particularly loyal to MI9, but simply because he wanted to establish merit. Because he desperately needed it. His greatest obstacle, Prince Edisac, had given up pursuing Audrey. His own chances had increased, probably. Cons felt that to advance their relationship further, he had to work hard to improve himself and become someone worthy of this young lady. "I'm sorry, Mr. Levi." Cons apologized to his captain in his heart, but his feet didn't stop as he gradually approached the Riemann gang's district. Darkness had fallen, and these streets were brightly lit. If someone were standing high above looking down at Backlund at this moment, they would see a city of stark contrasts against the darkened earth. Queens, the North Borough, and other areas were brightly lit, like flames burning on the ground. But in the two largest areas, the Bridge area and East Borough, there were only scattered glimmers of light from all-night bars, pleasure houses, and similar establishments. But now, in the dark heart of the East Borough, a small patch of light had appeared. Like a fragile bubble, it floated and flickered. From a distance, Cons saw 2 gang member types standing at the street entrance, weapons clearly visible at their waists. People arriving at the entrance pulled out wooden plaques from their persons, showed them to the others, and were then allowed to pass. Several guys without plaques who tried to sneak in were grabbed by the 2 gang members, punched a few times, and chased away. Cons couldn't help but freeze. He felt absurd. What is this? When he came last time with Levi, they had just walked right in. He hadn't expected there to now be an identity verification procedure. He hadn't prepared for this. What should I do? Cons thought urgently. Should I go back like this and infiltrate again after making proper preparations? No, Group 1 is also investigating. If I miss today, they might discover this place before me. I must hurry. Just then, he noticed a steady stream of people gathering from the street, passing through the entrance to go inside. From their casual conversation, he learned they had just gotten off work and were heading home for dinner. Do people in this district all work at the same factory? As a noble, Cons wasn't familiar with workers' schedules and lives, but this didn't prevent him from walking against the flow toward the distance. He already had a new idea, preparing to change his approach. Since he couldn't enter the district, he'd infiltrate that factory to investigate. Perhaps he'd make different discoveries. I'm so clever. Cons praised himself, lowering his head and brushing past each worker getting off shift. The smell of sweat and flying dust from these people made him somewhat uncomfortable, but he still maintained his composure. The further forward he went, the fewer people there were. Fortunately, before losing the trail, he finally found the target factory. This building was bathed in crimson moonlight. Suddenly, the moonlight transformed, changing from crimson to blood red. The blood moon had descended. Chapter 318, 319, Protecting the Lambs. The crimson moon was embedded in the night sky, as if a terrifying wound had suddenly appeared in the heavens, and the blood-red moonlight it emitted was the blood flowing down from it. Cons merely marveled briefly at the strange scenery brought by the blood moon before turning his gaze back to the factory building. He quickly spotted the lone words on the sign. After reading them briefly, he understood the purpose of this building. A textile factory. He remembered that Audrey seemed to have recently invested in a textile factory. However, there were far too many textile factories in Backlund. It couldn't possibly be this exact one, could it? Cons thought this half-jokingly as he stepped forward to climb over the wall and jump into the factory grounds. The bright blood-red moonlight spread across the ground, illuminating the path for him. Though this was quite convenient, such a scene was somewhat eerie and terrifying. The area around the factory was very quiet, with no passers-by. The late December weather was cold and damp, as if the icy blood on the ground had risen with moisture, seeping into his bones. Unease gradually welled up in Cons's heart. Swish. He drew the revolver at his waist. The cylinder was loaded with beyonder bullets that could deliver powerful striking effects against all sorts of evil enemies. With the weapon in hand, he immediately felt more confident. Hey, even if there really is an evil spirit, I can rely on this. Ah. Just as he thought this, a shrill scream instantly shattered the night's tranquility. Are my words that effective? Cons froze, then gripped his gun and sprinted toward the source of the scream. Such obvious abnormality was very likely his target of investigation. Thud thud thud. He was already a Sequence 9 Arbiter, his body somewhat enhanced. Under his full sprint, it took very little time to reach the scene. Rounding the corner of the factory building, Cons raised his revolver and aimed forward. The scene before him immediately made his eyes widen. Under the blood-red moonlight, an old man in ordinary Eastborough clothing lay on the ground, his face showing despair. On his abdomen crouched a terrifying monster. Its entire body was covered in black fur, its claws long and sharp. Its head was buried deep in the abdomen, shaking and tearing, as if venting a bloodthirsty killing desire. Save me. The man on the ground looked at Cons, his voice weak. He still retained a thread of life, though he was already at death's door. Boom. Cons felt his scalp tingle. This was the first time he'd encountered such a scene. Roar. The monster sensed someone approaching. It raised its head, revealing a twisted, terrifying face. Its muzzle protruded forward, its fangs stained with blood and visceral fragments. The eyes looking at Cons showed undisguised malice and madness. It somewhat resembled a human, but more resembled a wolf. Under the blood-red moonlight's illumination, it looked just like a werewolf from legend. Bang. Fear drove Cons to shoot. The demon-banishing bullet in the cylinder roared out, the recoil violently striking his palm. Time seemed to slow down. He saw smoke gush from the revolver, the bullet break through the muzzle with a flash of fire, carrying tremendous force to instantly strike the werewolf's abdomen, tearing open a huge gash in its belly. Splash. A large mass of intestines flowed out through the werewolf's wound, steaming hot with white vapor. Ugh. Cons nearly vomited but still struggled to grip the revolver tightly and continue shooting. Bang bang bang. All 3 bullets missed because the werewolf, holding its bloody intestines with one hand, charged forward at astonishing speed. Cons saw a blurred shadow flash before his eyes and instinctively dodged to the left. PFT. That was the sound of flesh being torn. A tremendous force struck from the right, piercing through his ribs directly into his body. It was the werewolf's claw. Cons's body flew through the air, crashing into the factory wall several meters behind. He rolled once on the ground, feeling all his strength dissipate. Looking to his right, he discovered 5 deep, bloody wounds on his right ribs. Blood flowed down from the wounds. If he hadn't dodged in time, that strike would have been enough to tear his body apart. Such a dangerous enemy. Cons was terrified. The opponent was clearly a beyonder, and far stronger than himself. Sequence 8, or Sequence 7. Whichever it wasn't something his current self could handle. Roar. The ferocious, terrifying werewolf looked at him coldly, then directly used its hands to stuff the bloody intestines back into its body. Its wounds were rapidly healing. Where's my gun? Cons's stamina was draining. He fumbled constantly on the ground, trying to find his weapon. Although this weapon couldn't kill the opponent, it was his only hope at this moment. Finally, guided by the moonlight, he spotted the handgun lying not far away. However, the werewolf had already walked over. Just as Cons was about to touch the revolver, it extended its foot and stepped on his hand. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking bones rang out, bringing Khan's pain while also cutting off his last hope. He watched in despair as a cruel smile appeared on the werewolf's face. Am I going to die here? Khan's couldn't help but think. I'm sorry, Mr. Levi, you were right. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret, despair, and unwillingness. The faces of his family flashed before his eyes. He desperately yearned to see them one more time, his caring older brother, his loving mother, and his father who, though he nagged a lot, was equally considerate of him. Just then, past the werewolf's body, he saw the old man gradually slipping toward death. The wound on his abdomen had stopped bleeding. His organs had a pink sheen under the moonlight. Yet he was still struggling with effort, his eyes seeming to be filled, like Khan's, with unwillingness. Why did this happen? Old Jack asked himself in his dying moments. He had finally ended his wandering days in the East Borough and met Father Preacher. This generous and benevolent gentleman had given him a stable life and a wonderful job. Who would have thought that just by leaving the factory a bit late today, he would encounter a man-eating monster? I don't want to die yet, I still wanted to live a few more good days. Old Jack's vision was darkening. His heart filled with unwillingness, he used every last bit of strength to call out weakly with his final breath. Father Preacher. That voice was extremely faint, and as it was spoken, it witnessed the death of its original owner. Khan's didn't hear what the other person said, but he knew very clearly that the next to die would be himself. The werewolf released its foot but kicked his body again, flipping him to face upward. Is it going to eat my organs like it did to that man? Khan's felt the foul-smelling, bloody mouth approaching. But just then, a distant, ethereal voice suddenly rang out. I come, I see, I record. An illusory door suddenly opened, and a red figure slowly emerged from behind it. Chapter 319, 320, Wolf and Shepherd. Silas heard the lamb's cry. 10 some seconds ago, he had still been in his bedroom, holding his cat and looking up at the blood moon. Suddenly, a miserable voice reached his ears without warning. The voice seemed to come from very far away, extremely faint, yet crystal clear, as if acting directly on his soul. That voice was calling to him, pleading for his salvation. It's a lamb. My lamb has been harmed. Among the hundreds of soul connections, one suddenly became unstable, as if the existence on the other end was about to lose its life force. Spiritual intuition let Silas immediately understand what had happened. He sensed the increasingly weak connection and determined the lamb's location. At the textile factory. Too far. Running there directly definitely won't make it in time. After a moment's thought, Silas quickly stood up and activated Shepherd. Inside him, Mr. A's soul struggled and howled as it was forcibly driven to also activate the Shepherd ability. Shepherd stacked with Shepherd. And the ability Mr. A was forcibly driven to Shepherd was from the Apprentice Pathway Sequence 6, Scribe's ability, Record. Rustle. A phantom ancient tome formed before Silas, its pages flipping rapidly as a distant, ethereal voice rang out. I came, I saw, I recorded. Within the tome's records was a powerful ability called Travel that could let him traverse spatial barriers and reach his target location directly through the spirit world. Boom. Silas felt the spirituality inside him draining rapidly, like a dam with its floodgates opened. At this moment, his spirituality was simultaneously supporting 2 shepherds and 1 record. The stacked consumption was unprecedentedly enormous. Creak. Fortunately, the translucent door was finally constructed. Travel successfully activated. Though compared to the original ability, the record effect was considerably inferior and one-time use only, for the current situation, it was enough. Luna, watch the house. Silas tossed the black cat from his arms. She flicked her tail in midair to adjust her body and landed steadily on the bed. She looked at Silas with reproachful blue eyes and meowed once. But Silas couldn't worry about that now. He urgently stepped forward and walked into the open door. His body traversed the spirit world for an extremely brief instant. The colors around him instantly became vivid and bright, and the boundaries of things blurred. When the surroundings became clear again, he had arrived at the factory's open ground. He saw that ugly, terrifying monster under the bloody moonlight, and also saw the corpse lying behind the monster. His lamb was already dead. It was a weathered old man, his abdomen hollowed out, his face frozen in unwillingness before death. Old Jack. When he clearly saw the deceased's face, this name immediately jumped into Silas's mind. The shepherd's beyonder characteristic let him clearly grasp his flock and understand each lamb's situation. Especially since Silas had also established files, he knew even more related information. And the more he knew, the angrier he became. This poor old fellow had suffered hardship for the first half of his life, wandered the streets in his later years, and had only just obtained a stable life. He was very grateful to Silas, worked very actively, and was always the last to leave the factory after work each day. Silas looked at the corpse, his expression gradually becoming ferocious. A thin wisp of remaining soul floated up from the corpse, drifting toward him under the invisible connection and merging with his spirituality. He could feel the deceased's resentment, feel the other's intense pain and extreme emotions. The dead lamb became one with the shepherd in this way. Silas bore this pain. To respond to the lamb's emotions, he looked coldly at that monster. The werewolf under the moon was bearing blood-stained fangs, its entire body's black for bristling. The blood moon seemed to make it extremely mad and unrestrained, its desire for slaughter surging. Roar. It seemed to have completely lost its reason. Facing this existence that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, it roared, then pushed off with both feet and actively pounced. The werewolf craved blood, craved the feeling of soft organs bursting in its mouth. As if feeling thirsty, it opened its mouth wide and bit toward the other's exposed neck. What greeted this beast was a mass of crimson flame. Boom. The flame exploded in its mouth. The extreme high temperature instantly scorched its oral cavity, making its tongue dry and charred black. Whine. The intense pain from its mouth stimulated the werewolf. It howled once, its charging momentum instantly shattered, forcibly stopped. It instinctively raised both hands to cover its mouth, but only one arm came up, ? The werewolf looked down in near confusion, only then discovering that where its left arm should be had become bare. That arm covered in black fur with sharp, slender nails was now being held by that red-robed person opposite it. Blood spurted from the severed limb. It belatedly felt the pain. Roar. The werewolf roared again, but this roar seemed somewhat lacking in confidence, more like a threatening bluff with false bravado. The severed limb rapidly healed. It sharply turned and was about to flee into the distance. But its shadow beneath its feet didn't approve of this idea, actively betraying its master and transforming into pitch-black liquid that entangled its ankles. Bang. The werewolf fell heavily. As it struggled to rise, it saw Silas, whose expression had already become calm, standing before it. Like eating people? He asked like that. The werewolf saw its own arm being held in his hand, suddenly melting into a mass of red liquid, then flowing toward its own mouth. Wah! The werewolf struggled. The pitch-black shadows entangled its body, making it completely unable to move. The madness in its eyes had already been replaced by extreme terror. Its mouth was forcibly opened to receive the infusion. After one arm came its other limbs. In just a few short minutes, the originally terrifying beast had become a grotesque and absurd sight. Like a big-bellied spider with its limbs removed, bloated and swollen. Sometimes tenacious life might not be a good thing. Even in this state, it still maintained consciousness and vitality. Silas still wasn't planning to let it go. Goddess above. On the side near the wall, the fallen Khans widened his eyes, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. What pathways beyonder is this? Too terrifying. Though the other's appearance had saved him, the other's such mad actions likewise made him feel crisis. What if after finishing with the werewolf, he came for him next? Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 320, 321, The Rose School. Ugh. The now flattened werewolf mumbled incoherently, its face caught between terror and despair. The vitality it had once taken pride in had become a curse, forcing it to continuously experience agony. The loss of its limbs, the extreme distension of its stomach, and above all, the hopelessness of its situation pushed its mind to the brink of collapse. What are you, and who sent you? The person responsible for its current state asked. Woo. The werewolf howled pitifully. Under the blood moon's glow, it had become nearly bestial, completely unable to comprehend human language. Won't talk. No, it looks like you can't talk. Silas looked down at it, observing its current state with a thoughtful expression. Then he reached out and placed his hand on the werewolf's densely furred head. Bang. From a distance, Khans heard a sharp crack and saw the werewolf's head explode into a small firework display. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The limbless body twitched a few times, then went still. The terrifying monster that had driven him to the brink of death had been killed so easily. Captain Levi, you were right. Clutching his bleeding stomach, Khans thought this from the bottom of his heart once again. Regret surged through him, only to be replaced by fear when the red-robed man turned to look in his direction. He's coming over. Khans felt his hair stand on end, his scalp tingling. But his injured body could no longer support any violent reaction. Besides, the other werewolf's fate served as a clear reminder of what resisting would cost him. Me 9. He heard the man ask casually. Yes. Khans forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and nodded. He didn't dare lie to such a powerful beyonder. If he got caught, he might end up just like that werewolf. What are you doing here? Investigating, the Blood Reverend. The instant the words left his mouth, Khans suddenly understood. Blood magic, a powerful beyonder, connected to this district. The person before him was very likely the Blood Reverend, himself that MI9 was searching for. But after realizing this, he only felt more terrified. The man's power far exceeded his imagination. He, a mere Sequence 9, had actually thought about investigating this person and building achievements for himself. Just as Mr. Levi had said, he'd been courting death. Blood Reverend. This was the second time Silas had heard this title. It seemed to be the codename MI9 had assigned him. He thought for a moment, then continued asking, "What exactly did you encounter just now?" Cons didn't dare delay. He could only recount everything that had just happened, how he'd snuck into the factory, how he'd encountered the werewolf, fought it, and been defeated. Silas looked thoughtful. "The sudden blood moon caused the werewolf to go berserk, unleashing slaughter and attacking my sheep." "No, wait, before that, why would a werewolf infiltrate my factory?" The blood moon was just a coincidence, but beyond that coincidence, the werewolf's appearance was intentional. Just then, he suddenly noticed the moonlight's color fading, shifting from crimson back to scarlet. The blood moon had ended. Looking back, he saw the werewolf's corpse begin to change accordingly. Its thick black fur gradually receded, its claws and fangs retracted, its swollen muscles deflated. It was no longer a beast. Aside from missing its head and limbs, it wasn't much different from an ordinary human. I wonder what pathway this Beyonder belonged to. The crimson moon seems to have an extremely strong influence on them. Silas walked back to the corpse and opened his palm. Whoosh! A bone-chilling wind that seemed capable of freezing souls spiraled forth, forcibly extracting the spirit from within the corpse. The spirit had a blurry outline, roughly resembling a lean but muscular man with extremely short hair that stood up like spikes. Silas no longer had any vacant positions within himself. Furthermore, this werewolf appeared to be only around Sequence 7, not particularly strong. He had no intention of grazing it. He was merely extracting its spirit to perform a seance and obtain more information. No. The werewolf struggled within the howling wind but couldn't resist the shepherd's control. It was viciously bitten by the phantom mouth in Silas's palm and let out a miserable shriek. Before proceeding to the next step, he raised his hand. The observing Cons immediately noticed his shadow suddenly come alive and surround him. Before he could cry out in alarm, he was completely wrapped up, cut off from the outside world. Only after shielding Cons did Silas continue. He pulled out 2 candles from his coat and lit them, then used the werewolf's blood to draw a peculiar symbol on the ground. It was a pattern composed of an eyeless gaze and twisted lines, pointing to the mysterious entity known as the Fool. Silas was going to hold a ritual and pray to Mr. Fool for the power to perform a seance on this werewolf spirit. The phantom Mam appeared behind him, her hands inserted into his head, creating a virtual personality independent of the title influences for him. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era. Having completed these preparations, Silas began praying in a low voice in Hermes, reciting the Fool's honorific name. "Praying to me in the middle of the night? Who is this?" At the same time, Klein, who had been sleeping at home, was awakened by layers upon layers of prayer voices. He opened his eyes irritably. Right there in his bedroom, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He saw that the crimson star belonging to Temperance was flickering with light. "Silas has something he wants from me." Klein became somewhat more serious. He extended his spirituality, made contact with the star, and learned what Silas was doing. Through his prayer, Klein's consciousness arrived above Silas and saw the situation inside the factory. How miserable. Was this worker killed? Holy crap. That Beyonder died even more horribly. Silas really doesn't hold back. While mentally complaining about such topics, he extended his spirituality and used the gray fog's high position to control that Beyonder's spirit. Silas could feel the spirit in his palm suddenly become docile, its expression vacant and drifting. The Fool's power had taken effect. Seeing this, he immediately began questioning it. "What's your name?" "Tyll. "Where are you from?" "The Rose School." aka Rose School of Thought. The werewolf answered in a hazy voice. "The Rose School. That organization infamous for its bloody sacrifices." Silas quickly recalled the internal Beyonder intelligence. This organization had been established in the early 5th epoch, even older than the Aurora Order. The sect advocated indulgence and madness, creating many extreme incidents, but more specific information wasn't clear. "Why did you come here?" Silas continued asking. A struggling expression appeared on the werewolf Tyll's face, but he still answered. "Mr. Steve arranged for me to come. It was to help a believer of our school, Count Andres, with a small favor." Chapter 321, 322, One of the Keys to Acting. Silas had never heard the name Count Andes, much less knew why the men wanted to cause him trouble. "Why did Count Andy send you here?" He pressed for an answer. The werewolf Tyll opened his mouth, and suddenly a clear expression of terror appeared on his blurred face. Immediately after, his originally semi-transparent soul rapidly turned crimson. The glow was dazzlingly bright, as if the light of a blood moon was blooming from within his body. Spiritual intuition warned Silas of danger. He released his grip and threw the soul mass away. Bang. Before the werewolf Tyll could even let out a scream, his soul exploded in midair. Crimson points of light scattered through the air, like stars, quite dreamlike. Yet they carried a certain vitality, showing a vague tendency to attach themselves to Silas. Silas decisively pulled back, watching as those points of light extinguished completely. Silenced. No, it seemed more like some power behind him was trying to use his soul to corrupt me. Silas shook his head. Was it the evil god worshipped by the Rose school of thought? He couldn't figure it out for now. His consciousness and his duplicated persona both generated thoughts simultaneously, making his head spin with dizziness. Only then did he remember the prayer ritual was still ongoing. He hurriedly ended the ceremony and sent off Mr. Fool. Setting aside Klein's regret above the gray fog at not seeing what came next, Silas extinguished the candles and noticed that the werewolf's beyonder characteristic had already precipitated. It was a dark green fang that had fallen from his mouth. Sequence 7, the werewolf's beyonder characteristic. Silas picked up the characteristic, then waved his hand to release Cons, who was trapped in the shadows. Ah. Breaking free from the darkness and seeing the outside scenery again, Cons was clearly very agitated. Earlier, when Silas had bound him without warning, he thought he was done for. His wounds had already bled quite a bit, leaving him extremely weak. Silas walked up to him and placed his hand on the wound, using blood magic. Whoosh. Organs, tissues, muscles, skin. Cons felt the changes in his body. The horrifying wound the werewolf had created actually healed completely. He saved me. Cons found it incredible. Given that you tried to stop that werewolf, I'll let you go. Silas said flatly. He had already encountered this guy once before, investigating him using psychological invisibility, and had confirmed that although he was from MI9, he hadn't participated in those matters. Just an eager young rookie trying to establish merit, nothing more. Thank you very much. Before Cons could finish his words of gratitude, he saw Silas take out a glass vial from his pocket. Opening the cap, the blood he'd spilled on the ground flowed into the bottle under an invisible force, filling it completely. I'm very good at curses. He explained calmly to Cons, I suggest you don't go spreading word about what happened today. I understand. Cons' face paled a few shades as he nodded repeatedly. I won't say anything. Just as he made this promise, M's phantom appeared behind him. Her golden eyes flashed, leaving a mark deep in his heart. The threat of a curse plus psychological suggestion, a double insurance to ensure he wouldn't leak information. Good that you understand. Silas glanced at M's phantom, then asked, do you know who Count Andes is? I've only heard the name. Cons answered honestly. He's also part of Backlund's noble social circle. I've seen him a few times at balls. Do you know where he lives? Silas continued questioning. Cons decisively shook his head. It didn't look like a lie, more like he genuinely didn't know. Which made sense. For someone he'd only met a few times, how familiar could he really be? I see. You can go. Silas said. As if granted a pardon, Cons quickly stood up, bowed to Silas, then left with unsteady steps. After today's events, he suddenly realized that a stable life might not be so bad after all. Perhaps in a few days he'd have new ideas. But at least at this moment, this thought was completely from the heart. Right now, Cons just wanted to get out of here quickly, return home, and see his family. Silas didn't care about Cons' change of heart. He walked over to the body of old Jack, crouched down, reached out, and used blood magic to treat Jack's horrific wounds somewhat. Old Jack's relatives were all dead, so he had to shoulder the shepherd's duty and handle the funeral arrangements for his sheep himself. This world had mystical forces. If corpses weren't properly laid to rest, they could easily produce vengeful spirits. The lone officials had made special arrangements for this. Even paupers could be buried in public cemeteries. Silas faced the corpse, feeling the changes in the shepherd potion within him. The potion had digested a bit more. When he merged with the remnant soul of his sheep, when he bore the pain for his sheep, when he killed the werewolf that had harmed his sheep, he clearly felt the potion digest. Silas roughly guessed the reason for the potion's digestion. Because he had faithfully played the role of a shepherd. Protecting the flock, providing shelter for the sheep. If protection failed and a sheep died, at least he had to avenge the sheep. How ironic, really. The death of a sheep had actually advanced his acting progress. So, even for the sake of acting, he needed to find this Count Andes and the Rose School of Thought and demand an explanation. Backlund, Queen's District, in a villa. The spacious room was filled with a heavy smell of blood. The originally luxurious interior had become unrecognizable. Oil paintings in golden frames were splattered with large amounts of blood. Several fresh severed heads sat on the expensive walnut table, complementing the vase beside them. Countless pieces of flesh covered the carpet, and shredded intestines were smeared on the velvet curtains. One could imagine that when the crimson moon descended just now, a bloody and frenzied feast had taken place here. Wonder if that guy Tyll will mess things up. A man licked the blood on his fingers and muttered. His skin was extremely pale, with a few vague dark spots, looking almost like an actual corpse. The madness and malice in his eyes overflowed, radiating endless desire. It doesn't matter. He'll instinctively create chaos under the moonlight. On the other side of the room, where the decor hadn't been contaminated by blood and looked relatively clean, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a black tailcoat sat in a chair, saying expressionlessly. At his feet lay 4 or 5 men and women dressed as servants. Their eyes were vacant, their faces stiff. Though they still had faint breathing, they looked like soulless shells. 2 other members of the Rose School of Thought had just enjoyed an indulgent feast under the crimson moon. Their host, naturally, was the owner of this villa, Count Andes. Chapter 323, Meeting Sharon again. After dealing with the werewolf Tyll's corpse, Silas left with old Jack's body. He didn't disturb too many people, instead going directly to Charles' bedroom. The latter was startled awake from his sleep. Opening his eyes to see a corpse, the shock he experienced was easy to imagine. But even so, he didn't dare show anger. Instead, he cooperated with Silas's wishes and accepted the task of burying the deceased. This leader of the Riemann gang now nominally controlled several streets, gaining stable funds and reputation. He could control more gang members, and the stable funding made the members trust him more. But Charles was a smart man. He knew all his power came from Silas. If the other men didn't want him as leader anymore, he could be removed at any time. Of course, more likely, he'd simply be eliminated. Damn Count Andres. After hearing Silas's words, he couldn't help cursing. Can't compete with us in the market, so he plays dirty tricks like this. Silas's brow furrowed. You know this, Count? Of course I do. Charles nodded. When you said you wanted to open a textile factory, I investigated and learned about the industry. Count Andres also runs a textile factory. In Backlund, his business is the biggest. So after all that, it's competition between rivals in the same trade. Count Andres probably wanted to use the werewolf to secretly kill some people, making factory workers disappear and unsettling everyone's hearts, affecting production. He just happened to run into the blood moon, and the werewolf went berserk. Silas somewhat understood, but also didn't quite understand. His own factory wasn't large in scale. No matter what, it couldn't affect the Count's industry. Why specifically target him? Do you know where his home is? No, but I know where their factory is located. Charles answered, giving an address in an industrial district. Having that address would work too. With so many people in the factory, there would surely be 1 or 2 who knew where Count Andres lived. Silas entrusted old Jack's matter to Charles, then left under cover of night, heading toward the textile factory's location. He grazed Mr. A. Mr. A grazed the interrogator, releasing the recorded travel. The triple layering all required his spirituality for support, resulting in heavy spiritual consumption. Continuing to act wasn't a wise choice. But Silas couldn't stop. The cries of his sheep seemed to still echo in his ears. The lingering resentment after death had merged into his soul, igniting his flames of rage, scorching his heart. He needed to seek justice for his sheep. Continuous factory buildings came into view, on a scale far surpassing the small factory Silas had purchased. By the time he arrived here, it was nearly midnight, but the factory buildings were still brightly lit. High-powered gas lamps illuminated the night, giving the workers no peace. A massive steam engine provided power to the entire facility, transmitted via belts to each textile machine, driving their operation. Each worker had to manage 6 machines, promptly replenishing materials for machines that had run out of cotton thread. They looked exhausted and numb. The workshop noise was extreme, bright as daylight, yet many people were still drowsy. At such times, what woke them was the supervisor's stick and angry roars. Silas walked among them using psychological invisibility. He roughly surveyed the area and found the region where management was located. However, it was already too late, these people had long since left, leaving only empty rooms. Who's there? Just as Silas was feeling impatient at finding nothing, his shepherd's intuition made him sense a powerful beyonder hidden in the office area. Come out. Because he'd made a sound, his psychological invisibility automatically cancelled. Although he couldn't see the other person's specific form, he could clearly sense someone was right around him. Just as he prepared to use some methods to force the person out, the space before him suddenly became hazy, and a figure slowly emerged. This was a woman wearing a black court dress, with pale golden hair and azure eyes. Her features were delicate but her complexion abnormally pale. In her bearing and movements, she gave the impression of a doll. Sharon. It's you. Silas said in surprise. This was the Sequence 5 Beyonder he'd met at the Queen's Gathering, the Wraith, who had agreed to team up with him to explore Amon's tomb. It was just that afterward, for reasons on her end alone, they'd lost contact. It's been a while. Sharon wore a small, delicate soft cap on her head. Floating in midair, she lifted her skirt and bowed slightly, greeting him. Her ethereal, drifting voice echoed around them. Why are you here? Silas asked. At the same time, he raised his guard somewhat in his heart. Perhaps she was also from the Rose School, appearing here to protect Count Andres. However, he only suspected this slightly. After all, the fact that she could appear at the Queen's Gathering proved a certain level of reliability on her part. Sharon looked at him silently, not immediately speaking. When maintaining silence, she truly looked like a delicate, proportional doll. Unwilling to answer. Is it out of caution, or because it concerns her personally? Silas met her gaze, his voice like ice. One of my men was attacked by the Rose School. The trail led me here, to you. If you can't explain that, I'll have to assume you're the enemy. Boom. He drew his lava longsword. The deep blue firelight reflected on Sharon's delicate face that lacked the aura of the living. I do come from the Rose School, but things aren't what you imagine. She finally spoke. Those people who hurt your subordinate and I have a very poor relationship. Or rather, we hate each other and are mutual enemies. You have a grudge against them? Silas asked, surprised. We belong to the same pathway, but have different philosophies, leading to opposition and conflict. They advocate indulgence and releasing malice, while we emphasize restraint and maintaining our true nature until the moment of eruption. Sharon explained briefly. To escape persecution, we came from the southern continent to Backlund, yet still suffered their pursuit and assassination attempts. I appeared here today because I wanted to kill them. The same sequence. Silas was somewhat surprised. The difference between werewolves and wraiths was too great, yet they were actually the same sequence. If forced to name similarities, probably the only one was that both were in human existences. Does that mean this entire pathway consists of similar monsters? He suddenly understood some things. You suddenly broke off contact before, and the agreed exploration of the tomb also stopped. Was it because you needed to evade pursuit? Sharon nodded, the movement not very large. Silas thought for a moment, then pulled out that dark green thong from his coat and showed it to Sharon. This Beyonder characteristic comes from a man with very short hair who was lean. Do you recognize it? Should be Tyll, a Sequence 7 werewolf. Sharon actually knew that werewolf's name. Is this one of the Rose School people pursuing you? Yes. Besides him, there's also the Sequence 6 living corpse Jason and the Sequence 5 wraith Steve. Sharon said softly, leading them is a Sequence 4 demigod, but he was lured away by false clues we left behind. Currently, he's gone to another location. In other words, right now the Rose School's forces in Backlund only consisted of one Sequence 6 and one Sequence 5. Meanwhile, on their side, they had two Sequence 5s, one of whom was a shepherd, known to be powerful even within the same sequence. Chapter 323, 324, Taking Action. The factory corridor was empty and silent. Crimson moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the two figures inside. Silas's robe was even more scarlet than the moonlight, while Sharon's semi-transparent body let the moonlight pass straight through, leaving no shadow. Is what she said true? Silas suddenly spoke, asking the empty air beside him. Who was he talking to? Sharon's face maintained its doll-like calm, but inwardly she couldn't help feeling surprised. Silas's behavior was strange, as if there were a third person in the corridor with them. Then an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Mostly true, though she left out a few details. She saw Silas suddenly change his tone, his expression becoming gentle and profound. It was as if another soul hidden within this body had suddenly emerged to replace the original owner. This person smiled as they looked Sharon up and down. Understandable. After all, everyone has secrets. You. Sharon's semi-transparent body flickered like a faulty light bulb. The scrutinizing gaze made her feel somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, the other party's bizarre state didn't last long. After saying this, he returned to his previous cold and crazed demeanor. How many people do you have on your side? As if nothing had just happened, Silas continued questioning. I have one companion, a Sequence 6 zombie. Sharon adjusted her mindset and answered. If you give me some more time, I might be able to invite another Beyonder. Though he's only Sequence 7, he has some unique qualities. Not enough time. Silas shook his head. I just killed Tyll. While they haven't discovered it yet and their guard isn't up, we should attack immediately. Do you know where they're hiding now? Right at Count Andes's villa, on a street in Queen's District. Sharon shared the address information with Silas. She stared at him with her azure eyes and said seriously, if you really intend to go, I can provide assistance. After all, these people had been hunting her originally, and she'd been trying to eliminate them herself. Now that she unexpectedly had a powerful Sequence 5 ally, there was no need for elaborate schemes. They could just go directly and crush them with absolute strength. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. After M's verification, Silas trusted Sharon a bit more. He immediately chose to act without any delay. By the time the two arrived at Count Antes's villa in Queen's District, the night had grown very late. The crimson moon was half descended in the sky, and the empty streets were still brightly lit. It truly was the district with the best security. Even at this hour, police still patrolled intermittently. On the way over, Sharon had roughly briefed Silas about the Rose School of Thought. This sect originally belonged to the Southern Continent's Orthodox traditions but had been corrupted by an evil god, splitting into the Indulgence faction that worshipped the evil god and the Temperance faction that resisted. Sharon and her companion were the last remnants of the Temperance faction. After breaking free from control, they'd fled to Backlund, yet were still being hunted. What a coincidence. I'm also Temperance. Silas thought to himself. Actually, the word temperance reflected very well the situation of their prisoner pathway. The Nighthawk's internal documents vaguely recorded that the Rose School of Thought controlled the prisoner pathway. The so-called, the heart is the body's prisoner, the body is the world's prisoner. Beyonders of this pathway were constantly struggling with their own desires, on the edge of losing control and madness. Sequence 9, prisoner, had strong bodies and mastered many criminal abilities. Sequence 8, lunatic, could exchange rationality for powerful strength. As for Sequence 7, werewolf, you've already seen the werewolf's abilities. Just like in Legends, tough body, strong recovery. Sharon's body was hidden in the void, only her ethereal voice echoing in Silas's ear. The two people in the villa are a zombie and a wraith. The zombie Jason's body is as strong as steel. Ordinary handgun bullets can't penetrate it. He also has the ability to manipulate corpses and create ice. Steve, like me, is a Sequence 5 wraith. He can transform himself into a true phantom, pass through walls, conceal himself, attack souls, jump between mirrors. Additionally, he's mastered some death spells, such as evil spirit possession, controlling enemies, and so on. To ensure they could defeat the enemy, she shared her intelligence without omission. I see. Silas mulled this over thoughtfully. Wraiths have no physical form, so physical attacks might not be very effective. I should consider approaching from the soul level. As he was thinking this, he saw Sharon finish speaking and look at him, as if waiting for him to share his own intelligence in return. Fair enough. It's only polite to reciprocate. Silas smiled and said concisely. Shepherd! Exclamation point. Don't be afraid. Seeing her expression change slightly as he'd anticipated, he added, I'm not with the Aurora Order, and I certainly don't believe in that noisy true creator. Sharon took some time to accept this. She looked somewhat shocked. But the two of them had already arrived in front of the villa. It was too late to start doubting each other now. They could only continue as planned. She spoke again. They're carrying a powerful Beyonder item called the Crimson Crown. It greatly restrains our pathway. This Beyonder item can create a full moon effect within a certain range. For them, who indulge themselves, it's a help that enhances their power. But for us who maintain restraint, it's a curse that strips away our combat ability. If we successfully deal with them, I can give up all the other spoils, but I hope to obtain this item. All right. Silas nodded. From her description, this was a specialized Beyonder item targeting her pathway specifically. It wouldn't be very useful to him. After killing these guys, he planned to graze the wraith. The only problem was that all 7 slots in his body were already filled. He needed to consider which sheep's soul to release and replace. But he could think about that after the battle. Turning to nod at the empty space beside him, Silas activated psychological invisibility and infiltrated the villa. The souls of 2 mid-sequence Beyonders were exceptionally conspicuous, pointing him in the right direction. The further Silas walked, the graver his expression became. He sensed heavy, extreme emotions. The listener ability let him hear many hidden sounds. These were the unwilling resentments left behind by numerous torture victims before death, transformed into endless wails that assaulted Silas's eardrums. Mixed in with the wailing was a peculiar voice. It seemed to be a woman's. Chapter 324, 325, Desire Apostle versus the Indulgence faction. The woman's voice mingled with the wails of the dead. Though faint, it remained clear amid the cacophony. Silas heard that voice. She wasn't speaking, merely murmuring softly, humming. The sound was full of tender affection yet carried seduction, as if it could easily stir up the desires lurking in people's hearts, urging them to release, to immerse themselves in endless pleasure. Before he knew it, Silas had stopped moving, a pained expression surfacing on his face. Crimson glimmers appeared on his face. He felt his sanity teetering under the influence of that voice. Hallucinations seemed to appear before his eyes. He saw flourishing branches and leaves, tree roots spiraling and coiling as if to cover the entire universe. The stems and leaves were full of vitality yet carried endless evil. As if everything in the world would become part of the plant, reproducing and expanding together with these branches and leaves. Silas's consciousness dispersed, as if drowning in the plant's lushness, becoming one with them. Until... whoosh! The surging sound of phantom tides resounded in his mind, driving away that female voice. Ugh! Silas struggled violently, snapping awake from the mad hallucination. He quickly looked down to see granulation tissue wriggling and growing on his arm. As if these flesh buds had gained their own consciousness, wanting to grow organs and reproduce independently. Swish! Silas used his hand like a blade, unhesitatingly slicing off these flesh buds and spitting out fireballs to burn them all clean. What happened? From beside him in the void, Sharon asked in a lowered voice. His state just now had been very strange. She'd thought he was just having another bout of madness, but seeing his subsequent actions, she felt an inexplicable familiarity. It looked very much like how those Indulgence faction guys appeared when losing control. Phew. Silas looked at the ashes remaining on the ground, feeling lingering fear in his heart. Having been a Secrets Suppliant for a long time, he roughly guessed what had happened. His state just now should have been because he heard that voice and suffered the influence from its owner. Just a bit of sound had such a terrifying effect. You have to understand, even the true creator's mad ravings didn't affect him this severely. It seemed the voice's owner was an evil god even more dangerous than the true creator. Thinking of this, he couldn't help asking Sharon, do you know which evil god the Rose School worships? Originally it was the Chained God, but later he seemed to be corrupted by some evil god. Sharon answered. Based on my observations, those Indulgence faction members who fall into loss of control occasionally call that existence that Mother Tree of Desire. Mother Tree of Desire? Good. I'll remember that. Silas thought to himself. After a brief rest, he led Sharon to continue advancing. This is the limit. Any further and Steve will immediately discover us. She warned. Silas looked at that door at the end of the corridor. A heavy bloody smell was drifting over. Who knew how many people those two guys had killed to produce such an intense odor? No mistake, it must be here. So, what method should he use to launch the initial attack? He thought for a moment and quickly had an idea, revealing a cold smile because of it. They like Indulgence, do they? Inside the room. The zombie Jason was thoroughly enjoying the blood and flesh of the dead. The generous Count Andres was a supporter of the Rose School, providing them with large amounts of fresh blood food, and they gave back in return, providing help for his endeavors. The quality of the young servants the Count sent over was very good. Jason liked them a lot. But something strange happened. Although he'd already eaten his fill, he increasingly felt hungry. The fresh bloody scent echoed at his nose and in his mouth, burning his appetite flames ever more vigorously. Jason felt somewhat confused but still lowered his head to gnaw. However, this hunger couldn't be dispelled no matter what. Instead, it surged from his stomach all the way up, rushing straight to his brain. Hungry. So hungry. The hunger tormented him. His eyes turned blood red, his heart beating violently as if it wouldn't stop until it broke his ribs. Perhaps he could try a Beyonder's flesh and blood. For some reason, this thought suddenly appeared in Jason's mind. When he raised his head to look across, he noticed that Steve on the other side of the room had likewise stood up from his chair, his eyes flickering with desire for souls. His inner desires also seemed to be rapidly magnifying. We're under attack. Steve struggled to suppress his emotions, shouting to Jason, get up quickly. An attack. Jason endured the torture of his desires, taking some effort to understand Steve's words. Because of their long-held Indulgence philosophy, they had absolutely no resistance to desires. He'd never craved fresh flesh and blood so intensely, especially from this powerful Beyonder before him. If it were normal times, he definitely wouldn't have the guts to think about attacking Steve, who was higher sequence than himself. But now, it was as if a seed of desire had been planted in his heart, then rapidly grew under his own watering, becoming a towering tree. Swish. Jason watched as Steve transformed from his normal state into wraith mode, feeling regret in his heart because he'd lost the opportunity to bite into flesh. While transforming into a wraith, Steve had already taken the lead, passing through the wooden door to search for the attacker. Die. Through the door, Jason faintly heard a cold and crazed voice ring out. Boom. In the next moment, the door was smashed open from outside. Steve tumbled in following the momentum, falling onto the floor. However strong he'd been when floating out just now, that's how pathetic his fall looked now. It's Sharon. Steve clutched his head, crying out in pain. We've been attacked by her. Jason hastily acted according to what he said, activating his death spells. Roar. The corpses on the ground that he'd gnawed beyond recognition cried out, struggling to climb up. They'd been transformed by Jason into living corpses under his command, staggering outward. However, these living corpses suddenly attacked Steve on the ground, opening their terrible maws to pin down the Steve on the floor. They wanted to feast on flesh. Under the effect of some peculiar ability, their craving for flesh and blood had become incomparably intense. Get lost. With an angry roar, Steve exerted force with his body. Strength far surpassing the living corpses threw off those pressing on him, while he simultaneously transformed back into Wraith state. At the same time, Jason finally saw through the smashed open door the attacker outside. Sharon, who Steve had discovered, was nowhere to be seen. Outside the door stood only a young man wearing red robes. He looked at Jason with an elusive smile, his entire being like the embodiment of desire itself. When looking directly at him, intense emotions and impulsive desires flooded the brain. The ability of the Desire Apostle, desire manipulation. For these indulgent types, this ability was extremely lethal. Grazed subjects. 1. Pyromaniac, arson. 2. Faceless. Disguise. Paper figurine substitutes. Flaming jump. 3. Interrogator. Psychic piercing. Lash of pain. 4. Devil. Demonization. Lava sword. Danger perception. 5. Mr. A. Pain witch. Devil. Baron of corruption. Interrogator. Wind blessed. Nightmare. Arbiter. 6. Desire apostle. Desire manipulation, mental shock, desire incarnation. 7. You know the rest. Chapter 325, 326, Evil Spirit Possession. Silas watched the two Rose School of Thought members with cold eyes. At this moment, he was wielding the Desire Apostle's ability, stirring up the restless thoughts in their hearts. When he activated the ability, Silas could clearly sense the emotions of people within several dozen meters. At this hour, most people had already gone to sleep, with only a small portion still awake. Probably the villa's servants and guards. Their emotions were somewhat low, seemingly discontented about having to continue working late into the night. If Silas wanted, he could easily manipulate these people's emotions, drag down their mood, make them even more dejected and depressed, even to the point of world weariness, despair, and suicide. Besides that, in a more distant room, there was a couple enjoying each other's bodies. Silas could add fuel to the fire of their passion, making their bodies bear extreme loads from excessive pleasure until their hearts burst. Manipulating desire was this terrifying, but the prerequisite was that the target must have emotional fluctuations. The two people before him happened to be excellent practice tools. They were practically the embodiment of desire, with absolutely no intention of hiding or controlling their impulses. One had an intense craving for fresh flesh and blood, the other lusted after the souls of the living. Silas grasped their turbulent desires and pushed them toward the edge of extremes. Ah! The zombie Jason couldn't bear it. The intense craving for flesh and blood made him lose his reason. He clenched his teeth, the corpse spots on his face swelling translucently, as if rotten fluid would burst through his skin at any moment. At his feet, flowing blood was rapidly freezing into crimson ice. Thud. Jason stomped hard on the ground. The tremendous force shattered the floor with the sound of steel colliding, and he himself used the recoil to lunge toward Silas. Eat him. Eat him. His spirituality burning excessively, Jason became frenzied and thoughtless, unable to think of anything, only following instinct to satisfy his desires. Wind howled. The guy across from him seemed completely unprepared, standing there dumbly, letting himself be grabbed. Boom. Crimson flames exploded before him. Jason broke through the flames to find no one ahead. Bang. His body was like a high-speed steam train, crashing uncontrollably into the wall on the other side of the corridor. With a tremendous crash, the entire wall was destroyed. Huff, huff. Dust flew everywhere. The pain from the impact let Jason regain some lucidity. He was shocked to discover that due to his excessive frenzy just now, he'd pointlessly consumed a large amount of spirituality. Crack. Unfortunately, before Jason could feel confused about his behavior, his eyes suddenly went rigid. Then he raised both hands and placed them around his own throat. Both his eyes simultaneously reflected a figure, black court dress, pale gold hair, a delicate face devoid of color. Sharon had already possessed him. Cough, cough. Jason's tongue and eyes protruded simultaneously. His neck was creaking, the result of his own strength struggling against the hard outer skin of his neck. Though he held out briefly, despair couldn't help but well up in his heart. He'd already consumed much of his spirituality. The zombie's defensive state couldn't last much longer. At this moment, he was simply waiting for death. Meanwhile, in the clearing outside the villa, Steve, transformed back into a wraith, was flying rapidly. Jason's rampage had created chaos, allowing him to seize the opportunity to escape. Damn Sharon. To find such a terrifying ally. He carried that Beyonder item in his chest, but he'd had absolutely no chance to use it. The Beyonder who appeared alongside Sharon was truly frightening. He mastered more than one ability, and some of them could even harm spirit bodies like wraiths. I must immediately contact Lord Zatwin. Zatwin was the demigod leading the pursuit of the Temperance faction, currently deceived by Sharon into going elsewhere. Boom. Just as Steve was thinking about what to do once he was safe, crimson firelight suddenly flared before his eyes. Immediately after, that terrifying figure appeared in the aftermath of the flames. Steve was currently in the wraith's concealment state. Ordinary Beyonders would find it difficult to detect him even with spirit vision. But to this person, his soul was very conspicuous, and his intense emotions were easily perceived. Lashing. Silas quickly locked onto Steve's position, driving the soul of the interrogator Katie to activate her ability. Snap. An invisible whip swung down swiftly, striking at air that seemed to contain nothing. Accompanied by the sound of hitting something, ripples spread, and Steve's phantom figure appeared. The interrogator's ability targeted souls precisely. However, being only a sequence 7 ability, the effect wasn't very pronounced. Steve's spirit body only had a few minor wounds. Must you stop me? He glared at Silas through gritted teeth, demanding an answer. Go die. Silas had no intention of communicating with him. He spoke directly, uttering a profane curse in ancient Hermes. Ah. Steve couldn't help but clutch his head, letting out a piercing scream. His spirit body flickered incessantly. This was already the second time he'd heard the profane words. His spirit had become extremely fragile under successive impacts. He couldn't even maintain his spirit body state, reverting to a living body. Boom. Silas drew the lava sword and strode before him, swinging the blade down. However, the blazing greatsword cleaved through empty air. Steve had already vanished without a trace. No, his figure appeared in Silas's eyes. Silas's body stood still. In his eyes was reflected the image of a middle-aged man in a tailcoat. Naturally, that was the wraith, Steve. Like Sharon, he had also used the wraith's possession ability. Fool, to make me suffer so much. Inside Silas's body, Steve thought with malice. I'll make you kill yourself with your own hands. However, he quickly noticed something strange. He seemed unable to control the other party's body very well. This body seemed somewhat crowded. First, Steve heard sounds. The desperate cries of countless dead. Their corpses had transformed into a river of blood, surging and roaring. Those residual soul fragments filled this body, and upon sensing an unwelcome intruder, they surged forward with intense hostility. Hallucinations seemed to appear before his eyes. He saw a monstrous river of blood. Standing atop the waters was a red-haired, golden-eyed woman, smiling at him. The river waters instantly engulfed him. Ah! Silas felt himself briefly lose focus for an instant. When he regained clarity, Steve had already been squeezed out of his body. No longer in spirit form, he rolled on the ground wailing, in extreme agony. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 326, 327, Cecilia's placement. The wraith Steve struggled on the ground. He'd left his soul state and looked to be in extreme agony. Silas's lava sword hung above his head, yet he paid it no attention at all, only wailing continuously. M's figure quietly appeared before Silas. What's wrong with him? Silas asked, pointing at Steve with the lava sword. He tried to possess your body. However, he simply couldn't bear the pain in your heart. His spirit suffered a powerful shock. M said softly. Simply put, he's probably gone mad. Gone mad. Silas looked at Steve rolling and wailing on the ground. Though he had no obvious wounds on his body, he looked as if he'd suffered terrible harm, displaying extreme agony. Is my pain this intense? Intense enough to drive a sequence 5 insane? M looked at him seriously and said. Yes. Then why don't I have such a strong reaction? You've just endured so much that you've grown accustomed and somewhat numb to it. Silas fell silent. He lowered his head again to look at Steve rolling on the ground. The other's expression was incredibly twisted, his entire body convulsing and spasming. He couldn't even speak a proper sentence, much less continue opposing Silas. Is this a portrait of the pain in my heart right now? He remained silent, gripping the lava sword and thrusting it forward, piercing through Steve's head. Hiss. The high temperature instantly seared Steve's brain. He offered no resistance. Instead, sensing his life force draining away, he genuinely smiled. Death ended his suffering. But only for an instant. A sequence 5 sheep, Silas wouldn't let it go to waste. But the time to graze wasn't now. The earlier battle had created quite a commotion. Drawing attention was only a matter of time. He didn't have much time left. After using blood mist to interfere with divination, he grabbed the corpse and quickly returned to the villa. Silas saw Jason's head drooping against his chest as he stepped out through the gap in the wall. Sharon's figure was reflected in Jason's eyes. "Take Steve and leave first. I'm going to question Count Andes." Silas tossed the corpse to Sharon and quickly instructed. She nodded, took the corpse, and rushed out of the villa. Along the way, sounds of terrified screams seemed to ring out. Silas found Count Andes in the luxurious bedroom. He was furious about the attack on his home, never expecting that the intruder would come directly to see him. "Did you arrange for people to attack the textile factory in the East Borough?" "Yes. There are many textile factories in Backlund." "Why did you specifically attack that small factory?" "Because they don't follow the rules. To actually give workers such good treatment. The rabble in my factory all started causing trouble because of this. If I don't make trouble for them, who should I target?" Count Andes said indignantly. Under hypnosis, everything he said was the complete truth. "So that's how it is." Silas roughly understood what the other meant. He gave a cold laugh and ended his life. Security in the Queen's district was extremely tight. Beyonders were already on their way. He didn't search for the Count's property but left immediately. Silas met with Sharon, transferred the corpse, and chatted briefly, exchanging contact information. The latter then hurried off to meet with her companion. Silas examined the zombie characteristic sheet left behind and the corpse of the wraith, Steve, preparing to begin grazing. However, his slots were already full. Which one should he remove to replace? Besides the protected Cecilia, he was already grazing 6 sheep inside his body. The pyromaniac that came with Mam M's Beyonder item. The faceless he'd killed when robbing the manuscript after first arriving in Backlund. The MI9 member killed at Capham's mansion, the interrogator Katie. The serial killer, the devil giant hound. The Aurora Order's shepherd, Mr. A. The Desire Apostle, Belial, was killed recently while attempting to assassinate Duke Negan. Thinking carefully, the first priority for replacement should be the lower sequence sheep and those with overlapping abilities. Both Interrogator and Pyromaniac were sequence 7, while Devil and Desire Apostle belonged to the same sequence. But the problem was, Pyromaniac could combine with Faceless Flaming Jump, and although Devil and Desire Apostle were the same sequence, the abilities they preserved didn't overlap at all. Considering this, the first priority for replacement should be the Interrogator. Although the latter's mental attacks were quite rare, the sequence was indeed too low. Moreover, the Desire Apostle's mental shock and his own profane words could produce similar effects, not to mention the wraith he was about to graze was itself a spirit body. "What are you considering?" At this moment, he heard M's voice. She stood in the courtyard, seemingly somewhat puzzled. "The shepherd's slots are full. I'm considering which one to replace." Silas answered. "Why not free up Cecilia's slot?" "What did you say?" Silas's head shot up, staring directly at her. "Don't misunderstand. I mean, take Cecilia's soul out and place her somewhere safer." M maintained her smile even under Silas's cold gaze. "A safer place, you mean?" "That's C." M said flatly. "That place is a space independent of reality, under your control. Of course, it's safer than your body. Are you being foolish? The true creator is on the other side of that sea." Silas thought what she said made some sense, but quickly found the problem and immediately voiced his objection. "The tide can shield against his ravings. You know this. Besides, with Cecilia in your body, aren't you also suffering the true creator's ravings?" Her rebuttal left Silas speechless. Moreover, if you encounter intense battle, not only will your body be damaged, but the souls inside might also be harmed. M continued. Sending Cecilia away would eliminate many concerns, and it would free up one of your slots. Additionally, there's something more important. You know that no matter how well you protect her, Cecilia's soul is gradually dissipating inside your body. She looked directly at Silas and said calmly. "If things continue this way, perhaps before you become a true god, she'll gradually deteriorate and lose the chance for resurrection." Crack. Before she could finish speaking, Silas's hand shot out like lightning and grabbed her throat, forcing her to stop. "Shut up." "Sorry." M put away her smile. "That sea can nourish souls. There, Cecilia can receive better placement than she has now." Silas fell silent for a moment. M was his other persona, holding the same feelings for his sister. Her words had actually hit completely on his soft spot. Recently, he'd already noticed that Cecilia's soul showed vague signs of minor deterioration. He just hadn't wanted to admit it before. But was it really okay to put his sister's soul in that sea whose nature he hadn't yet figured out? "I'll consider it later." He could only say this, then temporarily set aside the issue and focused his attention on the corpse on the ground. Chapter 327, 328, Grazing the Wraith. Before grazing the Wraith Silas first examined the sheep inside his body. His spirituality extended forward, grasping the soul of the interrogator Katie, and amid her struggles, pulled her out. He needed to make room for a new sheep. Katie's soul was pinched in his left hand. Compared to when she was first grazed, her soul had suffered some wear, looking quite depleted. No. Spare me. Katie's soul screamed, trembling in the palm of his hand. Silas ignored her, instead silently sensing the deepest location within his body, where Cecilia's soul was tightly yet gently wrapped by his flesh and blood. But even with such tight protection, her soul was still minutely deteriorating. He couldn't deny it. Keeping his sister's soul inside his body wasn't a long-term solution. Could it be that putting Cecilia in that sea really was the correct choice? But if he just put her in directly, the dangers were unpredictable. If some irreversible consequence occurred, he would only regret it bitterly. Wait a moment. Amid his hesitation, Silas suddenly thought of something and shifted his gaze to the soul in his hand. He could test it with this person's soul first. Let her be the guinea pig, soak her for a while, and see the effect. If it nourished souls, that would be best. If she was harmed by the seawater, it wouldn't cause him any loss. Thinking this, he couldn't help but show a cold smile. Originally, he'd planned to directly crush this person's soul and only keep the beyonder characteristic to sell. Since she still had some use, he'd preserve her for a while. With this thought, Silas turned his gaze to Steve's corpse on the ground, opened his empty right hand, and aimed at the body. Whoosh! In the howling wind, the latter's soul wrapped around the beyonder characteristic was forcibly yanked out by him and swallowed into his body, placed in the slot originally occupied by Katie. No. Steve cried out in despair. He hadn't expected that even after death, he would still be experiencing pain. The shepherd's ability allowed Silas to forcibly communicate with his spirituality and learn the Wraith's related abilities. Besides the Wraith transformation, possession, and mirror blink that Sharon had told him about, the Wraith also mastered ice control, manipulating undead, spiritual intuition, Wraith shriek, and other abilities, as well as all abilities below Sequence 6 zombie. Silas could only fix 3 abilities. After some consideration, he decided to keep Wraith transformation, possession, and mirror blink. Wraith transformation went without saying, it was the foundation for the Wraith's other abilities. Possession was likewise a very powerful ability. What Silas was particularly interested in was mirror blink. This ability allowed spirit bodies to jump between surfaces that could reflect images, with an effective distance of 300 meters. Fortunately, Steve hadn't been able to use this ability at the time, or he might really have escaped. No matter how unwilling, Steve's soul still couldn't resist the shepherd's ability. The connection between them was irresistibly established, and he was forcibly trapped inside Silas's body. After this, he used blood magic to dispose of the corpse and quietly left. In the early morning hours, Silas safely returned to his residence. Meow. The black cat Luna was crouched on the hallway cabinet, tail covering her front paws. She tilted her head to look at Silas, her blue eyes seeming to carry a reproachful meaning. Why aren't you asleep? Silas reached out to pet Luna, but her body yielded accordingly, and his hand grabbed empty air. She was sulking. Sorry, Luna. I shouldn't have thrown you earlier. But Luna only swished her tail without responding. Seeing this, Silas could only shake his head, turn around, and head up to the second-floor bedroom. Tonight he'd done too many things. He'd consumed quite a bit of spirituality and was mentally exhausted. He planned to lie down and rest briefly, recovering his spirituality through meditation. Meow. Luna lightly jumped down from the cabinet, following at his feet. She seemed interested in the transparent soul Silas was pinching in his hand and wanted to pounce up to look. You can't touch this. Silas raised his arm. He thought for a moment, then directly stuffed Katie's soul inside his body. This was different from grazing. It was just roughly storing it temporarily in his flesh. After doing all this, he felt somewhat tired. Without even taking off his clothes, he collapsed on the bedroom bed. Before falling asleep, he briefly reviewed tonight's events and took stock of his gains. Because his sheep had been attacked, he discovered that one of the rules for acting as a shepherd was, protect the sheep. Following the werewolf's trail, he'd traced it to the Rose School of Thought and re-established contact with the out-of-touch Sharon. He'd successfully killed members of the Rose School of Thought and Count Andes, eliminating an enemy. As for spoils of war, he'd obtained a Sequence 6 zombie characteristic and grazed a Sequence 5 wraith, while that beyonder item, Crimson Crown, had been taken by Sharon. Speaking of Sharon, he hadn't expected they'd meet again in this way. The 4th epic ancient tomb exploration they'd previously agreed on could now probably continue. In that tomb was the human skin shadow characteristic that the world needed. Besides that, perhaps they could also discover some more valuable things in the tomb that could be given to the Sun to persuade Silver City's chief to hand over the Black Knight potion formula. At the next Tarot Club meeting, he should remember to communicate with them. Also, the Hanged Man's Beyonder item should be given to him. Additionally, when he woke up, he needed to remember to conduct experiments on that sea. He also needed to properly console his flock and hold funerals for the dead. Countless thoughts filled his brain. Silas suddenly felt genuinely exhausted. I really want to rest. He fell into a deep sleep. Crimson moonlight slanted through the window, making the bedroom not quite so dark. In a few more hours, night would end. The black cat Luna agilely jumped onto the bed without stepping on Silas. With her azure eyes, she looked at Silas's face illuminated by moonlight. That face looked somewhat haggard. The black cat watched him quietly for a while, then lay down beside his neck, curling up. Soon, she began making purring sounds. The night quickly passed. Silas rarely had a good sleep and didn't see any strange visions in his dreams. After washing up, feeding the cat, and replenishing his own raw meat, he locked the door and sat down on the living room sofa. He reached his hand into his body and pulled out Katie's soul. Come out. He called to M. The latter cooperatively appeared, still with her consistently composed expression. How do I bring a soul up to that sea? Just wrap it directly with spirituality, then the main body can take it up. M said. You should have said so earlier. You made me pull her out for nothing. Silas glanced at her, then stuffed Katie's soul back into his body and summoned the tide. Chapter 328, 329, Experiments on the Sea. Silas summoned the tide in his mind, then imagined this tide appearing outside his body and submerging him. Whoosh! Soon, viscous and illusory liquid surged from all directions. This liquid was deep black, yet also seemed to contain all other colors, directly submerging Silas's body. Clamorous, mad roars echoed in his mind. He sank through the seawater until his surroundings suddenly lightened and the sound of the tide rang out incomparably clear. Opening his eyes, Silas found his body had already appeared on that illusory sea. He and M both stood on the sea surface, with tides lapping past their feet. Although this wasn't his first time here, he was still shocked by the strange scenery. Whoosh! This was an extremely vast sea. At the limits of vision, above his head, everything was blocked by white mist. On the other side of that mist, in places he couldn't currently see, stood the true creator. If that was the case, what would be on the other side of the mist overhead? Silas looked around, this thought naturally arising in his heart. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of this visit. He reached into his body and took out Katie's soul. Where is this? She said, confused and terrified. Silas applied slight pressure with his fingers, and she could only wail, no longer asking questions. How do I do this? Just soak it directly in the seawater. Silas looked at M. After arriving here again, he suddenly felt what she'd said wasn't very reliable. This seawater was chaotic, dark, and viscous, looking extremely dangerous. If a human soul was placed in it, it would probably quickly become contaminated with strange things. You can't soak it directly. This sea is still very dangerous. M answered. Since the seawater is so dangerous, you still think it can nourish souls? Silas asked coldly. What kind of joke is this? You used those words to convince me, but now you're saying this place is dangerous. You've said everything there is to say. Haven't you noticed yet? M's expression didn't change. Instead, she pointed at his feet. This sea, only a small portion is under your control. The sea area you control is safe. Hearing this, Silas couldn't help but look down. Sure enough, just as she said, the seawater beneath his feet was somewhat different. Compared to the distant waters, the seawater under his feet was calmer and clearer. Though not so clear as to fade from black, it wasn't so chaotic, as if some impurities in the seawater had been filtered out. This sea area wasn't very large, only existing within 3 to 5 meters around him as the center. When he walked on the water surface, this sea area moved with him, keeping him always at the center. Indeed, this seawater was somewhat different. Silas thought, opening his hand. The seawater at his feet floated up according to his thoughts, transforming into a stream of water. Under his control, it rose and fell. When this seawater filled his body, he sensed the abilities of other sequences, grasping the corresponding authorities. But when his spirituality extended toward the distant seawater, the chaotic seawater only gave him sluggish feedback and didn't accept his control. Like a dog not very familiar with him, though it wouldn't pounce and bite, it wouldn't be very cooperative either. Does this mean my control over this place isn't enough? He seemed to be talking to himself, yet also asking M, very likely. How do I increase the degree of control? Continue advancing. M answered. When you advance to Black Knight, you should be able to control a far larger area than now. MM. Silas nodded slightly, agreeing with her view. The difference between Sequence 5 and Sequence 4 was enormous. The former was at most a mid-sequence powerhouse, while the latter was called demigod, a completely different level of existence. Its Zangwill was Sequence 4. With Silas's current abilities, he probably couldn't defeat him. But precisely because of this, he had an enormous obsession with advancing, wanting to achieve revenge as soon as possible. Returning to the present, Silas looked at the seawater but felt somewhat troubled. How should he soak the soul? When he existed here, this independent sea area could form, repelling other seawater. But when he left, this seawater would probably mix with the other seawater and be completely diluted. Not only would it have no effect, it would harm the soul. This area was quite similar to the Fool's Grey Fog Castle. If only there could be a table here like there. He thought subconsciously. Rumble. A muffled sound came from beneath his feet, startling him. At the same time, something rose to the surface. It was a circle of grey stone, arranged together, looking like the edge of something, protruding above the water surface. The material forming it looked smooth in texture yet very hard. What is this? Silas looked carefully and discovered the grey stone edge was sealed below, almost like a pool. More of this thing was hidden below the sea surface, obscured by the chaotic deep black seawater, its full appearance invisible. What is this? He asked Em. I don't know. I haven't seen it before. The latter also shook her head in confusion. Does it have something to do with you? Right, I was just thinking it would be good if there was something similar to what's above the grey fog. Silas was also somewhat suspicious. He looked at that grey thing, silently thinking about making it rise or sink. However, after appearing, this thing no longer responded to Silas. It didn't move at all, as if it had always maintained this state. No good. I can't control it. Silas gave up trying to control it. He walked a circle around the edge of this grey stone but couldn't see more of what was below. He could only instinctively guess that this might be part of some building. However, although he didn't know what it was or what relationship it had with the sea, this way, there was now a place to store souls. It had risen from beneath Silas's feet, and the pool-like structure was entirely filled with seawater under Silas's control. This thing should remain stable. Even if I leave this place, it won't sink. Silas thought, then placed Katie's cluster of soul into the pool's seawater. Glub glub. The soul was as light as if weightless, while the seawater was viscous and heavy. Silas had thought Katie's soul would float on the seawater's surface but didn't expect it to sink to the bottom. He took a step forward and through the not very deep seawater, saw Katie's soul lying at the bottom of the pool, wrapped by the seawater. Her blurred face didn't show a pained expression but instead became peaceful. Her originally damaged soul body seemed to be receiving nourishment, slowly recovering. It seems to be working. Silas thought. However, this was only temporarily problem-free. He still needed to continue observing. Chapter 329, 330, Meeting Klein again. Old Jack's funeral was held the afternoon of the second day. He was unfortunate, having lost his life to a werewolf attack. Yet he was also fortunate. As an Eastborough resident, as a homeless man with no family, he had an entire flock attending his funeral. Old Jack has received the Lord's favor, has been forgiven by the Lord. The Lord will grant him rest. In a corner of the public cemetery on the edge of Eastborough, Silas presided over the funeral ceremony, solemnly announcing to everyone. The people weren't very familiar with Old Jack, only feeling slightly touched as companions. But compared to the small amount of sadness, their gazes towards Silas clearly became much more grateful. The preacher not only provides for our living, but even after we die, we can have a proper funeral. Group activities naturally brought a sense of belonging, especially such major occasions involving life and death. When the flock realized they were being treated as actual people by Silas, their identification with him naturally rose. As a result, Silas clearly felt the potion within him digest. It's basically half digested now. He looked at Old Jack's tombstone with some emotion. The latter's death had actually advanced many of his affairs. It really was somewhat lamentable. Seeing him in this state, the people in the flock all thought the preacher was still grieving. Old Jack was really unlucky, getting killed by bandits who broke into the factory to steal. Fortunately, the preacher arrived and brought him justice. I'm a bit worried. Should we leave work together from now on? What's there to fear? Mr. Charles has already, what's the word, oh right, upgraded the security. Now there are gang members guarding the place. Thieves definitely won't dare come. The crowd discussed in low voices. Bandits. Among the crowd, Oliver's youthful face remained calm, unaffected by the atmosphere. He only secretly observed Silas. He instinctively felt this matter wasn't so simple. The funeral had ended. The dead had passed, but the living still had to continue surviving. The flock soon dispersed, heading to the textile factory on the other side to work. Silas also left the cemetery, heading to the agreed location to meet with Sharon. Backlund Bridge District, the Bravehearts Bar. It was afternoon, and business at the bar was quite ordinary. The burly doorman sat listlessly on a wine barrel by the door, barely acknowledging Silas as he passed, letting him push open the dark wood door and walk in. Inside the bar was cold and deserted, with only a few idlers. The central boxing ring stood empty. Behind the bar counter, the bartender was wiping glasses with a dirty rag. "What do you have?" he asked Silas listlessly as he approached. Silas ignored him, instead staring absently at the glass in his hand. The surface of the glass reflected a sheen, vaguely showing Sharon's delicate figure. She reached out a hand, pointing toward the passage beside the kitchen. Sharon's meaning was probably to meet over there. So Silas naturally changed direction, walking toward the kitchen side. "Hey, where are you going?" Seeing he'd ignored him and seemed to be heading to the back kitchen, the bartender grew anxious and called out to stop him while moving out from behind the bar. "Go back." Just as he was chasing after Silas's back, an illusory woman suddenly appeared before him, smiling and speaking in a gentle yet unquestionable voice. The bartender abruptly stopped. Confusion quickly appeared on his face. He obediently turned around and returned to the bar, continuing to wipe glasses, looking as if he'd completely ignored Silas. Silas paid no attention to this interlude. He proceeded along the dark corridor beside the kitchen. Sharon's figure appeared in succession on the glass face of a clock, on the surface of kitchen knives, on door handles, ultimately leading him to a card room. The shepherd's ability activated accordingly. He could sense two beyonders inside, of lower sequences. Pushing the door open, in the somewhat dark room sat two men. One had a pale complexion, wearing a white shirt and black vest, his eyes seeming to hide intense malice. The other wore gold-rimmed glasses with a beard on his chin. "It's you." Silas and Klein saw each other and said simultaneously in surprise. Silas was genuinely surprised, while Klein's surprise contained some deliberate element. Last night, through the ceremony Silas held for the Fool, Klein had learned the werewolf came from the Rose School of Thought and naturally connected this to Sharon. Actually, Sharon had sought him out a few days ago, hoping he could help her kill the Rose School's pursuers. Klein had been planning battle strategies these past days, preparing Beyonder items. He'd originally planned to use this opportunity to digest that magician potion but hadn't expected to see Silas kill the werewolf last night. And this morning, Sharon had proactively invited him over. He'd anticipated this and guessed that the Rose School's pursuers might have already been dealt with by Silas. "You know each other?" Sharon's figure slowly materialized in the card room. Her delicate face showed no ripples, her tone very flat, as if what she spoke wasn't actually a question. "We know each other." Silas and Klein exchanged a glance and said briefly. Seeing he didn't plan to elaborate, Sharon naturally didn't press further. Instead, she introduced the other extremely pale man. "This is my companion, Marek." "Thank you very much for your intervention," Marek said gratefully. On his corpse-pale face appeared a trace of excited flush. "That crimson crown has helped me tremendously. It allows me to escape from the pain of the curse. No need to thank me. We each got what we needed." Silas shook his head, then looked at Klein. "What are you doing here?" "He's the Beyonder I originally planned to invite for combat. Since the plan was cancelled, I felt it necessary to explain to him, so I called him over as well," Sharon said. "But I didn't expect you two would actually know each other." "That's how it is." Klein smiled bitterly. The payment at hand had flown away, and he'd have to find other channels to digest the potion. Silas didn't know his thoughts, only feeling somewhat surprised. After a moment, he turned to Sharon. "Do you know why I came today?" "For that fourth epic noble's tomb, right?" Sharon said. "Correct. Since the pursuers have been dealt with, we can continue exploring that fourth epic tomb, right?" Silas nodded. He actually had a guess in his heart. Previously, the reason Sharon had risked exploring the tomb might have been to find some useful Beyonder items from inside, thereby gaining an advantage when the pursuers arrived. Fourth epic tomb. That fourth epic tomb with the human skin shadow. So the Beyonder, Temperance, mentioned losing contact with at the time was Sharon. Klein on the side quickly recalled Silas's statement at the Tarot Club and couldn't help feeling joy in his heart. It seemed his faceless main ingredient was within reach. Chapter 330, 331, Who is the Blood Reverend? Of course. Sharon nodded slightly after hearing this. "I'll contact the other Beyonders over the next few days. Once I've assembled the team, I'll come find you." It was predictable that a fourth epic noble's tomb would be extremely dangerous. Besides him, Sharon had already made arrangements with several other Beyonders to form an exploration team. "By the way, why didn't you invite those people to help you hunt down the Rose School of Thought?" Silas suddenly thought of something and couldn't help asking. "Not just those people." Silas himself had only received the message through the Queen. Sharon hadn't tried to borrow his power at all. I did try speaking to a few of them. But when they heard it involved making an enemy of an ancient, evil organization, they all refused. Sharon explained. Why tell them it involved the Rose School of Thought? Wouldn't it have been easier to just lie to them? Silas thought to himself, but didn't ask. Sharon and her group belonged to the Temperance faction. They probably had standards for their words and actions and couldn't lie. He speculated inwardly. All right then, it's settled. Silas said. He wasn't one for small talk. After finishing their business, he prepared to leave. Klein rose as well, and the two of them walked out of the bar together, emerging onto the street. What have you been up to lately? Busy with role-playing, of course. Klein answered. He felt both excited and pained. Excited because the human skin shadow characteristic would soon be in his hands. Pained because he'd have to pay another hefty sum of cash for it. How many detective commissions would it take to earn that back? Tomorrow is the Tarot Club meeting. Silas probably won't have time to explore the tomb, which means I still have 8 days to raise the funds. Klein chatted with Silas while calculating silently in his mind. After discussing Roselle's diary and Insanguil for a bit, confirming that neither of them had any leads, they said goodbye at the street corner and went their separate ways. Meanwhile, in Queens, Count Andes's mansion was heavily surrounded by relevant personnel. This neighborhood housed society's upper crust, and they had plenty of ways to learn the details of related cases. Soon, news that Count Andes had joined a cult and been killed by an unknown assailant spread throughout aristocratic circles. People talked enthusiastically about the Count's bizarre death and the evil sect he had joined. Judging by the method used to interfere with divination, it was very likely the work of that blood reverend. Inside the luxuriously decorated bedroom, numerous Beyonders were investigating the scene. The captain of the machinery hive mind squad respectfully reported to the important figure with his back turned. Blood reverend. Who's that? It was an elderly man wearing white clerical robes and a soft clergy hat. He was none other than Aurora Haydn, the Steam and Mechanical Church's head of the Backlund Diocese, member of the Council Before the Gods, and Archbishop. This important figure also served as a professor in the physics department at Backlund University. Your Grace, Archbishop, that's what they're calling him over at MI9. The squad captain explained. Do you remember the Capim case that caused such an uproar before? That was the Blood Reverend's first appearance. After that, he also killed Lenivus, who was carrying an evil god's offspring, and the Desire Apostle, the suspected mastermind behind a serial murder case. I see. Orimic nodded noncommittally. After a moment of silence, he said flatly, bring Iconzer up here. The squad captain went out as instructed. Soon, the Steam church deacon entered the bedroom, clutching his silver mirror, still sporting his signature explosion-like hair and grim expression. Your Grace, Archbishop. He bowed. Divination is being interfered with. Try using 2 to 111 to search for clues. Yes. Although Iconzer had already guessed why Orimic summoned him, his face still stiffened for a moment. Hearing there might be new leads, the Beyonders who had been frustrated by the lack of progress quickly gathered. An empty room was immediately filled, not just with machinery hive mind members, but also MI9 personnel who'd come to help. They sat at the table to witness the deacon use the sealed artifact. Watching more and more people gather around him, Iconzer's expression grew increasingly heavy. He took a deep breath, finally steeling himself, and reached out to stroke the mirror's surface. The room fell quiet. Everyone held their breath. After stroking it 3 times, Iconzer asked. Respected Rhodes, my question is, who were the Beyonders that appeared here last night? The light in the room dimmed. Misty vapor appeared on the silver mirror's surface, eventually forming into moving images. In the images, several strange beings appeared. A man with corpse-pale skin, roaring and charging like a wild beast, leaving many marks throughout the building. A middle-aged man in a tailcoat, his form flickering like a ghost, difficult to detect. Another female being in a similar state, wearing an elegant black dress, seemingly in opposition to the pale corpse. The mutant pathway. It really is the Rose School of Thought. Someone said in a low voice. They had found certain items while searching Count Andes's home, confirming that this kingdom's count had already converted to the cult from the southern continent. This seemed to provide a deeper explanation for his previous business success. Though someone spoke, the mirror's display wasn't finished. The image shifted, seemingly about to reveal the final figure present. But soon, all they could see in the image was a field of crimson red, nothing else. Iconzer frowned. Others hadn't noticed, but holding the mirror, he detected that when displaying the final image, the silver mirror seemed to tremble almost imperceptibly. Even 2 to 111 can't investigate the target clearly. Others said disappointedly. This image was exactly the same as what they saw when divining and channeling. It seemed this Blood Reverend wouldn't be so easy to catch. After displaying the answer, the mirror quickly returned to normal, and bloody words began appearing on its surface. Here it comes. Iconzer suppressed his unease and looked down at the mirror. Soon, he was confused by the question that appeared. The mirror read, when the person you want to please and the person you fear from the bottom of your heart are both present, how will you react? I would feel confused, I suppose. He answered hesitantly. Congratulations, you answered correctly. White text appeared on the mirror's surface. That's it. I passed. Iconzer breathed a sigh of relief while feeling somewhat incredulous. Keep asking it, what was the reason for the conflict between those two parties? Oramik said. Iconzer asked as instructed. The magic mirror Rhodes's answer was a clash of ideals and beliefs. However, the next question Rhodes posed made his heart tighten. Among those present, who do you most want to please, and who do you fear the most? Everyone fell silent, involuntarily looking at the explosion-haired deacon. The corner of Iconzer's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Chapter 331, 332, Ouroboros. The day after meeting with Sharon, Silas received no word from her. It seemed that tracking down the previous team members and reassembling an exploration group would take some effort. That day happened to be Monday. Silas spent the morning inspecting the pasture, delivering sermons to his flock and treating the sick. As his connection with these people grew stronger, his mental state was gradually improving. He hadn't fallen into hallucinations for quite some time now. After settling the flock, Silas returned to his residence. As 3 o'clock approached, he locked the door and had M create a virtual persona for him in advance. When the clock struck the hour, endless crimson surged from the void and enveloped him. When Silas opened his eyes again, he had already appeared inside that eternal, ancient palace. Grey mist flowed beneath his feet, and several blurred figures gathered around the bronze table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. He saw Miss Justice rise as always, greeting each member above the grey fog with a cheerful tone. Just how happy a life must someone lead to maintain such an innocent and optimistic attitude? Silas couldn't help but wonder. Just then, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The sun beside him shuddered violently the moment he arrived in the grey fog, then froze. He seemed to have suffered an enormous fright. Good afternoon, Hanged Man, Mr. Sunday. What happened? It wasn't just Silas. Justice, Audrey, also sensed something was wrong. She had been about to greet the gentleman, but her mind-reader ability let her easily see that the tall young man was in a state of unease. You don't look quite right. Did something go wrong when you explored that temple, the Fallen Creator's temple? She immediately guessed what might have happened. The son, Derek's body trembled, snapping him out of his terrified state. Justice's words gave him hope, and he began nervously recounting his experience. I've been caught in a loop. Their exploration team had repeatedly explored the temple many times, with each iteration ending when the chief killed the little boy Jack. However, immediately afterward, everyone would return to the beginning of the event, back to the camp outside the city, to the moment before the exploration began. The exploration team members were completely unaware they were repeating themselves, simply continuing the cycle of exploring, killing, and returning to the start. If Mr. Fool hadn't pulled the sun into the grey fog and helped Derek Berg recall each previous experience, they would likely have continued indefinitely. Thank you, Mr. Fool. The more the son Derek thought about it, the more chilled he felt. He couldn't help but bow his head toward the towering figure at the head of the table. Actually, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known, Klein muttered internally, giving a slight nod in response. Seeing Mr. Fool so calm, the son Derek finally relaxed considerably and gained confidence in resolving the situation. He turned to everyone and asked earnestly. So, do any of you know why this is happening? How should we deal with it? According to the Tarot Club's usual flow, this should have been Mr. Fool's reading time, but because of the special circumstances, everyone tacitly agreed to begin the discussion directly. A loop, exploration. After hearing the son's description, Justice Audrey's eyes lit up, feeling both excited and frightened. She desperately wanted to help, but because her experience in the Beyonder world was too shallow, she had no ideas. I can help you write to my teacher and ask him about it. The magician, Furza's situation was similar to hers, but she had now officially become a student of Dorian Gray, a member of the Abraham family, giving her an external resource. After hesitating, she added without much confidence, however, it might take some time. Furza's teacher lived in Port Pritz, some distance from Backlund. Klein had seen many similar scenarios in literary works from his previous life and could offer some ideas. But if he could think of them, his fellow transmigrator Silas naturally could as well, so he didn't control the world puppet to speak, instead deciding to observe first. The Hanged Man, Alger pondered for a moment and was about to speak when he suddenly heard Temperance's calm voice. I know how to resolve this. As Silas's words landed, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Mr. Temperance, you have a solution? The son Derek asked excitedly. Yes. Silas nodded slightly. He wasn't speaking rashly but truly had confidence. When he became a secret suppliant, the true creator had granted him an excessive amount of knowledge. This included not only the true creator's honorific name, sacrifices, and rituals, but also the name of another special existence. That name was Ouroboros. The lingering heroic spirit, the true creator's dependent, the eye that gazes upon fate. This was part of Ouroboros' honorific description, which very clearly indicated his relationship with the true creator. It made perfect sense for such a subordinate of an evil god to appear in the temple. Of course, this reason alone couldn't prove anything. But the potion knowledge also included several rituals for petitioning Ouroboros for power. One of these rituals had a powerful effect that could rewind events within a certain spacetime back to their beginning. This was extremely similar to what the son and his team experienced in the temple. Manifest the murals inside the temple. Silas said. All right. Although he didn't know what Silas intended to do, the son Derek still didn't dare delay. After receiving Mr. Fool's permission, he displayed the murals he'd seen in the temple one by one before everyone. The true creator bearing the collapsing world on his back, saving the people, and struggling against 6 evil gods. A silver angel leading a pilgrimage procession toward Black Mountains. Wait. Just as the Tarot Club members were being shocked by these ancient murals, Silas suddenly spoke. He fixed his gaze on the silvery white angel, looking at the looping river beneath its feet. In the corner of that mural, the words, Redemption Rose, were also written. This silver being is very likely the true creator's dependent, the tail devourer, Ouroboros. Silas pointed at the mural and told everyone, adding a brief explanation. Notice the winding, circling river at his feet that ultimately connects head to tail. That's a manifestation of his abilities. Ouroboros. No one had ever heard this name before. Only Klein had some speculation, associating it with the monster pathway sequence 1 mentioned in Roselle's diary, Snake of Mercury, or Snake of Fate. And that Septon, who was in a peculiar state, seemed to be a snake of Mercury. Chapter 332, 333, The Sun's Payment. Mr. Temperance, so you're saying all of this was caused by that being called Ouroboros? The son, Derek, asked. As a Sequence 5 shepherd of the pathway to which the Secrets Suppliant belonged, Silas's words carried considerable weight when it came to matters related to the true creator. Yes. The abilities he wields include the looping of fate. Silas nodded. Then how should I resolve this? Break the loop. Silas said. The problem should lie with that little boy, Jack. The fact that he survived so long in such a dangerous temple is suspicious in itself. But every time we kill him, it causes us to return to the beginning. The son, Derek, was confused. It's precisely because of your killing him that the loop keeps repeating. Silas shook his head. If I had to guess, he probably became tainted with Ouroboros' residual aura in the temple and gained corresponding abilities. When he's killed, it instinctively triggers, causing fate to loop until an outcome emerges where he doesn't die. His words gave everyone food for thought. Indeed, that makes sense. The hanged man, Alger, said after consideration. So the key to breaking the situation is eliminating that little boy's connection to Ouroboros' aura? Yes. Silas agreed. Your Silver City's chief should have a way to do it, provided you can get him to notice these things. As for how to guide him to do so, that's not my strong suit. Justice, suspected to be of the spectator pathway, and the brooding, calculating hanged men were both experts in this area. So, with everyone pooling their ideas, a reasonable plan quickly took shape. As long as the son followed it, he should be able to break free from the loop. Thank you all so much. The son, Derek, said from the bottom of his heart. Without these members of the Tarot Club, he didn't know how much longer he would have remained trapped in the loop. Especially you, Mr. Temperance. As thanks, I'll ask the chief about the Black Knight potion for you. With that promise, this favor was worth giving. Thanks. Silas said mildly. After the son's matter was resolved, the Tarot Club finally returned to its normal routine. Justice, Audrey, offered several pages of Roselle's diary as compensation for what she'd previously owed. The contents included Roselle's early complaints about aristocratic life and his considerations about switching pathways at Sequence 4. The most important page recorded his communication with the mysterious Zeridal. Zeridal had told Roselle. What is a miracle? Resurrection from death is a miracle. Resurrection from death. Klein couldn't help but think of what had happened to him, and to his fellow transmigrator seated at the side of the long table. Both had been killed, both had revived after death. Was this a miracle? That miracles happen to us might prove that our very existence is extremely special. Klein expended considerable willpower to keep from shifting his gaze to Silas. The reason I came back to life is most likely this gray fog. But what about him? Is it because of that sound of ocean waves? What exactly are these two things? Could they be so-called uniqueness? The Black Emperor card contained the potion formulas and rituals for an entire sequence. In the Sequence 0 formula, that of a true god, the most important Beyonder characteristic wasn't all the Sequence 1 characteristics, but rather a special thing called uniqueness. Each pathway had only one. A true god is unique. No, that's not right. That sound of ocean waves is at least on the same level as my gray fog, but the true god of the Secrets Suppliant pathway already exists. It couldn't have been stripped away and ended up in his hands. I can find an opportunity to tell Silas this information. Klein pondered, but didn't think too long, lest Justice and the others notice something off. You may begin. He made the parchment in his hand disappear and said to everyone with a smile. Silas immediately looked at the hanged man, who didn't hesitate to speak. The item made from the psychologist characteristic is complete. The one for the magistrate is still being made. How much? Audrey asked eagerly. 2,100 pounds. A very reasonable price. The hanged man, Alger, said. That's a bit steep. 2,000 pounds. Justice, Audrey, had attended extraordinary gatherings before. She tried hard to appear shrewd. Alger looked at Silas. The characteristic came from him. Alger only handled communication with the craftsman and suggested a selling price. Whether to lower the price was up to him. Of course, the higher it sold, the more commission he'd receive. That's fine. Silas didn't mind, then looked at the hanged man, Alger. After the gathering ends, we'll ask Mr. Fool to facilitate the exchange of money and items. The craftsman's labor fee is 200 pounds. My cut is 1/8, 250 pounds. The hanged man, Alger, added. Then I'll transfer 450 pounds to you afterward. Silas nodded, then added, also, the wind-blessed formula and potion are available to you anytime, as long as you pay. That's 4,500 pounds. The corner of the hanged man Alger's mouth twitched involuntarily. I will. I've worked so hard during this time and only earned 250 pounds in commission, while he's made 10 times what I have. After finishing with the hanged man, Silas looked toward the gloomy men at the far end of the long table, the world. This member of the Tarot Club was always silent and taciturn, with an inorganic coldness about him. I've made contact with that Beyonder. We're planning to explore the 4th epic noble's tomb soon. This tomb contained the human skin shadow characteristic that the world needed. Good. The world said calmly. I already knew that. Klein added mentally. He had been right there when Silas and Sharon discussed this matter. Mr. Temperance has made so much money. I'm really envious. The magician, Furs, thought to herself, then looked at Audrey and told her she had already obtained the mirror dragon's eye from her teacher and was selling it for the high price of 1,000 pounds. All right, deal. Justice, Audrey, agreed without hesitation. Her straightforward attitude left Furs both delighted and flustered. After the trading segment ended, everyone began the free exchange portion. Mr. Sun, could you show us those murals again? Justice, Audrey, asked. Her request was supported by the others. When they'd been shown earlier, they had mainly focused on solving the Sun's problem. Though curious about the murals, they hadn't examined them carefully. No problem. The Sun, Derek, naturally wouldn't refuse. He manifested those murals again. The modeled, ancient murals appeared just like that in the Eternal Castle, adding much historical gravitas. I'm very interested in this mural. Justice, Audrey, said, pointing to the image of the true creator supporting the world. Who are those evil gods surrounding him? I think I can explain these. At that moment, the usually silent world suddenly spoke. Chapter 333, 334, so the title Blood Reverend is set in stone now. I've seen similar statues before in a 4th epic ruin. Klein manipulated the world puppet and spoke slowly. As he said this, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Silas. That was the underground ruin Silas had also visited, the place where the Red Angel Medici had died. Those statues were placed in other rooms beyond the corridor. Compared to the evil forms in the murals, these statues appeared much more holy. However, Silas had fled the scene immediately and hadn't investigated, so he didn't know about these things. The Tarot Club members looked at the statues displayed by the world. A lady wearing black classical robes adorned with stars, a plump woman cradling an infant, surrounded by plants, a majestic man holding a trident and standing on ocean waves, a young man holding a golden orb and grasping a book of contracts, a youth sitting high on a throne, wielding a sword, a wise old man holding a tome, wearing a hood that revealed only wrinkles and a beard. Below each statue was drawn the holy emblem of a certain deity from the northern continent. Could these be statues of the various gods? Everyone quickly matched the holy emblems with the deities. While feeling astonished, they also grew confused. In the current era, the churches of the gods had no images of the deities themselves, only symbols as substitutes, proclaiming this to be a manifestation of the true gods. So the murals show distorted versions of the 6 orthodox gods. This means the true creator was their enemy. Alger murmured in a daze, appearing very interested in such divine secrets. So in the 4th epoch, the orthodox gods also had human forms. But why did they stop such propagation in the 5th epoch? The hanged man, Alger, guessed there must be a reason, but his current self couldn't yet know it. Everyone had various reactions to this and discussed it earnestly for a while. After the atmosphere gradually quieted, Justice Audrey glanced at Silas and said in a normal tone, "Just yesterday, that beyonder who caused that Capim case and killed Lenevis appeared again. Count Andys's mansion in Backlund's Queensborough was attacked. The Count himself died, and there were signs that other beyonders were present at the scene. Investigators discovered afterward that this Count was connected to an evil organization called the Rose School of Thought. As for that beyonder, the authorities are currently calling him the Blood Reverend." Blood Reverend. That sounds quite fitting for Silas. Klein, seated at the head of the long table, couldn't help but think. What a terrifying name. Mr. Anderson has done something big again in the past couple of days. The magician, Furs, thought similarly. The Rose School of Thought was another organization worshipping evil gods. This guy called the Blood Reverend seemed very interested in opposing evil gods. The hanged man, Alger's attention focused more on the other party's purpose. At this moment, his heart suddenly stirred, as if he'd thought of something. According to internal information from the Church of Storms, it was basically confirmed that the Blood Reverend was a beyonder of the Secrets Suppliant pathway. However, unlike typical beyonders of this sequence, he not only didn't worship the true creator but had even killed Lenevis, who carried an evil god's offspring. A powerful figure of the Secrets Suppliant pathway at odds with the true creator, this rare combination, he'd just seen one himself. Mr. Temperance of the Tarot Club. Temperance was very likely the Blood Reverend. So this name is set in stone now. Silas had some objections to this title, but there was no way he could ask the people at MI9 to change it for him. He glanced around at everyone and directly opened another topic. "Everyone, what do you think is the reason Duke Negan keeps being targeted for assassination?" Just counting what Silas himself knew, there had been 2 assassination attempts on Duke Negan. This Conservative Party bigwig's life could be described as crisis-ridden. For this kind of topic, the son Derek from the forsaken land of the gods and the magician Furs, an ordinary citizen, clearly had little to contribute. Only Justice Audrey and the hanged man Alger could offer opinions. It's probably related to his position. Audrey boldly speculated, Duke Negan is a major supporter of the Conservative Party and also the brother of current Prime Minister Aguisid. In Backlund, he belongs to the wealthiest and most powerful group. If Duke Negan were to die, from the results, the Prime Minister would lose support, and the Conservative Party would consequently suffer a setback. New political forces would replace them, namely the new nobles and merchants who gained enormous profits from the Industrial Revolution. Her father, Earl Hall, basically belonged to the latter group. I don't think this is political struggle, or rather, it shouldn't be merely political struggle. The hanged man, Alger, pondered, the mastermind's purpose is very clear. The resources being mobilized are increasing, obviously determined to achieve their goal. In Duke Negan's 2 assassination cases, the first perpetrator was former pirate Admiral Kalangos, a Sequence 6, while the second perpetrator was a demon family member lurking in Backlund, a Sequence 5, Desire Apostle. Getting a pirate admiral with power at sea to come ashore, making a long-entrenched demon reveal itself, indicated that the mastermind had offered extremely generous conditions, generous enough to make them willing to abandon their current situations and take risks. I'm afraid the assassinations will continue until Duke Negan truly dies. He continued. Then who do you think the mastermind is? Justice Audrey felt what he said made some sense and pressed further. Alger wanted very much to say it was the royal family, but discussing such things with Justice, who was a noble, seemed somewhat risky. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard the great existence at the head of the table move. Tap, tap. The fool lightly tapped the table with his finger. Everyone stopped what they were doing and instinctively looked at the mysterious being shrouded in grey fog. That person chuckled softly and spoke a name. The Twilight Hermit Order. At the same time, in Queensborough, Count Andys's mansion. Phew. After completing the investigative work assigned to him, Cons let out a long sigh. He looked troubled. The incident he'd experienced last night made Cons realize his own rashness and the danger of beyonder events. He wanted to meet with his family and re-examine himself. But he hadn't expected that the Blood Reverend's energy would be so abundant. After killing the werewolf, he'd rushed to Queensborough for another operation. The result of the Blood Reverend's activity was that before Cons could make it home, he'd been called over for mandatory overtime. What's wrong, Cons? He heard someone ask from behind. Turning his head, he saw it was his team captain, Levi. Nothing, Mr. Levi. Cons smiled with difficulty, just a bit tired from the overtime, that's all. Chapter 334, 335, Cons, welcome home. Though he knew some intelligence about the Blood Reverend, Cons didn't tell any of this to his captain. First, his blood was still under that person's control. The other party could inflict a curse on him at any time. Second, after experiencing what happened yesterday, he'd become hesitant about his work and no longer took it as seriously. More than anything, he wanted to see his family. It's normal to be tired. Levi glanced at him, seeming to sense something different about him. The old Cons had been very proactive, working hard to investigate leads. But today, the guy actually resembled Levi himself somewhat, with a certain beauty to his earnest half-heartedness. After we finish this bit of work, we can clock out, he said casually. All right. Cons didn't respond dramatically. He turned back to continue wiping the debris left on the floor. Actually, after Team 2 arrived, most of what they did was odd jobs. The main investigative work was still handled by Team 1 personnel. Cons cleaned the floor inch by inch, collecting suspicious items into bags for preservation. The Team 1 members just stood there. Though they saw him, they chose to ignore him, continuing their high-minded discussions. They thought highly of themselves, looking at Team 2 as if they were mere janitors. So I think the Blood Reverend very likely used a Secrets Suppliant pathway beyonder item, and he himself is from a different sequence. One of them said with an air of authority. Wrong guess, idiots. Cons thought privately, feeling a dark satisfaction at being the only one who knows. After all, unlike these self-important fools, he had actually met the Blood Reverend in person. But he couldn't throw this intelligence in their faces, so though he wanted to refute them, he kept his head down and continued his wiping work. After working a while longer, the entire room had been thoroughly examined. Cons got up and went downstairs, leaving those people and their hollow conversations behind. Good work. Levi still had that lazy manner, but he was also carrying several bags. His work seemed to have been done quite conscientiously. You did well. Leave the rest to me, he said to Cons. Ah. Mr. Levi, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Cons was taken aback. Haven't you been going on about wanting to see your family since earlier? I'm giving you time off. Go see them. Levi had long noticed something was off with him, though he just assumed Cons had something on his mind that would improve after talking with his family. Thank you so much, Mr. Levi. Cons said gratefully. No need to thank me. You're off duty tomorrow too, so don't come in. Oh, and the day after tomorrow, you're on routine guard duty at the upper house. Remember to show up on time. Got it. Cons nodded. He handed over the bags containing evidence and his tools to his captain, then walked excitedly toward the mansion's exit. Having gone through a life-or-death crisis, he'd realized what he should treasure most. He needed to have a good talk with his father, mother, and brother. He had a premonition that this conversation would change him. Perhaps his entire future life would be different. Being a noble, his home was also in Queens. After hiring a carriage, he arrived within minutes. Pushing through the door, he entered with an eager heart, ready to pour out everything to his family. And his family was waiting for him in the living room. Welcome home, Cons. His father, Viscount Learson, said with a smile, holding his mother's and brother's heads in his hands. Accompanied by melodious music, he placed these two heads on plates. The white porcelain plates were spotlessly clean, making the blood seeping from the two heads appear all the more vivid and crimson. Cons's expression froze. He saw that his mother's face still wore a loving smile, and his brother still looked mature and composed. Their headless bodies still sat on either side of the dining table, uniforms neat, gown elegant, as if the heads on the plates before them were merely insignificant decorations. Cons couldn't believe his eyes. He opened his mouth, finally speaking in a twisted, hoarse voice. What? Father. What are you doing? Had his father, Viscount Learson, the culprit behind all this, gone mad? Sorry, I didn't want to be so abrupt. But the latter only shook his head regretfully. It's just that I suddenly received a commission. The payment that person offered was simply too high. Just as Cons was reeling in disbelief, feeling like he was in a nightmare, he suddenly heard the other speak again. Oh right, Cons, there's one more thing. I'm actually not your father. Eastborough, in Silas's own house. After returning from the gray fog, the virtual personality automatically dissolved, transforming into pure memories that flooded into Silas's mind. He sorted through the memories, instantly knowing what had happened on that gray fog. The son promised to negotiate with the chief to thank me. Ouroboros left residual aura in the temple, the extraordinary item was successfully made, there's a deeper conspiracy behind Duke Negan's assassination. Beyond that, there was also the magician's plea for help after consuming an extra characteristic, everyone teaching the son to learn Hermes, and so on. The former made him understand even more deeply the law of conservation of beyonder characteristics. Any good news? M's figure quietly materialized. Yes. Silas answered briefly, then began deftly pulling out candles and preparing the ritual. Make another virtual personality for me. The extraordinary item had sold. Miss Justice told him she would immediately use a sacrificial ritual to send up the cash once she returned home, and asked Silas to be ready to receive it. M did as he asked, creating for him a virtual personality that could bypass the ocean waves and contact the fool. Silas prepared the altar, used the ritual dagger to create a spiritual wall, then cut his finger and used blood as paint to draw half an eyeless eye and half a twisted thread, the holy symbol representing Mr. Fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. After reciting the fool's honorific name in Hermes, he immediately switched to ancient Hermes and continued, Your faithful servant prays for your attention, prays that you accept his offering, prays that you open the gates of your kingdom. Whoosh. The spiritual wind raged within the wall, bringing the pain of sliced skin. Silas paid it no mind. His gaze remained fixed on the illusory door appearing before him. Clink, clatter. As the illusory door opened wide, some gold-gleaming objects came clattering out from within, piling up on the table. Besides these, there were also stacks upon stacks of banknotes. Both coins and bills. Silas counted briefly, confirming it was 1,800 pounds, no mistake. The other 200 pounds had already been given to the hanged man, for him to pass on to that craftsman. As for the hanged man's commission, he meant for Silas to keep it directly as money toward purchasing the wind-blessed potion formula and main ingredients later, saving Mr. Fool the trouble of opening the door multiple times. He didn't know that at this very moment in Queens, a new conspiracy was brewing. Chapter 335, 336, The Abyss Card. I'm very sorry, Cons. Viscount Learson said with a regretful expression, using his fingers to straighten the hair on the two heads on the plate, making them look more presentable. The mansion was empty. The usually busy servants were nowhere to be found. Apart from the two headless corpses in their seats, only this father and son pair remained present. Cons's body was rigid, his feet seemingly nailed to the floor, unable to move. He couldn't comprehend the current situation, couldn't accept what he was seeing. He felt as if he'd fallen into an incredibly real nightmare from which he couldn't wake. He could only stand there helplessly, looking at the corpses of his mother and brother, and at his father, who had become utterly strange and twisted, listening to him ramble on as he always did. According to my original plan, we would have maintained our family relationship for a long time. I would have secretly manipulated the people and events around you, making you encounter various difficulties, setbacks in your career and interpersonal relationships. For example, making your colleagues look down on you, having that noble lady you secretly admire get involved with someone else. Viscount Learson said indifferently, then at that point, I would appear in the form of a mysterious entity and establish a contract with you. I would grant you the power to change your situation, but would also guide you bit by bit, gradually leading you to betray the deity you worship and the organization you serve. And when you gradually fell into painful contradiction, I would, in my role as your father, discover your change. During an argument, I would be accidentally killed by you in front of your other family members, thus causing you to fall into complete despair. In other words, everything Viscount Learson had originally planned to do was to cause Cons's spirit to completely collapse. Why? Cons's head was buzzing. He asked almost instinctively. Because. The Viscount was about to explain when he saw the other party still standing in place. He switched to an apologetic tone, Oh my, how rude of me. I should have let you sit down first. Please sit, Cons. Next to your mother and brother. Cons certainly didn't want to sit, but some invisible force propelled his body, making him walk to the dining table and sit down. That's better. A family should be together like this, all neat and tidy. The Viscount praised, then continued with the previous topic, don't misunderstand. There's no grudge between us. I'm doing this entirely for the needs of acting. Acting. That's right, my acting as a sequence for demon. The latter chuckled softly. By establishing contracts with humans, deceiving humans, toying with humans until they fall into complete despair and willingly offer up their own souls. Speaking to this point, he showed a regretful expression once again. But unfortunately, because of that person's commission, I have to interrupt this acting. I've only just advanced, and quickly acting to digest the potion is extremely important, but I still decided to do this. After all, the compensation that person offered was simply too generous. As he spoke, he took out a card from his person and showed it to Cons. The main subject depicted on the card was a massive demon with horns on its head, bat wings on its back, beast hair covering its lower limbs, one hand pointing upward, the other holding a torch pointing downward. A pair of men and women stood at the demon's feet. They seemed to have become the demon's slaves, with chains around their necks bound to the altar where the demon crouched, their bodies also showing signs of demonization. A tarot card. Cons, who had some understanding of mysticism, immediately recognized this as one of the tarot cards invented by Roselle, the devil. However, what was astonishing was that the demon's face on this card wasn't the typical male goat but was replaced by Roselle's own face. At the top of the card were written a few words. Sequence 0, Abyss. This is the blasphemy card, invented by Roselle. Viscount Learson said this, his gaze burning hot as he caressed the card. Such generous compensation, even advanced to me ahead of time, makes it truly impossible to refuse. So, sorry Cons, our family relationship can only end here. He reached out to caress Viscountess Learson's face. Dear, don't you think so too? So the so-called family was just a false act, all for the purpose of completing some ritual. Who exactly are you? Cons couldn't help but shout. Just a low-key demon. The latter chuckled. I come from an ancient demon lineage, the Nos family. You're not my father. Of course not. Viscount Learson, no, the demon Nos laughed dumbly. I merely replaced your father. As he spoke, his hand pressed against his own face. With a rip, a crack opened on his face. Like an insect molting, he emerged from Viscount Learson's shell. Appearing before Cons was an unfamiliar young man with light green eyes and a thin face, his hair combed meticulously. What Cons had originally thought was his father had become a shed skin, fallen on the ground. During the time I was disguised, you didn't discover anything at all. I don't know whether to celebrate or feel sorry for your father. The young man shook his head. Bastard. Seeing this scene, Cons murmured. He should have been angry. He did indeed feel angry. But somehow, his emotions maintained an eerie calm, as if an invisible hand had forcibly smoothed down his psychological fluctuations. His rage had nowhere to vent, and this stifled pain was driving him nearly mad. All right, don't be so angry. Cons heard the demon say lightly, walking around from the other side of the dining table. He wanted to resist, wanted to fight desperately with the other party, but the gap between their levels was simply too vast, utterly insurmountable. The routine House of Lords meeting is the day after tomorrow, right? Perfect. That Duke Negan will also be in attendance. The demon Nos asked, reaching out to press Cons' shoulder, making the latter shudder involuntarily. I need to borrow your body to infiltrate the crowd and complete the assassination. Is he going to kill me? Cons couldn't help but think. Oh, don't misunderstand. I won't skin you directly like I did to your father. There are detection items at the House of Lords, so I plan to only infiltrate into your body. The demon Nos said seriously, I'm very merciful. I'll try to minimize harm while accomplishing my goal. Liar. Cons glared at him, squeezing out 2 words from between his teeth. After the distance closed, he could clearly see that this demon's eyes constantly revealed a pleased expression, carefully observing his subtle changes and becoming increasingly delighted. This bastard was enjoying himself. Hee, did you notice? Nos couldn't help but laugh, then reached out and pressed his hand against Cons' chest. Chapter 336, 337, Tomb Exploration. Tuesday evening, White Cliff Town. This was an ordinary small town in the suburbs surrounding Backlund. If there was anything distinctive about it, it would probably be the white stone cliff outside the town. The Stortford River flowed through this area from the east, and upon hitting the white cliff, was forced to change direction, creating a river bend. The river bend's existence caused silt to settle, bringing fertile fields to this area. But thanks to the repeal of the corn laws, quite a few farmers here went bankrupt. They sold their fields at rock-bottom prices and dragged their families into Backlund to make a living. As a result, many of these fertile fields had already been abandoned and overgrown with weeds. The crimson moon was embedded in the sky as several figures silently appeared at the base of the cliff, on the gentle slope of the river bend. That damn tomb is here. The speaker was a woman with a crude manner of speech. She had a robust build, carried a greatsword on her back, and had an obvious scar on her face. Built into the mountain, this indeed meets the burial standards of the Amon family from the 4th epoch. Beside her, a somewhat thin man wearing glasses spoke at an extremely rapid pace, appearing both excited and nervous. From the recent archaeological journal articles on related ruin explorations, we can know. Save all that nonsense for when you get home. The woman carrying the greatsword interrupted without courtesy. We're about to explore the tomb, so say something useful. Otherwise, there's no point in bringing you along. The bespectacled man's expression froze. He looked at her with considerable displeasure but didn't speak to refute her. It wasn't just out of fear, but also a kind of arrogance and contempt that said, I won't lower myself to communicate with such a person. All right, you two. A middle-aged gentleman with his hair slicked back let out a good-natured laugh. Arguing doesn't benefit any of us. Let's all get along peacefully. Silas turned his head to look at Sharon, who was floating in midair beside him. He didn't speak, but his eyes were asking, these are the reliable teammates you found. The tomb's hidden entrance is at the junction of the river bend and the cliff. Sharon still wore her black court dress and small hat. Her features were delicate, her voice ethereal and illusory. She looked as if she had emerged from some century-old castle, a beautiful ghost who had existed in wraith form for who knew how many years. She didn't respond to Silas but used brief words to attract the three people's attention. With her floating ahead to guide the way, the others followed to the river bend. The Stortford River at night still flowed tirelessly, making splashing sounds. The river bend's edge was very damp, with cold, clammy air penetrating through their clothes and gradually seeping into each person's body. Fortunately, all of them were beyonders and didn't mind this level of discomfort. They just focused intently on searching for the tomb's entrance. Silas fell back a few steps, assessing the people in the exploration team. He and Sharon went without saying, both were Sequence 5 beyonders. Additionally, he could sense souls of similar rank from the middle-aged gentleman and the greatsword woman, indicating they were likely also Sequence 5 beyonders. As for the young man wearing glasses, his sequence should be lower, probably at most around Sequence 6. But judging from his earlier performance, this young man should possess relevant knowledge and could provide theoretical support during the tomb exploration process. Just as he was thinking this, the group had already arrived at the tomb under Sharon's guidance. Boom. The loosely closed mountain stones were forcefully pushed open by the crude woman with her greatsword, revealing black marble steps extending downward. This place was some distance from the town, and with the added sound of the river, there was basically no need to worry about the noise attracting attention. So this is a tomb from 1,000 years ago. The bespectacled youth named Best couldn't help but sigh after seeing the smooth, flat steps. It looks like it was just made yesterday. The others weren't as moved as he was, only cautiously observing their surroundings. There are no mechanisms or dangerous creatures on the steps. The spirit form Sharon appeared before everyone. She had already made a round trip on these steps. At least this stretch is still safe. Everyone descended the steps, walking all the way to the underground at the staircase's end. What came into view were the asymmetrical stone pillars characteristic of the Fourth Epoch, along with peculiar patterns on the pillars that looked like axe cuts. Silas had seen similar patterns in that underground ruin. Thinking about that place again, what terrible luck. Silas cursed silently in his heart and stepped forward. Behind the stone pillars was the tomb's gate. This deep gray stone door was massive and heavy, but it remained slightly open, with the gap wide enough for two adult men to pass through side by side. What the hell? It's already been opened. The woman carrying the greatsword, named Kate, couldn't help but let out a complaint. Compared to when I discovered it, there's no difference. No one should have gone in. Even if someone did go in, they probably didn't come out. Sharon said flatly. As if frightened by her words, the bespectacled Best's eyes flickered slightly as he swallowed. Can't see inside clearly. The middle-aged gentleman with the slick back hair, who went to the door's edge, held up his lantern high and tried to shine it inside. The orange light only illuminated a very small area. Where the light reached, there was only stone flooring similar to the outside. During the earlier introductions, this gentleman had called himself Zoroya. The several beyonders chatted while maintaining vigilance, with no one rashly going inside. Move aside. Silas had the middle-aged gentleman Zoroya leave the doorway and walked over himself. Boom. Several crimson fireballs formed around him. He threw them one by one into the tomb, where they fell to the ground and burned steadily. The tomb's antechamber was even larger than they had imagined. The area illuminated by the flames was only a portion of it. But even so, everyone still saw many things reflected in the firelight. Crimson exteriors, deformed limbs, shapes full of curses. Many extremely bizarre creatures were moving about in the antechamber. After being accidentally illuminated by the flames, they either panicked or became angry, but all quickly scurried to the end of the light's reach and hid themselves. Shapeshifters, red blood lizards, cursed straw men, and some strange creatures I don't recognize. Best pushed up his glasses and said in a low voice, though their overall strength is mediocre, they're all very twisted creatures. If you get entangled with them, it's hard to break free. Everyone fell silent. Among these monsters, Silas had only heard the name red blood lizard before. It was said that people licked by such lizards wouldn't heal from their wounds but would slowly corrode until the entire person melted, becoming nutrients for the monster. It seemed the other extraordinary creatures were similarly troublesome. Let's just eliminate them all in one go. He thought, drew out a small knife, and sliced open his wrist. Then with a swish, he flung it, and blood mist immediately dispersed and entered the tomb. Chapter 337, 338, Human Skin Shadow. Ha! Silas continuously cut open wounds, flinging blood forward. The crimson blood mist spread through the door crack into the tomb's antechamber, quickly filling the entire area. The monsters hiding in the darkness, within the confined space, were inevitably tainted by Silas's blood. After doing this, he raised his dagger and muttered in a low voice. PFT. Under the startled gazes of the exploration team members, Silas directly pierced his own palm with the silver dagger. Almost simultaneously, numerous sharp howls rang out from the tomb's antechamber. Those were the agonized screams of monsters whose life forces were being extinguished, as if they had encountered unimaginable terror in their final moments. These howls overlapped, accompanied by sizzling sounds of corrosion entering everyone's ears. After the chaotic sounds continued for some time, the tomb gradually returned to silence. Also falling quiet were the several people behind Silas. "We can go in now." Silas turned his head and told them. After withdrawing the silver dagger, his wound quickly healed. You're actually..." The bespectacled Best was dumbstruck, stammering, trying to say something. "Wonderful, that really helps a lot." But the middle-aged gentleman Zoroya suddenly interrupted him, saying with a smile, preventing Best from revealing the dangerous sequence the other belonged to. The group entered the antechamber one by one. The now deathly silent tomb was gradually illuminated by the gaslight's glow. They explored cautiously, occasionally pausing beside some monster corpses. "Died pretty miserably." Kate sneered, poking at a corpse with his sword tip. That corpse had been corroded by Silas's blood, with nearly half its flesh gone. A few of the monsters were slowly precipitating characteristics, but most had simply died. The few characteristics were all collected, to be distributed after the exploration ended. Strange, no murals or writing at all. Best and Zoroya had already walked a circuit around the antechamber walls, finding neither hidden mechanisms nor any valuable information. "This shouldn't be," he said in surprise. According to fourth epic burial rites, the antechamber should display the tomb owner's glorious deeds during life. If the tomb owner had no achievements, there should at least be murals depicting him enjoying peace in heaven after death. Where Best's gaslight illuminated, the solid walls were completely bare, without even text or symbols. Though this tomb's specifications couldn't be called anything but noble, the degree of attention paid to the tomb's owner seemed quite ordinary. As for those monsters occupying the antechamber, they didn't look like they'd been placed there during the tomb's construction, but rather like they'd gradually infiltrated over thousands of years and made it their nest. Could it be that this tomb actually didn't contain anything valuable? That shouldn't be possible. Otherwise there'd be no way to explain why previous exploration teams never returned alive. Let's keep going deeper. Perhaps we'll discover something else. Silas frowned, exchanging a glance with Sharon. Everyone regrouped and continued along the corridor toward the tomb's depths. The left side chamber is empty. Damn it. The female warrior returned from the darkness, cursing angrily. Nothing on the right either. Best and Zoroya had also found nothing. Silas stood silently in place, waiting for Miss Wraith, who had gone to scout ahead, hoping she'd bring back good news. Soon, at the edge of the gaslight's glow, the illusory figure of a lady in a black court dress gradually materialized. There are quite a few precious extraordinary items and characteristics ahead. It seems the tomb owner's treasures are all stored there. The protective mechanisms have decayed and should be quite easy to remove. She spoke incredible words in an ethereal, indifferent tone. "Hurry and come with me." "Excellent." After hearing this, Best couldn't help showing joy. He'd long grown anxious from the fruitless exploration, and finally heard good news. He was about to follow her deeper when he noticed the other several people merely watching coldly without moving. "Why aren't you moving?" he thought in confusion, only to be stopped by Zoroya's arm. Finally, something worthwhile. The female warrior stretched her neck, turning to look at the others. "This one's mine to clean up. Need to stretch a bit. Any objections?" "Suit yourself." Silas was noncommittal. "Heh." The woman sneered, looking at Sharon, battle intent surging in her eyes. Boom. Light like dawn flashed beneath her feet, instantly illuminating the pitch-black tomb passage. Best watched in surprise as that lady with a face as delicate as a doll, bathed in the morning light, suddenly had her original appearance become distorted, then transformed into a mass of pale human skin. On that human skin, Sharon's appearance was slowly fading away. A human skin shadow. An extraordinary creature that could mimic human appearance and devour living people. The knowledge in his mind instantly connected. Best felt both surprised and fearful. If he'd followed it just now, he'd probably have been devoured alive. Screech. The morning light scorched the pale skin. It leaped into the air, seemingly trying to escape deeper into the tomb passage. But the female warrior had no intention of letting it go. Gripping her greatsword, she charged forward and viciously cleaved downward, splitting that human skin in two. The light erupting from the sword's blade consumed the human skin. When it fell to the ground, it had already turned to ashes. These ashes glowed faintly, spontaneously gathering into pure characteristics. From its appearance, this characteristic looked like a huge diamond, each facet reflecting a different face, making one feel dizzy. This is the main ingredient for Klein's Sequence 6 potion. Silas thought. Judging from the human skin shadow's performance, perhaps it could give him the ability to change his appearance. Thud, thud. After the human skin shadow was killed, the surroundings didn't become quiet. Instead, they grew more clamorous. Heavy footsteps came from the distance. The female warrior's morning light hadn't yet extinguished, revealing the source of the footsteps. Those were several monsters over 4 meters tall, grayish-white throughout, as if statues had come to life. They had demonic appearances, with goat horns on their heads, fangs protruding from their mouths, eyes burning with piercing red light, and 6 grayish-white stone wings growing from their backs. Scrape. The halberds they held in their hands scraped sparks from the floor. Several human-skin shadows were mixed among them, seemingly preparing to ambush at any moment. 6-winged gargoyles. Best shouted, somewhat alarmed. But quickly, he remembered his duty and explained, their bodies are very solid, and making eye contact with them will slow people down. These gargoyles were clearly stronger, forcing even the several sequence 5s to become serious. Chapter 338, 339, Gargoyles. Swish. The demon-hunting longsword of Silver City's chief Colin Iliad struck out swiftly, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. Gold and silver lit up simultaneously, causing the dark temple to become bright as day in an instant. Ah! The little boy Jack couldn't help but let out a terrible scream, enveloped by the dazzling radiance. After the light dissipated, the human face that had grotesquely grown from his chest and abdomen had been sliced away by the longsword, replaced by a horrifying hollow wound exposing his internal organs. The twisted, terrifying aura about him also disappeared. He had returned to being an ordinary boy. Colin Iliad appeared behind Jack. On the ground before him, that indifferent human face was being torn to pieces. Eyes, mouth, and other organs twitched, gradually rotting away and dissipating. Derek watched this scene, feeling as if some invisible barrier around them had quietly shattered. He held his breath and waited several seconds, discovering that he hadn't returned to the camp outside the city, nor did he need to repeat the same experience again. The aura Ouroboros had left on the boy had been eliminated. The loop hadn't reactivated. Thank you, Mr. Temperance. Derek let out a long breath, thinking from the bottom of his heart, if not for him, who knows how long we would have been trapped here. The little boy Jack, having suffered serious injuries, immediately fell into a coma. Chief Colin Iliad immediately went over and treated his wounds with medicine he carried. Well done. Seeing the little boy Jack's wounds being bandaged and the blood flow stopped, Colin Iliad breathed a slight sigh of relief. He turned to look at Derek and said, "Your reminder was very timely and ensured his life. This may very well be our hope for communicating with the outside world." Actually, doing this was to break the loop. Derek thought to himself. Of course, being praised by the chief still made him very happy. I must repay Mr. Temperance. I need to find a good opportunity to ask Chief about the Black Knight potion formula. Both Mr. Temperance and Mr. Hangman believe the Chief has already guessed that I have an unusual force behind me, so asking directly shouldn't be a problem. But then he quickly remembered Elder Lovia's meaningful gaze, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. It's better not to let her know if possible. Derek followed the other team members out of the temple. Aside from him, the others had no idea how many repeated loops they had experienced. Perhaps only after returning to Silver City would they discover the anomaly in the discrepancy between the changed dates and their physical sense of time. Boom. The ghostly blue flames on the lava longsword burned. Because it was swung violently, it left a trail of ghostly blue afterglow in the pitch-black tomb chamber. The longsword fell on the gargoyle's hard grayish-white exterior. The high-temperature blade only left a corroded mark on the surface. Seeing this result, Silas couldn't help but frown. Sequence 6 abilities are already somewhat inadequate when used on this guy. In the moment he was distracted, the 6-winged gargoyle opposite him took the opportunity to swing its stone halberd at him, cleaving his body in half from top to bottom. Gah! The gargoyle's face was a hard shell with no way to show expression. But its eyes, flashing with red fierce light, undoubtedly revealed cruel delight. However, this delight didn't last long. Silas's body became flat, shrank, and eventually turned into a small paper doll split in two that burst into flames. Crimson firelight bloomed behind the gargoyle. Silas used Flaming Jump to appear behind it. The gargoyle's hard shell provided it with powerful defense, but it also made its movements extremely stiff. It simply couldn't turn around quickly and could only let Silas strike at the back of its head with full force. Boom. While using Lava Sword, Silas also activated the Sequence 5, Desire Apostle, within his body, forcibly elevating the ability's rank, enhancing the sword's power. The blade successfully severed the gargoyle's head. Thud. Thud. Its heavy body and head fell to the ground separately, making loud sounds. However, Silas had no time to relax. Just as he finished off one gargoyle, another had already caught up. Its halberd swung, cutting through the air with a piercing shriek. It wasn't just him. The other several people were also entangled with monsters. The crude Kate swung her greatsword, clashing with the gargoyle's halberd, while Zoroya on the other side adopted a more flexible posture. The gargoyle fighting him seemed to be toyed with by invisible rules, occasionally attacking other gargoyles or having its abilities weakened. As for the Sequence 6 best, he appeared rather disheveled, hiding behind the two of them and occasionally using abilities from different sequences, though all were somewhat inferior to their original versions. The effects could only be described as better than nothing. Roar. The gargoyle before him let out a roar. Its eyes flashing with red light locked gazes with Silas. Silas immediately felt the world become sluggish. The gargoyle's movements seemed to be in slow motion, jumping frame by frame before him as it swung its halberd down at his body. Yet he could only watch helplessly, his body unable to move. I'll have to take this hit head on, Silas thought, preparing himself to endure the damage. But the next moment, he saw Sharon's figure in her court dress suddenly appear in the gargoyle's crimson pupils. His body immediately loosened. The trapped feeling vanished instantly. The gargoyle, meanwhile, went rigid in place, only letting out angry roars as its halberd moved inch by inch toward itself. Wraith possession. Silas seized the opportunity and commanded his flock to activate their abilities. His body immediately underwent changes, with countless intense desires radiating outward from within. One of the Desire Apostle's abilities, Desire Incarnation. The gargoyle wasn't human, but precisely because it was a monster, it had even purer and more depraved emotions. Stimulated by Silas's ability, it immediately became frenzied and twisted. Roar. Its roar was unprecedentedly loud. Its spirituality instantly overflowed. Its crimson pupils blazed brilliantly, as if about to explode, making Sharon's figure inside even clearer. Crack. Cracks appeared on the gargoyle's exterior, as if unable to bear its own violence. It became increasingly manipulated by Sharon. The halberd in its hands was raised high, then swung down viciously at its own head. With a boom, it severed its own head. The other several people also successively dealt with the enemies before them, finally clearing out the monsters that had surrounded them. Sorry. Sharon's figure soon floated out from the gargoyle's corpse. She said to everyone in a voice that betrayed no apology, I encountered extraordinary creatures while exploring and was slightly delayed. Hee hee. No need to mind. Having so many extraordinary creatures is a good thing. 6-winged gargoyle eyeballs are worth quite a bit. The middle-aged gentleman Zoroya said with a smile, but his smile quickly stopped. The gargoyles' bodies were rapidly fading, turning into pure stone. Chapter 339, 340, The Team's Abnormality. After being killed, the 6-winged gargoyle corpses rapidly faded into pure stone blocks and ultimately disappeared, leaving no trace of spirituality. In the end, all that remained for them were 3 human skin shadow characteristics. Damn it, they were just fakes. The female warrior said furiously. So far, their gains weren't enough to divide among everyone. The others' expressions weren't good either. After experiencing a dangerous battle, the reward didn't match their efforts. Silas paid them no mind, instead looking at Sharon. What's ahead? He asked, not forgetting their original goal was to explore further. A passage leading to the main burial chamber. Sharon answered. There are no other paths besides that. If there's only one path, how did you not run into these extraordinary creatures? Human skin shadows being good at hiding is one thing, but you didn't notice these huge gargoyles either. Zoroya asked curiously. Sharon looked at him with her delicate, emotionless face, silently expressing affirmation. She indeed hadn't noticed. In other words, these gargoyles had appeared out of thin air in the passage, then disappeared without a sound after being killed. Everyone's expressions became somewhat strange. Can that even happen? The female warrior muttered. I've never heard of such a thing. Best pushed up his glasses, appearing somewhat agitated. This tomb is completely different from any I've seen before. It's too strange. These mid-sequence Beyonder stood in the center of the dark tomb passage, silent for a few seconds. An uneasy atmosphere slowly spread. Should we continue forward? After a moment, Sharon asked. I'm going. The female warrior bit her teeth and gripped her greatsword tightly. The others couldn't accept returning empty-handed either. The group proceeded along the pitch-black corridor toward the main burial chamber. Along the way, Sharon identified where she'd just encountered and killed the extraordinary creatures. That place was equally empty. Boom. Silas's palm emitted firelight, illuminating the end of the corridor. The stone door of the main burial chamber faced the corridor directly, with a grayish-white disc embedded on it. The disc was divided into 12 sections with a black pointer. Though similar to a clock, the sections weren't uniform in size, and half were painted black. This is the Amon family crest. Best perked up, pointing at the disc and chattering. Legend has it this clock-styled emblem represents the authority their family wields. But Silas focused more attention on what was below the emblem. On the door's surface was a patch of mottled stone carving. The carving had crude composition. Between 2 horizontal lines, 5 human figures stood. Some held great swords, some wore robes, others floated in the air. It appeared the scene depicted in the stone carving was exactly the corridor they currently occupied. Not only that, there were carved figures of the several of them. Watch out. Silas shouted because he saw the pattern on that carving beginning to change. Some outlines were drawn out of nowhere on the canvas, as if an invisible chisel were etching on it, ultimately forming several huge monster patterns. The next instant, several gargoyles materialized out of thin air in the corridor, crashing to the ground. It's this stone carving causing trouble. Roar. The gargoyles roared and charged forward, engaging everyone in combat. They looked solid and powerful, no different from living creatures. More than that, similar monsters were continuously being carved, filling the empty spaces in the corridor carving. Boom. Silas knew fighting like this would be endless. His body instantly transformed into a fireball, crossing the tomb passage distance to arrive before the stone carving on the burial chamber door. When he faced the carving up close, he noticed more details. In that brief instant, he seemed to discover something strange. There were subtle differences in the carved patterns representing the 5 people. The other 3 had normal limbs, but the figure holding the greatsword and the gentleman figure wearing a top hat both had fine trailing marks extending from their head portions, like insect tails. Was the carving too crude, or was there another reason? But before Silas could examine it closely, new patterns appeared on the carving. As if sensing a crisis, the invisible hand urgently sketched. 2 crudely made monsters immediately appeared near Silas, attempting to attack him. Swish. No time to examine it carefully. Silas drew the lava sword and swept across the stone carving, destroying all the patterns on it. Hiss. An invisible aura seemed to dissipate from the damaged carving. The numerous gargoyles immediately disappeared, as if they'd never existed. The several Beyonders still maintained fighting postures, but their attacks only struck air. What the hell was that? The female warrior gripped her sword and cursed. She appeared completely normal. Silas deliberately observed her head carefully, then looked at the middle-aged gentleman Zoroya. The high spiritual intuition of a secret suppliant likewise detected nothing wrong. Is the stone carving misleading me? Silas thought, but still heightened his vigilance. These Beyonders had been temporarily assembled by Sharon from various extraordinary gatherings. It was hard to ensure they were truly reliable. Upon encountering precious treasures, would they attack each other? The other 4 gradually gathered before the main burial chamber's door. Best still wanted to study the family crest on the door, but the female warrior Kate walked up and pushed him aside. Move. I'll open the door. She pressed both hands on the stone door. The muscles on the back of her hands bulged, and the stone door slowly opened under the force she exerted. Creak. The heavy stone door opened outward. Orange-yellow light poured out from within, illuminating the tomb passage. There's light inside the burial chamber. But this is a tomb from 1,000 years ago. Silas looked inside. What met his eyes was an extremely spacious burial chamber. A high platform had been built in the center, with a black coffin placed on top. The chamber's light came from the walls, where numerous lampstands stood with white candles, asymmetrically arranged left and right. At the candle tops, the flames didn't flicker at all, as if frozen in a particular moment. On the path from the stone door to the black coffin lay many corpses. The corpses' clothing was basically modern in style, with top hats and uniforms, as well as workers' attire. These people were very likely the previous exploration team. How did they get in? Best's question voiced everyone else's thoughts too. With so many dangerous monsters along the route from the antechamber to the tomb passage, these people's appearances looked completely intact. It was impossible to guess how they'd avoided those dangers to enter the burial chamber directly. What was even more surprising was that these corpses all appeared excessively aged.